Chapter 116, Chapter 14, IRS Special Agent Morin. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Before that, I plan to see my supervisor tomorrow and apply for approval to investigate Arthur, Morin said. It should line up perfectly with the show in 2 days. Will your supervisor really approve something like that for a new agent? Bradley asked. I don't know, Morin replied calmly. But I'll reason with him. I'm confident he'll be persuaded. You're not planning to use magic, are you? Bradley immediately caught on. No, no. Of course not, Morin denied without hesitation. When it comes to transactions like this, I always prefer reasoning with people. I never force anyone. No matter what, Bradley sighed, his tone unusually sincere. Don't get involved in politics. Relax. The IRS is a private organization, Morin waved his hand. And what I'm doing is a legitimate transaction, okay? Bradley looked at him in silence. Do you really not know whether this counts as a legitimate transaction? The negotiation with the IRS branch manager went smoothly. Exactly as Morin had predicted. Under Morin's extremely reasonable persuasion, and with a completely out of his control, absolutely not hinted at, and firmly denied involvement third-party Katrina who had acted on her own initiative, the IRS manager quickly agreed. A special contract was signed. Morin received official approval to act against Arthur. Morin insisted repeatedly that he truly hadn't wanted things to turn out this way. It was all Katrina's doing. It had absolutely nothing to do with him. As for whether the system believed this nonsense, that was another matter. In any case, Morin had done everything he could. Now, all that was left was to wait. 2 days later. Merritt McKinney, Daniel Atlas, Henley Reeves, Jack Wilder. Let's welcome the MGM Grand's proudest gift, the Four Horsemen. On the Las Vegas stage, Daniel and the others began their performance. This time, their target was a bank robbery. The Credit Republicain in Paris. Of course, they weren't robbing it on the spot. All preparations had been completed long ago. They selected a man and, through a chain of coincidences, hypnotized him and had him come to Las Vegas to watch the show. At the same time, they hypnotized a security truck in Paris, replacing the real cash with specially prepared magician's flash paper and placing it inside the bank. They then obtained the man's seat number B5-13. The 3 ping-pong balls selected by the audience were secretly swapped with the ones they had prepared in advance. After that, everything became simple. The real cash had already been transported to Las Vegas and stored in a hidden room beneath the stage. That room was a perfect replica of the bank's interior. The hypnotized man entered a device on stage. They claimed it was a time machine that would send him to the Credit Republicain in Paris. In reality, he was merely entering the hidden room beneath the stage, fully cooperating with Daniel's performance under hypnosis. And so, one of the most spectacular, most expensive, and most acclaimed performances in history was born. From the audience's perspective, Daniel and his team had randomly selected a man. They robbed the exact bank he named. A bank located in Paris. Then they instantly transported all the money to Las Vegas and distributed it to the audience. 3 million euros. To the audience, it was an unbelievable windfall. To the FBI and ICPO, it was a blatant crime with no visible flaws. Within an hour, the incident alerted both organizations. An investigation team was quickly formed. FBI agent Dylan Rhodes. ICPO agent Al Madre. Both were assigned to the case. At the same time, in the presidential suite atop the MGM Grand. Congratulations, Arthur said, looking at Daniel and the others. But this isn't enough. The FBI and ICPO have already formed a task force. I'll have my lawyers. Don't bother, Arthur, Daniel interrupted with a laugh, shaking his head. We don't need that. We'll handle it ourselves. That'll also prove the wisdom of your investment, won't it? You're confident? Arthur asked. I am, Daniel said, raising an eyebrow and glancing at the others. Yes. Very well, Arthur nodded. If you really manage it, I'll add another 0.5%. I'll be waiting for good news. Just then, Arthur's personal assistant hurried over and whispered in his ear. What? Arthur froze. His expression changed instantly. They're already in the conference room. Daniel and the others were startled. They had never seen Arthur look like that. They hadn't done anything yet. So what had happened? Had someone else acted first? You all prepare and wait for the FBI and ICPO, Arthur said as he stood up. My lawyers are on standby. If you can't handle it, call them. I have something else to deal with. Can we help? Henley asked. Of course Arthur was about to refuse, then remembered Merritt's abilities. He hesitated. Can you hypnotize or read minds? Arthur asked Merritt. It depends on the target's mental strength, Merritt replied after thinking briefly. Against strong individuals, hypnosis usually doesn't work. Like you, for example. He made sure to clarify that Arthur himself was unaffected. That's fine. Come with me, Arthur said, turning away. Do your best. If hypnosis works, use it. If you can read their thoughts, tell me directly. All right, Merritt replied, frowning slightly. Things were clearly spiraling beyond their control. Where will you be? Daniel asked quickly. Next door, in the conference room, Arthur replied, already walking away with Merritt and his subordinates. What's going on? The remaining three exchanged looks. No idea, Wilder said, uneasily. Who could make Arthur this nervous? I'm more worried Merritt might screw something up, Henley said, rubbing her temples. If he actually hypnotizes the wrong person. Don't discuss it here, Daniel said quietly, glancing around. Prepare for the FBI and ICPO. On the other side. Arthur and Merritt arrived at the conference room. They're inside? Arthur asked the guard. Yes, sir. Arthur exhaled deeply, then turned to Merritt. Remember what I told you? Of course, Merritt nodded. In truth, he had already decided that no matter who it was, he wouldn't hypnotize them. He would simply claim their mental strength was too strong. Good. Arthur took another breath. Then he pushed the door open. Inside the conference room, Morin sat in the main chair. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Arthur. The golden goose he had been preparing to pluck for an entire year. Hello, Mr. Arthur Tressler, Morin said calmly. I am Morin. An IRS agent assigned to investigate you. That was why Arthur had been so tense. In the United States, the wealthy weren't truly afraid of the FBI. Or even the NSA. Shared interests made those agencies cautious. But the IRS was different. The IRS existed specifically to target the rich. The richer the target, the happier they were. Status didn't matter. Position didn't matter. As long as you had money, you were fair game. Even the president. Compared to a poor person's few $100s, tens or hundreds of millions were far more appealing. Behind Arthur, Merritt stared in disbelief. Daniel was the most famous of the four horsemen. As the other half of Magic's New Era twin stars, Merritt naturally knew Morin. Which made this even more confusing. Wasn't Morin a magician? Why was he an IRS agent? Why was he here? Was this because of the eye? Had Morin found out and decided to claim a share? Merritt's thoughts spiraled. He began suspecting Daniel. After all, Daniel was the most suspicious. Who else could have leaked information to Morin? The more he thought, the worse it became. He even started suspecting that Daniel had teamed up with Morin to steal the Eye's invitation. Morin didn't care. While he knew who Merritt was and understood his abilities, this was their first real encounter. And Merritt had no impact on his plan. None at all. Right now, Morin's attention was fixed entirely on Arthur. Chapter 117, Chapter 15, Morin, Professionally Unhelpful. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. It was actually a little funny, when he thought about it. Before we start our formal conversation, Morin said, looking at Arthur with a serious expression, Mr. Arthur, may I ask you a question? Of course. Arthur paused. He couldn't figure out Morin's intention, nor what he was planning. An Asian IRS agent was already unusual enough, but his subordinates had checked everything: credentials, authorization, investigation approval. Everything was legitimate. Normally, someone this prepared and aggressive would get straight to the point. Instead, he wanted to ask a question first. Arthur found himself curious. Merritt snapped out of his thoughts instantly and focused. Here it comes. Morin probably doesn't know who I am. He might say something important. I have to listen carefully. Then Morin spoke. Have you ever worked as a butler? Arthur. No. Arthur thought hard, trying to find some hidden trap, then answered honestly, completely baffled. Oh. Morin nodded. So you've never seen a man who likes wearing black suits and going out to party every night? No. Arthur was speechless. What kind of question was that? Then I'm relieved, Morin said. His tone carried a hint of disappointment. Neither Arthur nor Merritt understood what he meant. Then Morin changed the subject without pause. I'm here to investigate the financial records of all companies under the Arthur Group. The IRS suspects tax evasion. Of course, Morin's questions weren't random. In the Batman trilogy, Arthur had played Alfred Bruce Wayne's butler. The disappointment was simple. If this Arthur really were Alfred, Morin might have been able to fleece a walking money printer. What made it even more interesting was that Sloane from the previous world, and Bradley from this one, had both been Fox the man managing Bruce Wayne's company. Thinking about it, that guy was basically a cross-world part-timer. Almost catching up to him. Morin complained internally, but his words were sharp and direct. Arthur was shocked. So that's what it was. Those strange questions earlier, they were meant to disrupt my thinking, then strike at the right moment and catch me off guard. Too insidious. But that's fine. Since you started it, don't blame me for responding in kind. Arthur coughed and turned slightly, giving Merritt what he believed was a meaningful look. Merritt. Can't we just talk like normal people? Why are you using that terrifying, lethal eye signal? You're 70 or 80 years old. Do you mind your image at all? If you don't care, can you at least spare me? And can you make the signal more professional? You're not winking. You're just blinking. A 70 or 80-year-old man blinking at me. Fortunately, Merritt was a magician with some knowledge of hypnosis and strong mental control. He deleted the image immediately. Otherwise, after that level of mental pollution, he wasn't sure he could stop himself from vomiting. All of this happened in an instant. Arthur finished coughing and turned back. Apologies, Mr. Morin. My throat hasn't been well lately. It's fine, Morin smiled. You do have one foot in the grave, after all. Cough cough cough. This time, Arthur wasn't pretending. He was furious. Who could have imagined someone saying something like that with a smile? Truly smiling on the outside while stabbing on the inside. Mr. Morin, you should show some respect, Arthur said coldly. Otherwise, I'll have my people escort you out. He turned again and coughed, throwing Merritt another eye signal. This time, Merritt ignored him completely. Out of curiosity, though, Merritt subconsciously tried to use hypnosis on Morin. And then he froze. In his perception, the spell shattered half a meter away from Morin's body, crushed by an overwhelming force of magic and disappearing entirely. It never even reached him. Morin glanced at Merit. He didn't care. Compared to Morin, Merit's magic was weak. Merit, however, was in chaos. In all his years, he had met people with strong willpower, or people whose own magic could resist hypnosis. But someone who could actively emit magic and crush his spell? Never. And in that brief contact, he had felt it. Overwhelming. Morin's magic was like an ocean. His spell was a tiny boat, crushed instantly. Merit didn't dare try again. Are you that bold? Morin said calmly. Arthur turned once more, coughing, trying to give another signal. Merit ignored him again, staring blankly into space. This time, it wasn't intentional. Morin's display had unsettled him. If someone like this was targeting Arthur, what was his goal? And how would it affect their plan? At the same time, Dylan Rhodes was still at headquarters, receiving his mission and discussing details with ICPO agent Almadre. His assistant, Fuller, was sent to arrest Daniel and the others first, to prevent escape. Wait, Fuller frowned. Why are there only 3 of you? Where's the other one? That bald guy, Merit. Did he run early? Don't think you can. He didn't, Daniel cut in quickly. He's in the conference room next door. Conference room. Fuller waved his hand, leading his men over. He ignored the guard and had the door pushed open. FBI. Open the door. Inside, Arthur, Merit, and Morin all looked over. I'm Agent Fuller of the FBI, Fuller said. Merit McKinney, you're under temporary arrest for bank robbery. Come with us. Then he turned to Arthur. And you, Mr. Arthur, as their financial backer, you'll come with us too. He hadn't planned to say that. Arthur's lawyers would make the FBI's life hell, and he'd be released anyway. But Arthur was right there. So Fuller said it. That would be great. Humph, I knew it. Wait, what did you say? Fuller froze. That wasn't the reaction he expected. Who says that about an interrogation room? He was confused. Then thrilled. No matter what Arthur was planning, taking him back meant credit. He agreed immediately. He's scared, right? I'm amazing. Then a voice shattered his fantasy. Sorry, Agent Fuller. You can take Merit. But Arthur stays. Oh. Fuller sneered and walked over, looking down at Morin. Kid, do you know who we are? We're the FBI. If I want to take him, even if I... Morin took out his badge. Oh. Fuller froze. An IRS agent. Rare. What brings you here? His tone changed instantly. Morin explained calmly. After putting the badge away, he tapped the table. First come, first served. And given the severity, I believe Mr. Arthur should stay with me. Don't you agree? You're right. Fuller nodded seriously. Absolutely right. Arthur's eye twitched. So did Merit's. You switched sides way too fast. Have some dignity. If Fuller heard them, he'd probably shout back. What dignity? What's more important than money? Then a surprised voice came from the doorway. Morin. Morin looked over and smiled. Daniel. Long time no see. He paused. You look, not great. Today, Morin had decided to demonstrate the authority of an IRS agent. By becoming Morin the Troll. And roasting everyone in sight. Chapter 118, Chapter 16, A Matter of Ideals. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Daniel. A year apart, and the first thing you say is that I'm not doing so well. Thanks a lot. You know each other. Arthur's gaze turned strange, and his thoughts began drifting in an unpleasant direction. What if Daniel and Morin were working together? What if this was a setup? Humph. We knew each other before, Daniel said stiffly. He had wanted to badmouth Morin, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. In every sense, Morin had been more than generous. Especially at the end when he had enlightened him, pulled him back on track, and indirectly led him to the Eye of Providence's invitation. No matter how he looked at it, Daniel owed him. So what are you doing here? Daniel suddenly reacted. And when did you become an IRS agent? It's been a year, Morin replied lazily. Is getting a license and a job that hard? All right. We can talk later, Morin continued. You should probably go with this FBI agent first. Agent Fuller, right? Fuller hesitated for a moment. Actually, we could wait a bit longer. Don't worry, Morin said, instantly understanding. The corner of his mouth twitched. Just do your job impartially. He and I only worked together briefly. We've parted ways. Do what you need to do. Fuller had been nervous. Morin and Daniel clearly knew each other, and they were on speaking terms. He was afraid Morin might come back later to settle accounts. All right. With Morin's assurance, Fuller finally relaxed. As for whether Morin was being sarcastic, FBI operations were recorded. This statement was now on camera. Even if Morin wanted to cause trouble later, Fuller wasn't worried. Speaking of which, standard FBI cameras were practically magical tools. They could record anything necessary. And when needed, they could also conveniently malfunction or run out of battery. After Fuller took Daniel and the other three away, Morin stood up as well. Even if Fuller hadn't come with the classic FBI knock and talk, Morin had planned to leave anyway. He had found his target. He had explained the situation. He had shown his investigation permit and IRS credentials. His mission was essentially complete. Asking Arthur to hand over all financial statements on the spot was impossible. This visit was an ultimatum. 3 days. Prepare everything. After that, Morin would inspect the books personally. Normally, an IRS agent would stay close and follow up in real time. But Morin was alone. He didn't have the time. And it wouldn't help anyway. The books would definitely be tampered with. That was exactly what Morin wanted. The message was simple. You have 3 days to fake whatever you want. After 3 days, I want to see the documents. Whether they were fake or not didn't matter. Morin would see through them anyway. With the system's skills, he understood tax law better than the people who wrote it. All the loopholes. All the tricks. That was when the most critical part of his first stage plan would begin. Under Arthur's baffled gaze, Morin left. Arthur was completely confused. He just left? He came knocking with full documentation, overwhelming momentum, like a long-planned ambush. And then he just walked away? He's coming back in 3 days? Was this a trap? Was he really giving him time and space to cook the books? Arthur couldn't make sense of it. No matter how he thought about it, Morin's reasoning was impossible to grasp. In the end, Arthur contacted his ace legal team, told them to prepare for a full IRS confrontation, and ordered the tax department to immediately begin statistical compilation. Morin didn't care what Arthur thought. He drove straight to Bradley's office. Whatever schemes Arthur prepared didn't matter. Morin would counter each one and wait for the result. Daniel and the others had already been taken away. If Morin remembered correctly, Rhodes and Alma would soon come to Bradley after their interrogation failed and ask the magic debunker for help. Why are you back? Bradley found Morin especially irritating today. He had never liked him much over the past year, but today was worse. Probably because he had misunderstood Morin and Katrina again and now felt embarrassed and annoyed. Morin was used to it. Old men were like that. I came back to see if you'd cooled off, Morin shot back. Understanding, my ass. Better to annoy him. Cooled off. Bradley glanced at the air conditioner, picked up the remote, and lowered it another 2 degrees. Hat. You cold at this temperature? Weak kidneys. You're overthinking it, Morin sneered. Even 10 times a night wouldn't tire me out. Bullshit. Bradley scoffed. What do you want? Nothing. Just hanging out, Morin said casually, dropping onto the sofa. With a flick of his wrist, a deck of cards appeared, and he began shuffling. He looked around. Where's Katrina? I told her to take the car in for repairs, Bradley replied. Hey. Morin froze. Are you sure? What's wrong? Bradley asked. Were you treating what I said as a joke? Morin rubbed his forehead. She rear-ended a car right after she got her license. Meanwhile, at the Las Vegas police station, Dylan and Alma were preparing to interrogate Daniel and the others. But Dylan was capable. And he was also an actor. After all, he was the mastermind behind everything. But Alma? Fuller? The rest? Dylan, Fuller stopped him before he entered Merritt's interrogation room. According to all records, idealism has never been proven correct. So? Dylan frowned. That means it isn't science, Fuller said seriously. It's subjective. Entertainment. You know. Okay, Dylan said, trying to walk in. Anyway. Fuller grew agitated and stopped him again. No matter what he says, don't believe it. All right. Dylan pushed past him and opened the door. I must sincerely apologize to Agent Fuller, Merritt spoke immediately. I didn't mean to. I definitely didn't intentionally say the words Special Tuesday. Special Tuesday. Dylan glanced at the one-way mirror. Only his own reflection stared back. This kind of glass allowed observation from the outside only. Yet earlier, when Dylan had been outside, Merritt had been looking straight at him. Their eyes had met. Dylan knew why. But he was a veteran actor. Right now, he was perfectly playing the role of a reluctant FBI agent. Definitely not someone impersonating an Eye of Providence messenger. Yet, Dylan said calmly. That's just a little thing between Agent Fuller and his wife. Let's ignore that. What I'm curious about, Merritt continued, is whether all FBI agents have a tradition of wearing dresses. Dylan glanced sideways. It felt like his gaze pierced the mirror, seeing Fuller outside with his face in his hands. Well played. Didn't expect a bald man like you to have that hobby. The interrogation led nowhere. Dylan was acting. Alma was curious but incapable. The rest were even worse. If anything, they were more likely to be tricked. In the end, due to regulations and pressure from Arthur's legal team, they had to release Daniel and the others. Although Merritt had exposed Fuller's dress hobby, Dylan hadn't mentioned it. So Fuller quickly returned to work mode. What was wrong with a man having quirks? Thinking that, Fuller calmed down. That audience member was hypnotized the entire time, Fuller reported excitedly. Nearly half the audience was hypnotized too. I reviewed the attendance list. I found someone important. He must have filmed everything. Who? Dylan asked. Bradley, Fuller said confidently. He was already anticipating praise. But Dylan stayed silent for a long time. Then shrugged. Who? Of course, Dylan knew. Bradley was one of his key targets. But as an actor, he couldn't show it. Bradley, Fuller repeated impatiently. A magic debunker. He profits by exposing magic tricks on TV and selling DVDs. He's the most famous magic debunker in the industry. In that case, Dylan said, what are we waiting for? Call him. I want to see him. I already did. Fuller said quickly. I booked you an hour with him. Booked? Dylan snorted. If he doesn't tell me everything today, I'll have him sit in an interrogation room in their place. Chapter 119, Chapter 17, vinaigrette, black garlic, and mango juice. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Before long, Dylan and Alma arrived at Bradley's office. Over the past year, Katrina had been studying magic with Morin, so she naturally couldn't continue working as Bradley's assistant. He had already hired a new one. However, since she had just been rescued while on her way to get the car repaired, she was temporarily back in that role. Led by Katrina, Dylan and Alma entered the office. "Would you like some wine?" Bradley asked. He had clearly adjusted his usual routine. Instead of asking what they wanted to drink, he went straight to offering wine. Apparently, he didn't want to hear about things like 5-spice carrot and cilantro juice ever again. "No, thank you, sir. We're on duty," Dylan said, sitting down in a single armchair. "I will," Alma said from the two-seater sofa, with no intention of giving Dylan any face. "All right." Bradley let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least someone was willing to cooperate and let him show off. Bradley picked up the transparent liquid in his glass, just about to use the red edible dye hidden in his hand. When the door opened. "I heard you have guests. How about we drink something else?" Morin walked in and, without hesitation, sat down on the sofa. Right next to Alma. Alma's eyes lit up the moment she saw him. The exhaustion from a 12-hour flight to Las Vegas, combined with zero sleep, vanished instantly. The reaction was simple. Just like how men react to beautiful women, women reacted the same way to handsome men. "Why did you come in?" Bradley's face darkened immediately. "I told you to leave." "I came to mooch a drink," Morin said with a smile. Then he turned to Dylan and Alma. "Hello, Officer Alma. And Banara, Agent Dylan. Tell me, you rarely get angry, right?" "Angry?" Dylan blinked. "I rarely get angry." "That's fine," Morin said. "Just don't turn green." "Dylan. There are no drinks here." Bradley snapped. "Get out. There's no 5-spice carrot and cilantro juice for you." "Damn it. Can't one magic trick ever work smoothly?" "Relax. I don't want any of those this time," Morin said calmly. When Bradley still looked suspicious, Morin added, "I want vinaigrette, black garlic, and mango juice." Everyone in the room froze. "What? Get out!" Bradley roared. "Sir," Dylan said calmly, "I'm an FBI agent. Since you already know who we are, you should also know what we're here for. Please leave and don't interfere with our investigation." "Of course," Morin nodded decisively. "Not." Dylan's eyes narrowed as he pulled out his badge. "Are you trying to experience an FBI interrogation room for obstructing an investigation?" Morin raised an eyebrow. "Or would you like to put an IRS agent on assignment into an interrogation room and trigger a full audit of your personal taxes?" With a flick of his wrist, an IRS agent ID appeared in his hand. The beautiful thing about this world was that even when Morin openly used his abilities, people still assumed it was a magic trick. That usually didn't work on magicians. But this wasn't magic. It was spatial storage. Dylan was genuinely shocked. His current persona was an FBI agent who disdained magic, so surprise made sense, but this wasn't acting. He truly couldn't see through Morin's technique. More importantly, that IRS ID. This was not scientific. "You know impersonating a public official is a crime, right?" Dylan said, still unwilling to believe it. He decided to bluff. "You can call and check," Morin said, handing him the ID. Dylan hesitated for 2 seconds, then took it and walked out. He was determined to expose Morin. "Are you really an IRS agent?" Alma asked curiously once he left. "And you know Mr. Bradley?" "I am," Morin nodded, deliberately ignoring the second question. "Would you like something to drink?" Katrina, standing to the side, twitched at the corner of her mouth. Nothing had happened between her and Morin over the past year, but she had watched him flirt with plenty of women. She knew exactly what he was doing. Alma was thinking when Morin cut in. Mango juice, he guessed with a smile. How did you know? Alma's eyes sparkled. Because he read your mind, Katrina thought silently. Bradley had had enough. He glanced at Katrina staring at Morin, then at Morin flirting without restraint. His face darkened. He's flirting with another girl right in front of my daughter? Ahem. Ahem. Bradley used his signature throat-clearing technique. You look like you need a good rest, Morin said, turning his gaze to Bradley. I think you should leave, Bradley replied coldly. All right, Morin said helplessly. I was hoping for a pleasant conversation. Then he looked at Alma. You need a good rest too. What? Before Alma could finish, drowsiness overwhelmed her. Her vision went dark, and she collapsed unconscious. What did you do? Dylan rushed in, having just finished the call. I'm letting Ms. Alma rest, Morin said calmly. And ensuring she doesn't hear things she shouldn't. He picked up an empty glass and shook it. Wine-red liquid appeared inside. Would you like some? Morin offered. Even if you're with the IRS, you absolutely cannot lay a hand on anyone from the FBI or ICPO, Dylan said sternly, continuing his act. Morin didn't bother playing along. Let's stop wasting time, Mr. Dylan Rhodes, Morin said flatly. Dylan froze. Or should I say fake member of the Eye of Providence? Both Dylan and Bradley changed expressions instantly. What are you talking about? Dylan frowned. Your acting is good, Morin said. But for a mind reader, do you really think acting helps? He pointed to his eyes. I can see everything. Mind reader. Dylan scoffed. Like that Merritt guy? His tricks might impress others, but they wouldn't work on me. Is that so? Morin narrowed his eyes. Special Tuesday. The man in the dress. And your father? Lionel. Dylan's pupil shrank. Beside him, Bradley shot to his feet. What? How do you know that? Dylan demanded. I already told you, Morin said calmly. I saw it. You're Lionel's son. Bradley walked closer, studying Dylan. You don't look very alike. Dylan. Stay away from me. Dylan snapped, stepping back. You murderer. Murderer. Morin echoed. He already knew. Today, everything would be exposed. Morin only cared about getting what he needed from Arthur. Dylan's revenge succeeding or failing meant nothing to him. Besides, Dylan's target was wrong. Yes. He's the murderer. Dylan pointed at Bradley. He ruined my father. He exposed all of my father's magic tricks at once. Left him with no shows, no income. Cornered, my father went to Arthur's insurance company to claim the payout. But Arthur's lawyers helped keep that dirty money, and my father was pushed into desperation. To survive to raise me, he performed a trick he hadn't mastered. He locked himself in a safe and sank it into a river. Dylan's voice broke. I didn't force your father to die, Bradley said after a long silence. We were partners. We were both members of the Eye of Providence. Dylan froze. It was planned, Bradley continued. I debunked his tricks. He performed new ones. We profited together. But, he made a mistake. Bradley opened a drawer, took out a photograph, and slowly handed it to Dylan. I didn't kill him. He killed himself. Chapter 120, Chapter 18, I'm not afraid of him turning green, only of him turning completely green. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Dylan stared at the photo. For a long time, he didn't reach out to take it. He saw what was in the picture, and in that moment, he understood that everything Bradley had said might be true. The photo showed Bradley standing beside his father, Lionel. Both were smiling. The background was his home. Their clothes were casual. This clearly wasn't the hostile relationship the public believed in. From this alone, Dylan could tell that Bradley's words weren't fabricated. Bradley and his father were both members of the Eye of Providence. They were partners. On the surface, one performed magic while the other debunked it. In reality, it was a cooperative arrangement earning money from two directions at once. That meant Dylan's target for revenge all these years was wrong. Completely wrong. And worse, he had nearly wronged his father's friend and personally sent him to prison. That had been his original goal. What made Dylan even more flustered was something else. He had planned this entire operation by impersonating a member of the Eye of Providence. And now, standing right in front of him, were two real members. What was this? Impersonating them to their faces? Dylan had always believed the Eye of Providence existed only in books. He'd read about it in the materials his father left behind, but he'd never found concrete proof of its existence. That was why he'd gradually decided to use Daniel and the others to carry out his revenge. But now, not only had he chosen the wrong target, his impersonation had been exposed, face to face. What was he supposed to do? Dylan's mind was in total chaos. "Sit down first," Morin said calmly. "Let's talk this through." He wasn't in a hurry. After all, he was doing a good deed. "First, Mr. Dylan, you need to understand something," Morin continued. "Bradley is not your enemy. On the contrary, he and your father were very close. Our idea back then," Bradley scratched his head, "was to use magic to make as much money as possible and exchange it for contribution points to gain more magic. But..." He paused. "Things never go the way you expect. Fate always hits hardest when you're least prepared. This..." Dylan tried to speak several times. Not a single word came out. "And then there's the matter of you impersonating a member of the Eye of Providence," Morin said, gently swirling the wine in his glass. "You didn't expect to meet the real thing, did you?" "Hat. Dylan laughed awkwardly. "But we're not going to hold that against you," Morin said. "After all, as Lionel's son and with your talent you should have received an invitation anyway." Morin glanced at Bradley. "Yes," Bradley said after a long pause. "There wasn't actually such a rule. But given the atmosphere, refusing now would have been difficult. Besides," Morin added, "even though Bradley wasn't the right target, probably the others you chose were all correct. Arthur Tressler, for example. He's my target in this operation. So, if you're willing..." Morin leaned back slightly. "Bradley will report this situation to the Eye of Providence and bring you in as initiates. You'll take an evaluation mission, and then you can officially carry this out. How does that sound?" Bradley turned to look at Morin. Morin met his gaze. "Bradley, kid, who gave you the authority to make promises for me?" "Morin, just say yes or no." Bradley turned to Dylan. "That's how it'll be." Morin chuckled. It would have been stranger if Bradley didn't agree. Though, thinking about it, Bradley's partner had died, yet he'd never checked on his son and didn't even recognize him. Morin shot Bradley a look. "What a jerk. Why do you know so much?" Dylan finally asked, his thoughts clearing. "How many times do I have to tell you?" Morin sighed. "I saw it. If you insist on saying I investigated, then sure. That's also true." "I see," Dylan said, suddenly enlightened. Morin was speechless. Nobody believed the truth anymore. Wait. He wasn't exactly telling the full truth either. "All right," Morin waved a hand, clearly done. "Let's get to business." He wanted to wrap this up quickly. Settle everything with Dylan and Daniel's group. Then move on to the next stage. "In short," Morin said, you follow your original plan. I'll handle Arthur's financial side. No conflict. Follow the original plan. Dylan looked at Bradley. Under the original plan, Bradley was supposed to go to prison. Bradley. If you want, you can follow it exactly, Morin smiled. It's not me going to prison. And there's no guarantee you'd even succeed. No. I don't think so, Dylan said with a bitter smile. Then it's settled. Morin reached toward Alma's ear and snapped his fingers. She jolted awake. What happened? Alma asked, startled. Nothing, Dylan said stiffly. Nothing at all. His thoughts were still tangled. He'd believed himself the puppeteer. Flawless acting. Perfect control. Steal Arthur's money. Return it to the victims. Send Bradley to prison. Deliver that final line with satisfaction. But now, reality had smashed him with a hammer. Yet strangely, Dylan wasn't angry. He was grateful. Because if this hadn't happened, he might have made an irreversible mistake. Was I asleep just now? Alma asked after thinking for a moment. She looked at Morin. Long flight fatigue, Morin nodded. Mental and physical exhaustion. How do you feel now? I feel great, Alma said, surprised by her own clarity. Of course, Morin raised an eyebrow. And while you were out, Bradley explained in detail how to debunk the Four Horsemen's tricks. So, you can go. After Dylan and Alma left, Katrina walked over, staring at Morin curiously. What? Morin asked. You didn't make a move. Katrina looked him up and down. Did someone swap you out? Of course not, Morin replied, packing his things. She's just special. Better admired from a distance. Afraid she'll cling? Katrina asked. No, Morin said. I'm worried that if I flirt with her, Agent Dylan's head will turn green. If he remembered correctly, those two got together later. Since when do you care about things like that? Katrina stared, as if seeing him anew. Hat, Morin said, a deck of cards appearing in his hand as he shuffled them. He walked toward the door. I don't care if his head turns green. I'm worried it'll spread. Spread? Katrina tried to imagine it, then immediately stopped. It's a terrible thing, Morin said seriously. 3 days later. After returning, Dylan followed Morin's advice. He continued with the original plan. Which meant doing nothing. Daniel's group would carry out the operation. Dylan only needed to wait. Any minor adjustments could be made later. The Four Horsemen knew nothing. They followed Dylan's instructions exactly. On the plane, they used a simple game to extract Arthur's security questions, things like an uncle's name or a pet's name. With Merritt's hypnotic skills, it was easy to lower Arthur's guard. Everything progressed smoothly. Just like the original plot. During another performance, Daniel and the others revealed the truth to Arthur and staged an even more unbelievable show. $140 million. Transferred to the audience. Every recipient was a victim whose insurance money Arthur had swallowed. In fact, the amount exceeded that. As for how they managed to gather hundreds of bank accounts and complete massive transfers in minutes without triggering alerts, all that could be said was this. Their friend was extremely powerful. As everyone knows, I have a friend usually leads to 3 possibilities. Bragging. Covering for yourself. Or that friend really is terrifyingly capable. Daniel's friend fell into the third category. Powerful enough to bypass banking systems entirely. And that was why the Four Horsemen were so popular. You didn't just watch a magic show. You got free money. Was that appealing? Of course it was. Who wouldn't want a seat in that audience? Chapter 121, Chapter 19, One More Isn't Enough. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Just like in the original plot, Arthur went to Bradley and paid him $10 million. The goal was simple. Expose the magic behind Daniel's group, locate them, and figure out what they plan to do next. As for where the money came from, Arthur didn't only have one account. He had plenty of funds elsewhere. Besides, a large portion of that 140 million had already been recovered and was still in the process of being transferred back. Even if it had all been spent, creditors would eventually come knocking. For someone like Arthur, many rules and regulations. Bradley later sighed. Is this really a good thing? Back when Arthur first asked Bradley to expose the Four Horsemen's previous trick, Daniel's group hadn't yet fallen out with Arthur. They hadn't transferred all of his money either. At the time, they were still valuable assets Arthur planned to use to attract attention. That was when Arthur had taken out a $5 million check. Unlike the original story, because of Morin, Bradley already knew the real cause behind everything. So he didn't refuse the check like he originally did. He accepted it. And now, he had accepted another 10 million. That meant Bradley, despite being an informant, had received a total of $15 million from Arthur. Morin wasn't jealous. Not even a little. Because even if that money ended up in his hands, it wouldn't count toward experience points. Experience only came from completing missions. And Morin had no intention of catching Daniel's group. Money that didn't give experience wasn't really money to him. If he wanted cash, he could think of 100 different ways to get it. Just after Arthur finished paying Bradley 10 million to track down the Four Horsemen, Morin and Katrina arrived. Mr. Arthur, Morin said as he walked in. I need to review your company's financial statements. You know what just happened to me, right? Arthur's temper was already at its limit. You picked this moment. Morin didn't bother accommodating him. This man wasn't going to turn green, grow larger, or get thicker no matter how angry he became. There was nothing to be afraid of. So why not annoy him a bit more? I know exactly what just happened, Morin replied flatly. But it has nothing to do with my job. He paused. No, that's not right. It does. I'm very curious about the $140 million in liquid assets in your account. That amount isn't easy to explain in a financial report. Humph. Arthur snorted and gestured. Soon, a man walked in. Perfectly styled hair. A tailored suit. Gold-rimmed glasses. He handed a laptop to Morin. Hello, Mr. Morin, the man said politely. I'm Charleston, financial manager of the Arthur Group. If you have any questions while reviewing the statements, feel free to ask. He pushed up his glasses calmly. In Charleston's eyes, Morin was too young. Young enough that he must have entered the IRS through connections. And now he wanted to read financial statements? Absurd. Charleston had already heard that the IRS had only sent one person. Morin. In his mind, a story quickly formed. Morin was the child of someone powerful, shoved into the IRS without real ability. The people in the IRS didn't like him. So they deliberately sent him alone. The goal was simple. Let him fail. Let him embarrass himself. Let him quit out of shame. Charleston felt enlightened. He already started planning how to politely guide Morin into retreating without offending anyone. Then Morin spoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Charleston, Charleston said reflexively, smiling. I didn't quite hear you. I'm asking about this, Morin said, pointing at a line on the screen. Can you explain the flow of these funds? Of course. Charleston's brows tightened slightly. He pointed that out? That had to be luck. That adjustment had been made subtly from the very beginning. But Charleston wasn't worried. He had personally created this report. He knew exactly where every loophole was. This one was minor. Easy. He explained it smoothly. Very good, Morin nodded. Then his finger moved, What about this? Charleston instinctively held his breath. This spot corresponded directly to the previous one. And it was bigger. This is also easy to explain, Charleston said. Despite the shock, his professionalism held. He explained again. Calm. Clear. Then Morin nodded. And his finger slid again. Some time later, Charleston was panting. His once perfect hair was a mess from unconscious scratching. He didn't even notice. His breathing was ragged. His face flushed. His thoughts tangled. His heart raced as he desperately searched for explanations. This one might take you a bit longer, Morin said softly. To Charleston, it sounded like a demon whispering. So let's look at the next issue. Morin's finger moved toward an even larger loophole. That's enough. Before that finger could point again, Charleston slammed the table and stood up. He bowed deeply to Arthur. I'm very sorry, sir. I'm not his equal. I resign effective immediately. Then he turned to Morin. A bitter smile. Mr. Morin, I apologize for my earlier arrogance. I hope you can forgive me. I accept your apology, Morin waved his hand, clearly satisfied. You may leave. From here on, it's just Mr. Arthur and me. After Charleston left, Morin looked at Arthur. Arthur's face had been dark the entire time. So, Morin smiled. Mr. Arthur, what do you have to say now? Very good, Arthur said slowly. You've successfully made an already bad day even worse. So tell me. What do you actually want? What I want? Morin shook his head. That's not important. It's what the law wants. So we go to court. Arthur sneered. You know my legal team. Yes. Of course I do, Morin interrupted. They've won many impossible cases. They even stopped people who should have received insurance payouts. He paused, then looked as if something had just occurred to him. Oh. Right. That money has been paid out now, hasn't it? Humph. Arthur snorted again. You do have excellent lawyers, Morin continued. Top tier. But have you considered something? Before, you were dealing with ordinary people. What kind of lawyer can they afford? Government-provided legal aid. Even if those lawyers are capable, how much effort do you think they'll put into a thankless case? Everyone is driven by profit. But this time, you're facing the IRS. The most ruthless department in the United States. One of the two things no American can escape. Death. And taxes. So think about it. Would your lawyers really want to fight the IRS for a fee? Especially knowing their own tax records might be reviewed afterward? Of course, they all know how to avoid taxes. Whether they've actually evaded any. Well. That's another matter. If this goes to court, Morin said calmly, you'll lose. You'll lose badly. And your company will suffer losses far greater than 140 million. Morin leaned forward slightly. Smiled. Do you understand? Arthur fell silent. After a long moment, he looked up. You said people are driven by profit. Yes, Morin raised an eyebrow. Does that include you? Arthur asked. Why wouldn't it? Morin replied. I know Charleston, Arthur said. The IRS has investigated me before. He handled them easily. But against you. It was a complete collapse. That makes me curious. With your ability, are you really satisfied working for the IRS? With that salary? Arthur took out a check. Filled in a number. Handed it over. Consider it a gift. You and I forget this ever happened. Oh, Morin glanced at the number. Are you bribing me? A gift, Arthur corrected. I have to admit, Morin said slowly, this gift is much more than my salary. He looked up. But. It's not enough. This was his chance. If he didn't take more, he'd be disappointing himself. To put it simply, he wanted more. Chapter 122, Chapter 20, Arthur and the Perfectly Shaped Black Pot. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Being too greedy isn't a good thing, Arthur said, his tone strained as he looked at the check. 10 million. Even for him, that wasn't a small amount. He had paid Bradley 10 million out of anger, and because Daniel's group had caused him massive losses. That money was for something to be done later. This, however, was payment for something that had to be settled now. The more I take, the more leverage I have, Morin said calmly, laying everything out in the open. Do you want to add a bit more and end this cleanly, or do you want to fight the IRS in court until you go bankrupt? How much more? Arthur asked. He had finally been pushed to the edge. Morin was right. Double it, Morin said, tapping the check lightly. 20 million. Including this, that's 30 million. You have quite the appetite. Arthur exhaled. If Morin had only asked for 1 or 2 million, Arthur would have suspected a trap. That was why he had written the 10 million check without hesitation. But 30 million? 3 times the original amount. It's still less than what you'll lose if you don't make this deal, Morin continued. Oh, and don't think about recording me to threaten me. You should be asking yourself why I'm able to investigate you alone instead of as part of a task force. He folded his hands, rested his chin on them, and looked straight at Arthur. Believe me. Whether it's my personal abilities or my standing within the IRS, both are far beyond what you imagine. Arthur's heart sank. He had wondered why the IRS sent only one person to audit a company of his size, one carrying a document signed directly by the director. Now it made sense. There had to be someone behind Morin. Someone with enough authority to maneuver freely within the IRS. Otherwise, a single investigator handling a case like this was laughable. Arthur, of course, had no way of knowing how Morin had actually pulled this off. Morin didn't explain. He didn't need to. This was conversation as an art. Say half the truth, and let the other side fill in the rest. What they imagined depended on tone, timing, environment, and posture. Used well, it was devastating. Used poorly, it backfired. I agree. After a long pause, Arthur finally compromised, guided entirely by his own assumptions. But I have a condition. You must keep this secret forever. And you have to help me fix my books. That's interesting, Morin said, genuinely surprised. Then he smiled. You want an IRS agent sent to audit you to help falsify your accounts? That was no different from asking a police officer to help during a bank robbery. Normally. For Morin, though, this deal needed to succeed. As for what came after, he already had plans. Morin wasn't someone who helped others commit wrongdoing just for money. If he crossed a line once, he made up for it somewhere else big. He needed money. And he needed a conscience. What's wrong with that? Arthur said calmly. Once we make a deal, we're partners. This is business. You're right, Morin nodded. Then, it's a deal. This time, Morin's objective was simple: secure the agreement and obtain this massive grey income. To make the deal real, he wouldn't report the truth. He would revise the information first, then submit it. On paper, this violated his principles. That was only true if he stopped here. Morin was already planning the next step. After adjusting the financial statements, Morin left with the 20 million and sent messages to Dylan and Bradley. It's time to go talk to the Four Horsemen. Morin had agreed not to expose Arthur's tax evasion as an IRS agent. But he had never said he wouldn't cause trouble elsewhere. Daniel's group was a perfect tool. From the perspective of his IRS agent profession, Arthur had already been squeezed dry. from the perspective of his magician profession. If there was no more wool, he could still eat the lamb. After submitting his report and evidence confirming that the Arthur Group's finances were clean, Morin received 3,000 experience points. IRS agent experience rose to 3,200. Still far from the next level. No rush. A few days later. What followed largely matched the original trajectory. Dylan accidentally discovered a tracking and listening device on his phone. Using a signal finder, he located the room where Daniel's group had first gathered and attempted an arrest. It failed. As expected. Jack faked his death during the chase, escaping via a car explosion. He also successfully passed Dylan a document, though it looked like Dylan had seized it. The document detailed top-secret information about Elkin Safe Company. The FBI had already been investigating them. Internal intelligence showed they had hidden $500 million in a factory in Queens. The leak came from Dylan's phone. Because of this failure, Dylan was removed from the task force. A new FBI agent took over. All part of the plan. Elkin Safe Company was one of Dylan's revenge targets. They were the company that manufactured the safe used in his father Lionel's final magic trick. The safe was defective. Even if the trick failed, Lionel had prepared a backup escape. But water pressure, combined with substandard materials, crushed the safe and sealed his fate. Lionel died. The company bore responsibility. Stealing their money was part of the plan. The FBI believed Daniel's group was after the $500 million and assigned protection. They didn't know the safe had already disappeared. A massive mirror, placed at a 45-degree angle, created a spatial illusion. The classic disappearing box principle. A fake safe replaced the real one. Merritt hypnotized a police officer, who ordered the staff to transport the fake safe away. The new FBI agent, believing himself clever, intercepted the truck and hid agents inside, waiting for Daniel's group to open it. They didn't know the contents were fake. The real cash was elsewhere. Jack went to the factory, ignored the hypnotized officer, destroyed the mirror, took the $500 million, and prepared to frame Arthur. Originally, Bradley had been the target. Now, plans changed. Morin. Daniel froze when he opened the door. How did you find this place? I brought some friends, Morin said, stepping aside. Mind if we talk inside? What's going on? Daniel frowned. I'm not here to expose you, Morin said, pointing at Dylan. Otherwise, you'd already be surrounded. Those Eye of Providence cards? He gave them to you. What the F***ck? Daniel blurted out. And this is Bradley, Morin added. An official member of the Eye of Providence. To be precise, we're on the same side. Then why was he our target? Daniel asked. That's why we're here. Inside, Morin explained everything. At first, the four horsemen didn't believe it. But Dylan's knowledge was too precise. If he wanted them arrested, he could have done it long ago. So the mission was fake? Daniel asked. It was fake, Katrina said. Now it's real. She explained the new evaluation mission. Make Arthur pay. So the plan stays mostly the same? Jack asked. With adjustments, Katrina replied. My father is no longer a target. The money you steal goes to Arthur, Morin continued. You frame him. The changes were simple. Swap targets. Remove Bradley. Put a massive black pot on Arthur's head. After recording everything and placing the $500 million in Arthur's mansion, the four horsemen began their final act. When Arthur discovered the cash stacked in his home, he was completely stunned. I lost $140 million. So why do I now have $500 million in cash? At that moment, Arthur had only one thought. This pot is truly big and round. His confusion ended when Dylan arrived with handcuffs. Sir, you need to cooperate with our investigation, Dylan said. There's evidence linking you to Daniel's group. Are you an idiot? Arthur snapped. They're my enemies. At insulting an FBI agent, Dylan said calmly, cuffing him. Save it for the interrogation room. Alma frowned. That video feels one-sided. It looks like framing. I know, Dylan said quietly. It's fake. Then why? She understood. Arthur wasn't innocent. And the pressure was too great. How long? Alma asked. That depends on bail, Dylan replied. 500 million, plus everything else. He smiled faintly. He'll be inside for a long time. Chapter 123, Chapter 21, Come on, let's take a picture. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. In the end, Morin and the others successfully sent Arthur to prison. Even though there was no conviction yet, the objective had been achieved. The media, of course, didn't miss the chance. They dug into the cause and process of Arthur's imprisonment and put everything on display. From that point on, the Arthur group couldn't conduct business at all. A large portion of the evidence came from an anonymous Good Samaritan. Daniel and Dylan's group successfully entered the Eye of Providence. So did Morin and Katrina. It's about time to leave. Morin thought this as he sat in the car on the way to the Eye of Providence. Life wasn't just about making money or leveling up. There were far more interesting things out there. If he were a pure grinder, he'd probably still be stuck in the first world, endlessly farming. Fortunately, he wasn't. That would have been boring. Compared to grinding levels and fighting monsters, Morin preferred traveling through unknown worlds and picking up more interesting abilities. Power was necessary, of course. But leveling a profession to an extremely high rank through normal means took too long. Morin didn't want to waste that much time in a single world. Reaching a solid level was enough. That was the most cost-effective choice. As for when he'd reach even higher levels, that depended on fate. With so many worlds, opportunities were inevitable. And if he really needed power, he could always go back to his original world and grind slowly. So why had Morin stayed this long? Because of what came next. If not for the systematic study of magic, he would have left long ago. Why would he linger otherwise? Then again, with so many acquaintances here, and the possibility of encountering them again in other worlds, could he do something about that? Morin paused. His eyes lit up. He went straight to Bradley and pulled out a camera. What are you doing? Bradley was caught off guard. After this, I'm going to a very, very far place, Morin said while adjusting the camera and placing a hand on Bradley's shoulder. I probably won't be back for a long time. Come on. Let's take a picture. I'll miss you. Something about that sounds weird, Bradley muttered, but he still took the photo. Morin checked the picture, nodded in satisfaction, and went off to find his next target. It took Bradley a while to realize it. Was Morin implying that when he came back, Bradley wouldn't be around anymore? Was he worried Bradley would die? Bradley was so angry he nearly exploded. Come on, Daniel. I'll miss you too. Morin didn't care what Bradley was thinking. He'd already moved on to Daniel. I feel like something's off, Daniel frowned. He wasn't against taking photos after all, they'd worked together for a year and were on good terms. Where exactly are you going? Didn't I say it already? Morin checked the photo and nodded. A very, very far place. Then he turned to Dylan. Come on, Dylan. Let's take a few too. Hey. Dylan froze. Click. Click. Don't just stand there. Try a different pose. Smile a little. A real smile. Never mind. I'll just hypnotize you. Dylan. Everyone in the car watched Morin harass Dylan into taking no fewer than 20 photos. Their expressions grew increasingly solemn. What was going on? And even if he was taking pictures, why only with Daniel, Bradley, and Dylan? And why so many with Dylan? Henley and Merritt exchanged glances. They barely knew Morin and were starting to wonder if he had some issues. Morin calmly hypnotized Dylan, arranged him into various poses, took solo shots and group photos, nodded in satisfaction, and released the hypnosis. After that, he took one photo with everyone else. Just one. Half-hearted. He explained that it wasn't because he didn't want more, just that the camera memory was almost full. Everyone laughed and said it was fine. Soon, the car arrived at one of the Eye of Providence's headquarters. The Royal Observatory in Greenwich. Daniel and Dylan's group were taken away to learn the Eye's history and meet the elders. Morin, led by Bradley, headed elsewhere. I didn't realize it until I asked, Morin said. Your authority is impressive. Morin and Katrina joining could be explained by connections. Daniel and Dylan's group was different. They had impersonated the Eye of Providence and caused chaos. Bradley not only resolved it cleanly, he even arranged for them to join officially and assist Morin's mission. That wasn't something an ordinary member could do. Morin had already suspected this. Before coming, he'd found Bradley and told him directly that he didn't want to deal with formalities, he just wanted to learn magic. Bradley had verbally refused. But his actions said otherwise. You should know, Bradley said smugly, a magician's natural enemy is a magic debunker. And I am a magic debunker. What do you think my status is in the Eye? A public enemy. Morin guessed. Like a rat crossing the street. Bullshit, Bradley rolled his eyes. I'm an overseer. I supervise those who abuse magic, steal the Eye's name, or use low-level tricks to deceive people. Exposing them and making sure they're punished, that's my job. So your status is high, Morin said calmly. It made sense. Without authority, who would listen? Humph. Not the highest, Bradley said proudly. But I can easily resolve personnel issues and magic teaching problems. I see. Morin nodded, deep in thought. Bradley suddenly felt uneasy. He glanced at Morin. That guy is definitely plotting something again. After a year together, Bradley knew him well. Why are you looking at me? Morin asked. I haven't even done anything yet. Do you have precognition or something? No matter what you're thinking, Bradley warned. I'm taking you to the most heavily guarded place in the Eye. No bad ideas. If you mess up, I'll be punished and you'll be punished badly. Relax, Morin chuckled. Do I look like someone who causes trouble? You don't look like it. You are. Despite his words, Bradley led Morin into an attic. Inside, it resembled a library. Shelves of books filled the space. What confused Morin was that the interior was far larger than the attic's exterior. Spatial structure magic, Bradley explained. Unfortunately, no one's been able to learn it for a long time. No one? Morin asked. The lineage broke. And other reasons, Bradley said, pointing upward. As society industrialized, natural magic thinned. Really? Morin replied mildly. You absorb magic faster than anyone I've seen, Bradley said with envy. And you can store more than anyone too. That's why you never notice. Others don't have your talent. Cherish it. I will, Morin nodded. So, no guards. The protection is magical, Bradley said. To take a book, you need contribution points. Think of it as a key. So how many points do I have? Morin asked, scanning the shelves. He sensed the hidden spells and abandoned his earlier idea. Originally, he'd planned to sweep all the books into his storage space, leave the world, then return 1 second later and put them back. Technically not stealing. But now? That plan died immediately. This place was a real threat. So, Morin said, let's see what I can honestly learn. Points come from missions or money, Bradley said. Want to donate? Let's start with how many I earned, Morin replied. All right, Bradley sighed. 50,000. That's plenty, Morin nodded. How much can I exchange? Aren't you curious why it's so much? Bradley asked, annoyed that Morin wasn't surprised. Will asking increase it? No. Then why ask? Bradley fell silent. Annoyingly, Morin was right. Here, Bradley said, handing him a token. How far it goes depends on what you choose. I understand, Morin said. Can I start? Go ahead. How do I pick? Morin asked. Say the name and it selects automatically. Of course not, Bradley snapped. That wastes magic. He led Morin to a computer. Use this. The library system. Very modern, Morin remarked. We're short on funds, Bradley sighed. Morin logged in and searched. What books cover all fundamental magic theory? That's broad, Bradley said. And vague. Are you sure you don't want something more practical? I have my reasons, Morin smiled. The following days, Morin stayed in the Royal Observatory. Reading. Learning. The Eye's long history preserved vast magic knowledge. Much of it was tricks. Morin ignored those. He wanted magic. He chose fundamentals over spells for a reason. Fundamentals were the base. He knew how to use magic. But not why it worked. That was just applying formulas. Understanding principles meant creating something new. Formula use versus mastery. Completely different. 50,000 points. Spells would boost him fast but hit a ceiling. Fundamentals promised limitless growth. That was Morin's choice. A month later. Even at Morin's speed, 50,000 points took a full month. He also realized why he'd been given so many. $500 million. Fair exchange. The Eye was good at that. You're leaving? Bradley asked. Yes, Morin nodded. I've learned what I needed. I have an ability, Bradley said. Precognition, sort of. Not perfect. But useful. I have a feeling you're going very far. And that's it. That's short, Morin said. Stop being vague, Bradley scowled, then laughed. But here's a guess. Your actions are strange. No clear goal. You chase money, then spend it freely. It's like you're drifting. But someone with your power must have a goal. Otherwise, you'd stop. So the only explanation is, your goal is huge. And distant. How far? Morin looked at the sky. Something that makes me stay. He sighed. Do you see the stars? It's daytime. I know, Morin twitched. Just play along. That's one goal. That's big, Bradley murmured. One more thing, he added. What would make you stop forever? Morin's eyes narrowed. He imagined familiar figures. An aging couple. A small child. Only them. Did I say something wrong? Bradley asked. No, Morin smiled. Thank you. I'll remember you. Honored. Bradley joked. Not necessary, Morin said, patting his shoulder. You're a friend. Where are they? Studying elsewhere, Bradley replied. Why? Before Morin answered, Bradley asked. How were your gains? Very fruitful. Let's have a party before I go. Where to? Far away, Morin said. The Eye won't forbid it, right? Of course not, Bradley said. People party all the time. Attracting attention, as long as they don't talk. I see why the Eye's declining. One of many reasons, Bradley shrugged. Night. The party was simple. Eating, drinking, games. Since it was Morin's farewell, he became the target. Daniel, Dylan, Bradley. None succeeded. Morin didn't even blush. Past life drinking records aside, his physique handled alcohol effortlessly. And if needed, storage space. Magic fluctuations couldn't detect it. Solutions always exceeded problems. Eventually, everyone else passed out. Morin remained sober. You cheated, Katrina said, the only one who hadn't drunk. No, Morin shook his head. I didn't need to. Walk, she asked. What, should I say no? Morin shrugged. They stepped over unconscious bodies and left the villa. Katrina was his closest friend here. But nothing changed between them. They talked. And didn't. The next morning, Bradley woke with a headache. Katrina stood nearby, eyes red. That man, Bradley sighed. He doesn't belong here. Then where? I don't know. But far away. Morin stood among the stars once more. The sight never lost its impact. Here, even he felt small. Strong ant. That's all. The gains here exceeded expectations. He reviewed everything calmly. Levels and professions were secondary. Knowledge was the real prize. He'd absorbed centuries of magic theory. And it paid off. A sphere of light formed in his hand. Light orb. His first self-created spell. A true mage. The first step was done. That was why he left. At his current stage, activating a new profession was optimal. The stars shifted. One broke free. Light enveloped him. World selected, the Dark Knight Trilogy. Please choose, location. Please choose, new profession. Please choose, timeline. Morin. First Sloane. Then Bradley. Now this world had Lucius Fox. Morgan Freeman. You really won't leave me alone, will you? Speechless, Morin chose the hardest profession. Not FBI. Not CIA. Not IRS. In Gotham? Police. GCPD. Corrupt. Weak. Blind. A real challenge. Then he noticed something unexpected. I can choose the timeline. Was this world special? Or all future ones? No answer. As usual. He skipped straight to a week before Batman's debut. Too long would be dangerous. He might cause too much trouble. With his proactive nature, a month could rebuild Gotham. A year could perfect it. But without profit? Not worth it. He chose a street near the station. On arrival, his storage held $10,000 in IDs. Since gaining storage, the system hadn't given him anything else. Chapter 124, Chapter 1, An Unwelcome Interruption. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. This is interesting, Morin thought. He stopped what he was about to do and turned toward the source of the voice. Gotham's police were mostly just a facade. Otherwise, these low-level thugs wouldn't dare set up shop in an alley so close to a police station, openly mugging people while being largely ignored. He said mostly because this time, an unexpected variable had appeared. A uniformed police officer stood there, Glock raised, aimed straight at them. Under the weak moonlight, Morin's eyesight clearly picked out the man's face. His thoughts immediately settled. No wonder this person would bother interfering. It was Gordon. Batman's old flame. And the future commissioner of the Gotham City Police Department. I'll say this again, and I won't say it a third time, Gordon said coldly. Put down your weapons. Hands behind your heads. Squat. All right, Gordon, you really like sticking your nose into other people's business, the lead thug said, clearly annoyed but resigned. "We're leaving." He knew Gordon well enough. One of the few cops in Gotham who didn't take bribes. Still stubborn. Still righteous. To the thugs, that didn't make him noble. It made him inflexible. A nuisance. They looked down on the police, but provoking them outright was another matter entirely. Especially for small-time trash like them. If they had that kind of courage, they'd be robbing people in broad daylight instead of hiding in alleys. Then again, if they were really that capable, why rob at all? Wouldn't bigger business be more profitable? As a result, the lead thug whose skills capped out at alleyway muggings made the rational choice. Let this one go. After all, the cop had a gun. Then get lost, Gordon said, clearly uninterested in escalating things. These people had records, sure, but nothing beyond petty theft and robbery. At most, they'd sit in a cell for a bit and walk right back out. This time, they hadn't even succeeded. A complete waste of effort. Even Gordon had learned to adapt to Gotham. He hadn't become corrupt, and he still upheld the law, but he'd long since accepted certain realities. When he first joined, he'd been hot-blooded. Wanted to change everything. After years of setbacks, his goal had narrowed. Don't become one of them. If he could help, he would. If he couldn't, he wouldn't force it. He'd followed Morin into the alley for a reason. From his skin tone to his clothes to his bearing, Morin didn't look like a local nobody. On the street, he'd stood out immediately. If something happened to someone like that, it would be trouble. So Gordon intervened. In his mind, Morin was probably some foreigner who'd wandered into Gotham without understanding what kind of city this was. After making sure he was safe, Gordon planned to give him a warning. The lead thug waved his hand, signaling his people to leave. Then a voice stopped them. "Come on," Morin said calmly. "You're really just leaving like that?" "I don't think I've said anything yet." Gordon's heart sank. Why would you speak now? Letting them go wasn't just laziness. Experience had taught Gordon a rule: never corner Gotham's thugs. With half the department rotten, the badge barely scared anyone anymore. Push them too far, and they'd do anything. He had a gun, yes. But did they? The alley was narrow. The distance was close. If they rushed them, get lost. Gordon snapped. And you say less. The lead thug hesitated, then decided it wasn't worth it. He turned to leave. Morin didn't say another word. He stepped forward and dropped one thug with a single punch. Fuck. Shit. Curses exploded as the others reacted. We were leaving, and you attack first? Do you think we have no dignity? Weapons came out. They rushed Morin. Gordon froze. Are you insane? He raised his gun, finger tightening on the trigger. Then he stopped. Morin vanished. No, he became a shadow. The shadow flowed through the cluster of thugs. 2, maybe 3 seconds passed. Then they all collapsed. Not a sound. Morin hadn't used his full strength. This was a demonstration. If he went all out, it would have ended in under a second. Gordon wouldn't have seen anything. So he chose a speed just beyond Gordon's understanding, but still visible. The reaction didn't disappoint him. Only when Morin reappeared in front of him did Gordon finally move. His face was pale. His gun came up instinctively. Who are you? He demanded. Stay back. He didn't understand what he'd just seen. Didn't understand what had happened. But he understood one thing. The man in front of him was dangerous. Morin didn't intend to push him further. The point had already been made. Under Gordon's tense stare, Morin smiled. I'm the new police officer, he said. Haven't reported for duty yet, Sergeant Gordon. I'm the new. Haven't reported for duty yet. Police officer. The words echoed. One by one, they settled. You said, Gordon began slowly, licking dry lips. You're a new officer who hasn't reported yet. Joining the GCPD? Yes. Proof. Of course. Morin reached into his pocket and handed over a document. You can put the gun down. If I wanted to, you wouldn't have time to fire before you ended up like them. All right. Gordon lowered his weapon. He knew Morin was right. And Morin didn't seem hostile. He took the document. Then frowned. The alley was too dark to read anything. Morin lifted a finger, casting light orb. Soft light filled the space. Thanks, Gordon said automatically, then looked down. 1 second. 2. 3. Sweat formed on his forehead. He wasn't reading anymore. He remembered where the light had come from. Slowly, stiffly, Gordon turned his head. What's wrong? Morin asked. Gordon's eyes locked onto Morin's hand. Your finger is glowing. Oh. This. Morin thought briefly. The light went out. Then turned back on. See? Just a small light bulb. Changes colors too. A magician's finger light rested there, something Morin had pulled from storage as an excuse. He didn't care much either way. If he planned to do anything in Gotham, hiding was pointless. A little ability was inevitable. I see. Gordon swallowed. He was certain what he'd seen earlier wasn't a prop. But he wasn't calling Morin out. Not after what he'd witnessed. Someone who could become a shadow and drop a dozen men in seconds wasn't normal. That much was obvious. So Gordon adjusted. If Morin wasn't human, then a glowing finger wasn't strange at all. With that mental shift, everything became easier. No wonder he'd later work with Batman. His focus returned to the document. After checking it repeatedly, Gordon confirmed it was genuine. At least, the document was. As for Morin himself, forging papers might not be difficult for someone like him. I can take you to the station to finish processing, Gordon said carefully. But them. He glanced at the thugs on the ground. Morin had moved too fast. The alley was too dark. They hadn't made a sound. Oh. They're dead. Silence. Fear crept in. Not just at Morin's methods but at his tone. It was flat. Casual. Like saying the weather was nice. How many people had he killed to speak like that? Gordon suddenly felt like he'd stepped into something far bigger than he could handle. Ah ha ha ha, were you scared? Morin's laugh jolted him. Then he realized. I was kidding. They're not dead. Just unconscious. Ah ha ha ha, were you scared? Morin's laugh startled Gordon again. I was kidding. They're not dead. Just unconscious. Chapter 125, Chapter 2, An Unactivated Badge. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. In that case. Morin pointed at the people on the ground. Would you mind helping me out? Since there was a ready-made tool available, Morin, who always preferred using existing resources, had no intention of letting it go to waste. Hee, of course, sure. Gordon was about to refuse, but then he thought of Morin's identity. Besides, this group was made up of thugs who had done all kinds of evil things. Even if he took their money, it wasn't like he'd lose sleep over it. Gordon wasn't an inflexible person. Maybe he had been in the past, but after being beaten enough by reality, he'd learned how to be flexible without crossing his own bottom line. Otherwise, how could he have helped Batman and maintained a working relationship with him later on? More importantly, these people had tried to rob Morin first. Since the robbery failed, it seemed reasonable to make them hand over their money. After finding an excuse for himself, Gordon quickly moved over to the thugs, searched their pockets, and checked the heartbeats of a few of them. When he confirmed they were still alive, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. This man named Morin had some very mysterious abilities. But at least he wasn't killing innocent people indiscriminately. Still, Morin felt like someone who was used to killing. Or was I mistaken? Gordon wondered as he handed the money over. Morin glanced at it and waved his hand. Hold on to it for now, Sergeant Gordon. I'll need your help with some things later. Here it comes. Gordon's heart sank. He'd already suspected Morin was some kind of fraud trying to rope him into something. Now, he was finally showing his hand. After a moment of thought, Gordon spoke carefully. Let me be clear first. I absolutely won't do anything illegal. You don't need to worry about that, Morin said casually as he patted Gordon on the shoulder and walked outside. Completing the employment process should be legal, no matter how you look at it. What? Gordon wondered if he'd heard wrong. The employment process. Morin stopped, turned around, and looked at him as if asking whether he could read. Didn't you notice my document is still in an unactivated state? Gordon subconsciously recalled the document. That was true. In other words, this man really wanted to join the police force? What should I do? What should I do? Gordon felt uneasy. In his view, whether the document was real or fake didn't even matter, it had to be fake. Once they checked the internal system, the problem would be exposed immediately. How could he process this? And why did Morin want to join the police? Was he planning some kind of crime? If that was the case, there was no way Gordon could agree. Here's your document, Gordon said, handing over a brand new file. It's too late today. The warehouse staff are gone. Your gun and uniform will be issued tomorrow. His expression still carried disbelief. He hadn't expected Morin's documents to be real. They were verifiable in the system. Every procedure was complete. How was that even possible? Gordon's preconceived ideas pushed him into a near-obsessive state. In his mind, Morin's identity had to be fake. There had to be a conspiracy behind it. Even if the document existed in the system, it must have been planted by a hacker. So the real question was, why would Morin go to such lengths just to join the police? Was he a spy for drug lords or gangs, trying to infiltrate the department and obtain internal intelligence? The more Gordon thought about it, the more alarmed he became. If that was true, then he had to. Gordon. Morin waved a hand in front of his face. I've called you a few times already. What are you thinking about? Gordon snapped back. I was thinking about your accommodation. Oh, Morin nodded, then looked at him with a puzzled expression. His tone matched it. Then why do I get the feeling you're thinking about something not very pleasant? Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it, Gordon laughed awkwardly. Since we're colleagues now, I'll call you Gordon. You can call me Morin, Morin said, glancing around. It'll be easier that way. Then he added, new officers are supposed to be assigned to a team, right? So which team am I on? You'll follow me, Gordon replied immediately. Whether it was because of Morin's combat ability or his doubts about Morin's identity, Gordon planned to keep him close. Watching him in real time was safer. All right, Morin nodded. So who else is on the team? Nobody else, Gordon said, a little embarrassed. Normally, American police worked in teams of 2 or 3. But Gordon? Well, it was complicated. His personality guaranteed he wouldn't be popular. When most people were taking bribes and turning a blind eye, someone like Gordon stood out too much. Not going with the flow meant getting excluded, especially when the commissioner himself was corrupt. So Gordon became the exception. Always working alone. Before long, news of Morin becoming Gordon's assistant spread among the few officers still in the station, sparking quiet discussions. After confirming that Morin was a newcomer through the document office, they suddenly understood. And decided to watch the show. Some even placed bets on how many days it would take before Morin requested a transfer. There were so few people because it was after hours. Only those on duty were still around. Gordon wasn't on duty. He'd only come back to grab something. Running into Morin and everything that followed was pure coincidence. Honestly, Gordon wanted nothing more than to go back in time and slap his meddlesome younger self. "I see," Morin said. "So where are we going next?" "We?" Gordon asked. "I just got here and don't know the area," Morin replied patiently. "It'd be easy for me to wander into some back alley and get into an accident. That would be troublesome. You wouldn't want that, right? I don't even have a gun yet. That's pretty dangerous." "Ha, hee hee." Gordon forced a smile. There were countless things he wanted to say. All of them stayed in his head. "Yet. I'm worried. Not about you getting hurt. I'm worried about discovering a pile of bodies in an alley tomorrow." "Fine," Gordon exhaled. "Do you want to stay in a hotel or rent an apartment?" "Can I rent one right now?" Morin asked. "You're right," Gordon said, realizing it. "I'll take you to a hotel first. We'll look for a place tomorrow. It's a good thing I'm still holding the confiscated money." "Well then, see you tomorrow, Gordon," Morin said with a smile and a nod. "See you tomorrow. Work starts at 9. Don't be late." On the way over, Gordon had already adjusted his mindset. For now, he'd treat Morin like a normal colleague. If Morin had other intentions, panicking wouldn't help. He'd make his move eventually. That would be the moment Gordon acted. Until then, Morin was legally a fully legitimate GCPD officer. Even if Gordon wanted to target him, he had no grounds. Besides, Gordon had already seen Morin's abilities. If Morin was willing to help, Gordon's efficiency and survival rate would increase dramatically. With that thought, Gordon left the hotel and headed home. "A little interesting," Morin muttered in his room as he watched Gordon walk away. "He's sharp. Has a sense of justice. Probably capable, too. No wonder he became Bruce's partner later on." Morin opened the hotel door and stepped outside. For him, resting once every few days was more than enough. Tonight, he planned to visit a bar. Find some thugs. Or gang members. And get the information he wanted. Chapter 126, Chapter 3, The Question No One Wanted Asked. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Inside the bar. The loud thumping music, the dazzling lights, the murky air, the frenzied crowd, the women in minimal or no clothing, all of it formed a small corner of Gotham City, the city of sin. So when shouting, fighting, and smashing suddenly broke out, everyone was caught off guard. Someone dared to cause trouble here? Still, no one paid it much mind. They assumed the troublemakers would be thrown out soon enough. Maybe even end up dead. That was how things usually went. What they didn't expect was a one-sided slaughter. Morin had deliberately changed into a suit, turning himself into a suit-wearing thug as he fought his way in. Anyone who tried to stop him was swiftly and decisively struck down and removed from the fight. Morin didn't want to kill anyone yet. He had just arrived. Going straight for the kill would be a bad idea. Especially since his future plans required Bruce and Gordon to help him complete his money-making scheme. If he earned the title of serial killer now, Gordon aside, Bruce definitely wouldn't cooperate. Besides, even without killing anyone, the intimidation he created wasn't reduced in the slightest. Because just as Morin was tossing an unconscious thug aside, someone finally opened fire. And Morin remained completely unharmed. Did he dodge it? Did he take it head-on without a scratch? Or did the shooter simply miss? There was no time to think. The shooter aimed again, preparing to keep firing. This time, the gun didn't go off. Before the trigger could be pulled, Morin grabbed a nearby bottle and threw it. Headshot. The impact was heavy enough to cause a concussion-like injury. The gunman dropped instantly, unconscious as he hit the floor. Morin's gaze swept over the wine bottles scattered everywhere, and he smiled faintly. Using the Sword of Eden wasn't appropriate. He wasn't planning to kill anyone this time. As for using a wrench, did they even deserve that? Morin didn't want to dirty his wrench. These wine bottles, though, they were just right. A moment later, inside the bar, the crowd was trembling. Dozens of thugs lay scattered across the floor. Many had bleeding cuts on their heads and had been knocked unconscious. Knives and guns lay useless beside them. The frantic electronic music had stopped. In its place was a rare silence for this hour. So quiet that even a pin drop would be heard. Some people had tried to run. After Morin casually tossed a few glasses, cracking heads open and knocking people out, no one attempted such a pointless escape again. Is there no one left? Morin looked around. Anyone who met his gaze trembled and instinctively flinched. His eyes felt godlike. Under that gaze, their sins had nowhere to hide. Morin noticed the reaction. His conjecture was confirmed. He was currently using his eyes of justice. What he saw was pure chaos. Black smoke filled the bar, rising from both customers and staff. The density varied from person to person. The smoke twisted and drifted, unaffected by space or objects. Yet whenever it drew close to Morin, it scattered and retreated. As if it had encountered its most terrifying natural enemy. Morin fell into thought. I'm using eyes of justice and aura of justice. It must be eyes of justice that lets me see this smoke, formed by sin, and aura of justice that forces it to retreat on its own. So what about the heart of justice? Is that what's making them afraid? He still wasn't entirely sure of its function. You? Morin asked, breaking his train of thought. Who's in charge here? Silence answered him. No one dared to speak. Morin raised an eyebrow, losing patience. He walked straight to the person with the densest black smoke, snapped his fingers, and cast mind control. You. Speak. Mind magic was far easier against someone with a weak will. Not to mention, Morin was still using aura of justice and eyes of justice. In gaming terms, the deterrent effect was nearly doubled. Fear came easily. Hypnosis followed. As expected, the man didn't last even a breath before falling completely under control. He is, the man said immediately, pointing in a direction. Morin followed the gesture. The crowd parted on its own, revealing a man with a stunned expression. You dare betray me, the man shouted. His voice was filled with disbelief. He was Hugh Haas, the gang member responsible for managing this bar. When Hugh learned that someone was causing trouble and it hadn't been resolved, he stormed down, ready to berate his subordinates. Instead, he arrived to find every one of his people already taken down. The moment he realized how dangerous this was, he thought about escaping. Then he saw several people who had tried to flee earlier get knocked unconscious by glasses Morin casually threw. He immediately abandoned the idea. He had already sent a message to his superior. All he had to do now was wait and make sure nothing went wrong. When Morin asked who was in charge, Hugh's heart skipped a beat. Then it settled. In his view, no one with half a brain would expose him. His superiors would find out. Retaliation would be inevitable. When Morin questioned the hypnotized man, Hugh relaxed even further. That man was his right-hand man. Someone who had taken the fall for him before and gone to jail without ever revealing his identity. This was guaranteed. A sure win. That was what Hugh thought. And then, Hugh Haas clearly didn't understand the concept of planting a flag. He was like an old general standing on a stage, flags sticking out all over his back. Are you the one in charge of this bar? Morin asked, walking up to him. Yes. The word left Hugh's mouth, and his eyes widened in horror. He wanted to deny it. But under Morin's gaze, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He had a clear sense that if he lied, he would die. So the truth slipped out. Completely beyond his control. Very good. Morin adjusted his suit. It hadn't gained a single wrinkle from his suit-wearing thug routine. Then he took out a brand new little notebook and showed it to Hugh. I'm with the GCPD. I've found that you're selling drugs here, so I'm shutting this place down starting today. Any problem with that? A police officer. Hugh's eye twitched twice. This was trouble. When did this cop show up? Why didn't he know the rules? Didn't he know even the police commissioner took bribes and turned a blind eye? A rookie? Hugh stared at the document and nearly cursed out loud. Then he remembered how Morin had taken down everyone like a god. He swallowed the curse. Today's date. A document effective today. Which meant the man who dismantled the entire bar alone was a police officer on his first day? Do you know who my boss is? Hugh threatened. No, Morin said. But I'd love to. This isn't a place for you to stir up trouble, Hugh roared. Even your commissioner wouldn't dare do this. This is Carmine Falcone's turf. You'll regret this. Don't be so sure. Morin grabbed Hugh by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Come on. Let's have a good chat. See, chat about what? Hugh asked, panic creeping into his voice. As you can see, my document was approved today, Morin said calmly. I'm a police officer who just started. His voice wasn't loud. But in the packed, silent bar, everyone heard him. I've also heard about the dealings between the police and you thugs. So I want to know. Which police officers made deals with which gangs? You're asking to die, Hugh thought, finally understanding. Even your own people won't let you get away with this. Morin changed his approach. He decided to be direct. Direct meant handing Hugh a nuclear bomb and waiting for his voice to trigger it. There were too many people in the bar. Staff. Customers. People from all walks of life. And the question Morin asked was something everyone knew existed. But no one knew the details. What happens when something hidden is dragged into the light? The dealings between the police and Gotham's gangs were the same. Bribes. Collusion. Almost everyone knew. But no one knew who, exactly, was involved. If Hugh spoke under pressure. If that information spread. Once it hit the internet, it would spiral out of control. Because the government needed to save face. A city could lose credibility. A country couldn't. Otherwise, it would slowly rot away. Ahem. Pure fiction. Their own people. Morin sneered. Within the police department, the only person he considered his own was Gordon. They won't let me get away with this, he continued. That's perfect. I never planned to let them get away with it either. And you, Morin said, lifting Hugh higher, his feet dangling. You too. If you don't talk, you die right now. Hugh struggled. He still refused. If he talked, even if Morin spared him, his death afterward would be far worse. A fate where death itself would be a mercy. All right. Morin set him down. He didn't rush. Instead, he turned his head slightly. He heard movement. A large group had arrived outside. Let's have a good fight tonight. Are you serious? Falcone stared at his subordinate. Why yes, the man replied, his face bruised, body trembling. All our people were taken down by him. He didn't kill anyone. He said if you don't come, he'll. One person. A police officer. You didn't use guns. We did, but, he was like a devil. They were almost useless. Are you playing with me? Falcone grabbed a gun and pressed it to the man's head. Tell me. How did he dodge it? Hey! Show me how to dodge it. Aye. The man shook violently. Warm liquid ran down his legs. Fuck! Falcone pulled the trigger. He waved his hand, ordering the body and evidence cleaned up. Then he paused. After a moment, he picked up his phone. Beep. 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 The call connected. What time is it? A voice answered. Is something wrong? Are you trying to break our agreement? Falcone asked flatly. Chapter 127, Chapter 4, 800 miles away, still threatening. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. What do you mean? On the other end of the phone, Gotham City Police Commissioner Loeb froze after hearing Falcone's words. Your subordinate came to my place and caused trouble. Gordon. Loeb blurted out the name without thinking. No. Gordon doesn't have that kind of ability, Falcone said. His tone eased slightly after hearing Loeb's reaction and realizing Loeb didn't know about it either. That person took down dozens of my subordinates. Didn't you use guns? Or is he Russian? But you're not British, are you? Loeb imagined what it meant for one person to defeat dozens of people and immediately said something absurd. Don't tell me you were afraid to do anything because he was a police officer. Your men are desperate criminals. Couldn't you just have one of them kill that officer and take the blame? You can always get a psychiatric evaluation from Crane at Arkham and walk away clean. It had to be said Loeb was very familiar with criminal procedures. Unfortunately, that familiarity wasn't for catching criminals, but for working with them. Falcone was the head of Gotham City's largest gang and controlled a huge portion of its drug trade. Sometimes, to save appearances, the police would consult Falcone, arrest one or two of his men, and send them to court. Falcone's people would then contact Jonathan Crane, the director of Arkham Asylum, and have him issue a psychiatric evaluation so the person would be sent to the asylum instead of prison. In truth, Crane was also the supervillain Scarecrow and worked for Henri Ducard of the League of Assassins. Ducard had been Bruce's mentor during his travels and martial arts training. He was also the League's true leader, using the alias Ra's al Ghul. Bruce, however, had been misled the entire time. And after finishing his training, Bruce had gone straight back and destroyed the League of Assassins headquarters. Ruthless. And impressively effective. My subordinates did use guns, Falcone said, his expression darkening. But they had no effect. And since it's my territory, I don't want to suffer too many losses. You owe me an explanation. Who is he? Loeb asked, confused. He didn't kill anyone? Then what does he want? When did one of my people become this strong? One person, dozens of armed men. Loeb was genuinely shaken. Falcone fell silent. Come to think of it. Hadn't he shot the subordinate who reported the incident before even asking for a name, just because the man had wet himself? I don't know his name yet, but he had police identification, Falcone said. He wants me to go there. So what are you planning to do? Loeb asked. He's your man, and you're asking me what I'm going to do. Falcone laughed angrily. Do whatever you want. Just don't make a big scene, Loeb said. Didn't I tell you to deal with Flass? Call him. Don't keep calling me. If we're caught with evidence, neither of us will enjoy it. Fine. Falcone ended the call, furious but helpless. He immediately contacted Flass, explained the situation, picked him up, and drove toward the bar where Morin was waiting. Flass had once been Gordon's partner. Corruption had split them apart long ago. Now, Flass was Loeb's mouthpiece and the gang's. This time, however, the situation had escalated too suddenly, forcing Falcone to contact Loeb directly. Inside the bar, dozens more gang members lay unconscious on the floor. There was barely any room to stand. Morin had already let all irrelevant people leave. He knew some of them were gang members, but he didn't care. He wanted them to spread the word. As for those who remained, Morin looked at Hugh Haas, whose face was pale. Morin smiled. In Hugh Haas's eyes, that smile belonged to a demon. Then Morin hypnotized him. The earlier public questioning had been intentional. Now that his goal was achieved and only Hugh Haas remained, hypnosis was more efficient. Morin asked. Hugh Haas answered. Before long, Morin had all the information he wanted: the distribution of gang forces throughout Gotham City. Hugh Haas was no small fry. Managing a bar of this level required status. Knowing this information was only natural. Starting with the biggest gang really is fast and convenient, Morin thought. I plan to understand the situation first, but causing trouble works too. As the thought settled, noise came from the door. Morin looked up, waiting calmly. From the footsteps alone, he knew the main characters had arrived. The door opened. Several gunmen entered first, weapons raised and aimed at him. Morin ignored them completely. He walked to the bar counter and casually selected a bottle from the few remaining. His movements were unhurried, his attention nowhere near the guns pointed at him. Putting on a show mattered. And it was cool. He was already handsome. Showing off a bit more didn't hurt. The thugs exchanged glances. At least react a little, okay? But when they saw their bleeding, unconscious companions on the floor, none of them dared to act. Their boss was still behind them. And Morin's actions had already spread through those who escaped. They were wary. One person exaggerating could be lying. But dozens, nearly 100 people from different positions, all saying the same thing? Devil. Terrifying. Guns don't work. That wasn't a joke. With bodies on the ground as proof, the pressure was overwhelming. And for some reason, just seeing Morin made them want to retreat. Like darkness meeting light. If it didn't retreat, it would be erased. Finally, Falcone entered, surrounded by his men. The moment he saw Morin, he frowned. Handsome. Elegant. And yet, why was he so unpleasant to look at? Carmine Falcone. Morin finally chose a bottle, opened it, and poured himself a drink. Not easy to meet you. True. And now that you've seen me, it won't be easy for you to leave, Falcone said, signaling Flas to step forward. What's his name? I don't know, Flas said, stunned. I've never seen him. So you're a fake cop? Falcone's gaze turned cold. I started today, Morin said. Transferred from another city. He took a sip and nodded in satisfaction. I wanted to get a feel for Gotham. Didn't expect such a generous welcome. Falcone immediately understood. Transferred. First day. Feeling things out. A newcomer trying to establish authority. Someone used to being important elsewhere, ignorant of how Gotham really worked. That means I'll tell you the first rule you need to learn, Falcone said, straightening his collar. The first person you don't mess with is me. Very imposing, Morin said, sipping his wine and gesturing casually. But you're standing too far away. And your voice is too quiet. I can't hear you clearly. They were at least 10 meters apart. Normally, those words would terrify a powerless man standing within arm's reach. But delivering threats from 10 meters away, shielded by underlings. It felt like Kakuzu from Naruto throwing a shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 miles away, then bragging about failing the assassination but escaping unharmed. Falcone let out a cold laugh. Do you think I'm stupid? Should I just walk over and let you take me hostage? Aren't you? Morin looked genuinely puzzled. You dared to show up in front of me. I'm killing him, Falcone said, breathing deeply as he turned to Flas. Anything to add? Yes, Flas said quietly, his expression serious. Flas was corrupt. But he wasn't stupid. His strength, his transfer, starting today. What does that remind you of? Flas whispered. You're saying his background isn't simple? Falcone muttered, glancing at Morin. I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, Flas replied softly. His attitude. His demeanor. He's still relaxed in this situation. He paused. Either he's insane, or he's absolutely confident. Chapter 128, Chapter 5, The Curtain Rises. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Could it be? Falcone seemed to realize something. That's right. I suspect he's definitely from the FBI or some other secret agency, and an elite among elites. The more Flas spoke, the more convinced he became. He was sent to Gotham to gather intelligence. He might have been recording or filming everything to collect evidence. If we really lay a hand on him, that could be exactly what he wants. Think about it. A police officer and a gang leader teaming up to kill another police officer. Cold sweat soaked Flas's back as he spoke. Falcone felt the same. The two of them looked at Morin at the same time. Ah! So this was a trap. Bait meant to lure them into biting. Morin. With his hearing, he had caught every word of their conversation. Why were these two being so dramatic? Was this what they called creative imagination? He was almost starting to believe them himself. Outwardly, his expression stayed calm. Carefree. What? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Morin suddenly had an idea. A half-smile appeared as he decided to play along. What are you waiting for? I knew it. ×2. Both Falcone and Flas felt their hearts sink. Their suspicion solidified instantly. He's too young. Too impatient. Good thing I saw through him. Flas made eye contact with Falcone, then turned to Morin and took the initiative to explain. It's like this. You've misunderstood, what was your name again? Morin. Officer Morin. Let the show begin. Well, Officer Morin, you've misunderstood. This was just a small misunderstanding. Mr. Falcone was joking. Flas started improvising. He was angry and spoke out of frustration. Oh! Morin glanced at the circle of gunmen around him. And these people? Put them down. All of them. Flas waved urgently. The thugs looked at Falcone. Put them down, Falcone said, lips twitching. Now that he was almost certain Morin's background wasn't simple, his priority was getting through this safely. A little compromise was acceptable. Of course, he was also ready to have his men shoot if things went wrong. But I think I saw drug trafficking here, Morin said. How do you explain that? That. Flas was thinking hard when he suddenly noticed Hugh Haas, silent since the beginning. An idea struck him. Hugh Haas must know about this. You tell me, Morin said, looking at Hugh Haas. At the same time, he secretly controlled him to say exactly what Falcone and Flas wanted to hear. Morin planned to keep this chess piece around a little longer. Once Hugh Haas was convicted, he'd be sent to court. Falcone would likely ask Crane to intervene and send him to Arkham. At that point, there might be something useful to gain. Morin's original plan today was just to show his face and get a feel for Gotham. As for killing people directly, he could do it. He just didn't want to. The reason was simple. Plowing through everyone was fast, but it didn't make money. His plan was long-term. He wanted to maximize profit. Besides, what was the fun in wiping everyone out? With so many worlds and stories, what was the point if he didn't get involved and change some of the past regrets? Morin wasn't a robot clearing stages. He'd never treated this like a game. He wanted to make up for the regrets he'd felt watching these stories before. Rewrite them. Leave his mark. Only then would his past experiences feel meaningful. It was all my idea, Hugh Haas said under Morin's control, his face full of fear. I got greedy. I secretly let those dealers sell drugs in the bar. This is all on me. I did it alone. Falcone's eyes shifted slightly. Good. A loyal subordinate. Very self-sacrificing. Don't worry. I'll make sure you live. So it was you. Flass shouted. Didn't you know drug dealing is illegal? Prepare to face the law. Morin was expressionless. He poured himself another drink and took a sip, signaling for them to continue. He would just watch. He wasn't going to believe any of it. Hugh Haas was part of the act too. Morin was the puppeteer. Hugh Haas was just moving as told. Soon, Flass cuffed Hugh Haas. He took photos, collected the drugs, and followed procedure with practiced ease. At the same time, he explained, Morin, we're colleagues now, so let me say this. Mr. Falcone is actually a legitimate businessman. Some subordinates just occasionally break the law. Let's leave it at that. If you run into something like this again, come to me. I'll handle it better. By the way, you finished your onboarding today, right? That means you don't have a partner yet. I do, Morin said. Jim Gordon. Gordon. Flass almost said something else, then stopped. His face flushed. Even with his thick skin, this was hard to handle. Who was Gordon? How could Flass not know? Not long ago, Gordon had been his partner. The only one in the department who hadn't been corrupt. And now Morin, fresh out of training, was Gordon's partner? That meant Morin must have known something beforehand. Which meant he understood Gotham. So earlier. I wasn't fooling him at all. I was the monkey. Flass spiraled, and his wariness toward Morin deepened. He'd always felt Morin had a terrifying aura. Now it felt even stronger. Oh. I see, Flass said with an awkward smile. That's fine then. I'll handle this. You can leave. A little interesting, Morin said, looking at Falcone. Is that what you think too? Of course. Falcone forced out a smile. Just a misunderstanding. Then I hope. Morin drained the bottle and slammed it onto the bar. The bottle shattered. The stone counter collapsed. That there will be more misunderstandings like this. It's the end of the year. Time to hit my performance goals. He walked out without looking back. No matter who you pick as the scapegoat, I want to see him at the station tomorrow. And in court within a week. The thugs, shocked by the destruction from a single blow, didn't dare shoot. They made way. Falcone stared at Morin's retreating back, grim-faced. He didn't dare stop him. You did well, Falcone said after Hugh Haas came back to his senses, patting his shoulder. I'll have Crane diagnose you and send you to Arkham. Don't worry. They have to follow the law. Thank you, boss, Hugh Haas said, bowing his head. I'll take him back, Flass said. Should we report this to Commissioner Loeb? You do it. And make sure he finds out who that person is. Falcone snorted, turned around, got into his car, and left. He only dares act tough with me. If you're so brave, go pick a fight with Morin or Loeb. Flass cursed inwardly but didn't show it. Hugh Haas was still there. Later, Flass called Commissioner Loeb and reported everything, emphasizing his suspicions and Morin's combat strength. Loeb was shaken. After hanging up, he didn't sleep all night. Based on Flass's exaggerated description, Loeb had already concluded that Morin was sent by an organization on the FBI's level. This time, the investigator was open, powerful, and blatant. What was their goal? If his actions were exposed, prison was inevitable. I have to find out who this Morin is tomorrow. The next day. Wayne Manor. Master Bruce. Alfred approached with a newspaper. I think you should see this. What is it, Alfred? I'm busy. Can't you just tell me? Bruce didn't turn around. He finished the last stroke of paint and stepped back to admire the armor. I do have eyes, Master Bruce, Alfred said dryly. It seems someone has acted before you. Chapter 129, Chapter 6, Completely Normal, Apparently. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. What does this mean? Bruce set aside the freshly painted armor and walked over. Alfred was holding a newspaper. Bruce took it and immediately saw the bold headline. New police officer raises a ruckus at Saurus Bar, leaves after injuring dozens. Saurus Bar. Bruce looked up. That's Falcone's territory, Alfred said. The biggest mob boss in Gotham. He continued calmly. According to rumors, the officer is new. After subduing the thugs inside, he demanded that the owner Hugh Haas, one of Falcone's underbosses, hand over a list of all the cops on the mob's payroll. In public. In public. He's reckless, Bruce said, frowning. Yes, Alfred agreed. But his ability is exceptional. He pointed at a photo. A ring of bodies lay sprawled across the floor. One man. Dozens of armed opponents. He was wearing a suit. Bruce shook his head. Sounds like nonsense. I couldn't do that. What do you plan to do? Alfred asked. He crossed a line. Too loud. Too obvious. Bruce paused. He'll be targeted. But if even half of this is true, he's worth cooperating with. He turned. Alfred, get everything you can on him. Immediately. After that, I'll find a chance to talk to him. I already have, Alfred said, handing over a stack of documents. Master Wayne, the strange thing is this: every document is real. Valid. Verified. Bruce flipped through them. And all the people who verified them are dead. Bruce stopped. That suggests a legitimate organization. That's the problem, Alfred said. If he really belongs to one of those agencies, your actions. I'll find him tonight, Bruce said decisively. I'll confirm it myself. He closed the file. If he's official, I'll share intelligence and coordinate. If he's not, with skills like that, I'll make him my partner. Inside the police car, Gordon stared straight ahead. Morin sat beside him, relaxed. What's wrong? Morin asked knowingly. I know I'm handsome, but my orientation is completely normal. Don't get any ideas. Gordon ignored him and raised a newspaper. You know what I want to talk about. What's this? Morin took the paper, glanced at it. Oh. This. Well written. Completely accurate. I know it's accurate. Gordon snapped. That's the problem. He took a breath. How could you do something like this? Why not? Morin shrugged. I wanted a drink. Saw people openly selling and using drugs. He spoke evenly. As a police officer, I tried to arrest them. They resisted. There were a lot of them. I used a bit more force. He looked at Gordon. What's wrong with that? Everything, Gordon said tightly. Everything is wrong. That was Falcone's territory. He owns the mayor, the judges, and the commissioner. He clenched his teeth. I don't know how you got out clean, but if Loeb hears about this, you're finished. You make it sound like Commissioner Loeb would protect a mob boss and punish me, Morin said lightly. That's exactly what would happen. Gordon shouted. They've all taken bribes. Everyone knows Falcone runs drugs, and no one touches him. His voice dropped. He sacrifices scapegoats. The courts look away. The police look away. Gordon pressed his hands to his head. I should have told you all this earlier. That's enough, Morin said. His tone shifted. Do you really think I'm some clueless rookie? Gordon froze. What? Someone with my skills, Morin said calmly, wouldn't know how Gotham works. He smiled. I knew it was Falcone's turf. I knew everything. Long before last night. Then why? That's why I came, Morin said. My identity must stay secret. All you need to know is this. He looked straight at Gordon. I'm an agent from a national-level organization. I was sent here to investigate Gotham. What? Gordon's shock was immediate. Then memory caught up. The alley. The shadows. The report. Only someone like that could do what Morin did. I know you, Morin continued. You're one of the few good cops left. You don't want to rot with the rest. He placed a hand on Gordon's shoulder. Join my operation. I'll help you become commissioner. Together, we fix Gotham. Gordon's mouth opened. No words came out. His mind stalled. What organization? He finally asked. Confidential, Morin replied easily. Just know it's powerful. He smiled. So? You joining the gang? He paused. I mean, my team. You said gang, didn't you? He had to have. How many people? Gordon asked carefully. 2, Morin said, holding up 2 fingers. 3 including you. Gordon stared. No 2 including you, Morin said reassuringly. An army isn't about numbers. Quality matters. He leaned back. 5 people max. More than that is a liability. 5 was intentional. Morin. Bruce. Gordon. At most, Fox. Alfred. Enough. As for Rachel Dawes. Morin had never seen her accomplish anything useful. Good heart. No flexibility. Constant trouble. That wouldn't happen again. Not here. Not now. Haha. Gordon laughed awkwardly. 5 people changing Gotham was absurd. But he didn't say it. The offer stays open, Morin said. You'll ask eventually. He looked ahead. Drive. We're heading to the station. I'm sure Commissioner Loeb wants a chat. Loeb arrived unusually early. He went straight to his office and accessed the internal network. Morin's file appeared on the screen. Perfect. Ordinary. Flawless. Every detail checked out. The only anomaly. Everyone who could confirm it was dead. The records remained. The people did not. Cold sweat soaked Loeb's back. He knew enough. Certain secrets. Certain organizations. Flass's exaggerated speculation suddenly felt plausible. A man like this didn't appear by coincidence. Loeb didn't believe in coincidences. He was certain. Morin was an agent. A government one. Inserted into the GCPD to investigate Gotham. His file proved it. His skills confirmed it. What am I supposed to do? Loeb thought. He didn't want to become a target. A knock broke his thoughts. Come in. Flass entered. Hugh Haas is in interrogation. Here's the indictment. Loeb took it. Morin said this had to be resolved within a week, Flass added. Have you figured out who he is? There's nothing wrong with his file, Loeb said grimly. That's the problem. He shook his head. Everyone connected to it is dead. Jesus Christ, Flass muttered. At this point, Loeb said, we can be almost certain. No one else could create something this perfect. He exhaled slowly. What worries me now is how we deal with him. Chapter 130, Chapter 7, When the Shadows Took Notice. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Don't worry too much about it. What we can be sure of right now is that this officer named Morin is not someone we can afford to mess with. Loeb thought it over again and again but couldn't come up with a decent plan. In the end, he could only give Flass a few precautionary instructions. Tell everyone to lie low for a while. Got it, Flass nodded. And if possible, try to influence him in other ways. For example, get him to take a bribe, Loeb continued. As long as he's in the same boat as us, there won't be any problems. But don't be obvious. You understand? And before that happens, never let him see the things you usually do. If you have to do something, do it far away. If anyone screws up during this period and he finds out, don't blame me for what happens. My ending might be bad, but yours will be much worse. After finishing, Loeb signed the indictment and waved Flass away, telling him to pass the message along. Soon, Morin and Gordon arrived at the police station. Gordon. Good morning, Gordon. You must be the new officer, Morin, right? What a nice name. We all heard what you did last night. That was impressive. Criminals like that should have been dealt with a long time ago. Gordon. What was going on? Why was everyone acting like this? Shouldn't they be ignoring him, or openly talking about where they'd collected protection money yesterday, or which bar's hostesses were the hottest? This was the kind of atmosphere Gordon had lived in for years. But today, his colleagues had completely flipped overnight. It made him deeply uncomfortable. Then he heard the next few remarks and finally understood. It was all because of Morin. But, why? Gordon had expected mockery. He'd expected people to wait for Morin to embarrass himself, or for Loeb to deliberately find fault. He'd even prepared counter-arguments in advance. Yet now, what was going on? While he was still thinking, an officer walked over, stopped them, and said that Commissioner Loeb wanted to see both Gordon and Morin together. The two headed to Loeb's office. You really caused quite a stir yesterday, Loeb said with a smile, handing coffee to both of them. You surprised me. Shouldn't that be a good thing for the police? Morin asked with a faintly playful smile. Or do you think what I did was wrong, Commissioner Loeb? Gordon almost spat out his coffee. Are you serious? That's the commissioner. He was already thinking about how to help Morin backpedal, but before he could speak, Loeb's response left him stunned. Ahem, of course not, Loeb said, narrowing his eyes as he cleared his throat. What you did was absolutely correct. It's exactly what we police officers should be doing. The only issue is that you should have informed us beforehand. Operations like that are dangerous. You must remember you're not alone. You have us behind you. As police officers, we should act together. Fight together. Loeb's words grew smoother and smoother. Meanwhile, Gordon grew more and more dazed. Was this really the same commissioner he knew? Something was wrong. Combined with his colleagues' bizarre behavior, Gordon even started to doubt himself. Am I still dreaming? To confirm it, Gordon pinched the inside of his thigh hard. Sharp pain followed, and he winced. That interruption broke Loeb's impromptu speech and also caught Morin's attention. Once Morin looked away, Loeb finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. When Morin had asked, "Do you think what I did was wrong?" Loeb had suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. Almost tangible. It left him completely unsettled, forcing him to explain himself at length. Morin's eyes flickered. He could clearly sense Loeb's breathing quickening, his emotions turning agitated. This had happened last night as well. This time, Morin had deliberately activated Heart of Justice while speaking and compared the effect. So, Heart of Justice makes guilty people nervous? Morin glanced at Gordon, who was still wincing, and noticed there was no effect at all. A rough conclusion formed. It doesn't work on good people. Only on bad ones. Morin then activated Eye of Justice and looked at Gordon. There was no black fog around him. The black fog filling the room couldn't even get close. As for its source, that was Commissioner Loeb. The fog around him was so dense that his face was almost impossible to see. Loeb subconsciously stepped back. Meeting Morin's gaze felt like being pricked by needles. He didn't dare look at him again. This look. This presence. No doubt about it. If anyone tells me he's not an elite from one of those agencies, I'll shoot them myself. Loeb cursed inwardly, his attitude turning even more friendly. There was nothing else he could do. After confirming Morin's identity on his own, Loeb became absolutely certain of one thing. He could not afford to offend him. Anyone else who wanted to could try. He wouldn't. After that, Loeb mostly repeated himself, reminding Morin to report actions in advance for safety, and assuring him that if he needed anything, he'd do his best to help. Soon, Gordon and Morin left the office. Gordon pulled Morin into a quiet corner. "What exactly is going on?" he asked. "What do you know?" He'd been racking his brain all morning. Between his colleagues and Loeb, nothing made sense. Seeing that Morin looked completely unsurprised, Gordon immediately realized the cause. If not Morin, what else could it be? "Didn't I already tell you?" Morin replied. "They're afraid of my identity. And the power behind me." Honestly, the way things developed had exceeded Morin's expectations. He hadn't expected Flas and Falcone to be so imaginative. But since things had reached this point, not using it would be a waste. Morin had always liked making full use of available conditions. So he added a simple detail to his identity. Backed by a powerful organization. And now, he was using it. "If I ask further, you'll just tell me it's classified," Gordon sighed. This time, though, he believed it. Before, he didn't because there was no evidence. Now, he believed it precisely because of Loeb and the others' reactions. It wasn't April Fool's Day. And even if it were, those people wouldn't bother pulling a prank like this. So there was only one explanation. What Morin said was true. He really did come from a powerful organization. At the same time, for reasons Gordon couldn't explain, Morin suddenly felt very pleasant to look at. Trustworthy. Reliable. Maybe it was because he knew his identity now. Gordon didn't think too deeply about it. Then, about what you said earlier, joining the team, Gordon asked cautiously. His heart wavered. He'd finally found someone. God knew how hard it had been to stick to his principles alone, refusing bribes, being isolated, enduring everything in silence. He'd held on through sheer grit. And now, someone who shared his ideals had appeared. Someone backed by an organization. Gordon's long-dormant fighting spirit reignited. The ambition he'd once had to change Gotham when he first became a cop resurfaced. He suddenly felt full of energy. "Of course," Morin said, patting Gordon on the shoulder. "First, help me find a rental. Then we'll get something to eat." "Hey! Clothing, food, shelter, transportation," Morin explained calmly. "Clothes are handled. Food is easy. Shelter is the problem right now. Once the first three are settled, we'll think about transportation." "All right," Gordon replied. Faced with Morin's long and perfectly reasonable explanation, he gave in. Still, one thought lingered. Why does this feel so unreliable? Gordon helped Morin find a place. Morin's requirements weren't high. Clean. Quiet. Convenient transportation. Price wasn't an issue. Finding one was easy. In Gotham, if you ignored the word safe, there were plenty of options. That night, Gordon went home. Morin went to the supermarket alone. After buying daily necessities, he headed back to the rental. On the way, he sensed someone following him. Based on faint, nearly imperceptible sounds, Morin judged the person's agility and quickly identified them. Bruce Wayne. The soon-to-debut Batman. Since Batman had come looking for him, Morin had no intention of letting him keep playing what he considered a childish dress-up game. Wayne Enterprises could influence the entire country. Yet its heir ignored that resource and chose to fight criminals alone. If that wasn't childish, what was? Morin planned to properly educate this not yet named Batman. Before the costume obsession went too far, he wanted Bruce to experience the satisfaction of solving problems with capital. Of course, there still had to be a Batman. Morin would simply offer another path. The choice would be Bruce's. Morin wasn't a bad person. And he rarely forced good people to do things against their will. That said, if there was an easier way to save Gotham and get the girl, what would Bruce choose? Morin found himself genuinely curious. Chapter 131, Chapter 8, The Identity He Never Considered. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Morin walked for a long time without seeing Bruce make a move. He's really cautious. He thought about it, then deliberately turned into a dark, secluded alley. In Gotham, alleys like this were everywhere. After the third one, Bruce finally acted. With Morin's deliberate indulgence, Bruce closed the distance successfully. "Don't move," Bruce said, pressing a metal pipe against the back of Morin's head, treating it like a gun. Morin stopped cooperatively. "Who are you?" "Your reaction time doesn't match what the newspapers say," Bruce replied, deliberately lowering his voice. "Still better than a masked man in black," Morin said. "How do you know?" Bruce was startled. "There's glass in front of us," Morin said, pointing ahead. Moonlight was bright tonight. With good eyesight, their reflections were clearly visible in the windowpane. And Bruce's Batman suit wasn't finished yet. He was only wearing a mask. That alone cut his cool factor by more than half. He looked a little silly. "Bruce, how did this turn awkward so fast?" "You've been following me for a while," Morin continued calmly. "If you didn't act soon, I was going to make the first move. How about you put the pipe down and we talk properly?" "You knew I was following you." Bruce's pupils shrank. Impossible. He had trained with the League of Assassins. He had mastered almost all of their stealth techniques. He shouldn't have been discovered so easily. "You've been tailing me for 3 blocks, Morin said. "Want me to name the streets? Or?" In an instant, the object under Bruce's hand vanished. A sharp sense of danger surged. Before he could react, something cold pressed against the back of his head. Bruce froze. He didn't dare move. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes, something he hadn't felt in a long time. At some point, Morin had disappeared from in front of him. And appeared behind him. Bruce had no idea how. "Or I needed to do this," Morin said evenly, "so you'd recognize my ability and talk instead of running meaningless tests." He pushed the wrench forward slightly, then pulled it back and walked past Bruce without looking back. "If you have something to say, come to my rental house." Bruce hesitated. Then followed. Not long after, Morin arrived at the rental house. Soon after, Bruce knocked and walked in. "Sit. I'll make tea," Morin said, gesturing toward the living room as he went to wash a cup. Bruce had no choice but to sit on the sofa. He sat straight, looking forward. Like a scolded elementary school student. The atmosphere was awkward. At least for Bruce. His original plan had been simple. Hide his identity. Gather information. Find out where Morin came from, what backing he had, what abilities he possessed. Then decide whether he could be a teammate to help change Gotham. That plan collapsed immediately. It wasn't that Morin refused to follow the script. It was that Morin's abilities were completely beyond expectation. Even now, Bruce couldn't understand what he'd just witnessed. Morin was fast, too fast. So fast Bruce hadn't had time to react. And silent. Not even a hint of displaced air. Bruce hadn't followed him just to talk or recruit him. He was also curious. Very curious. Coach. I want to learn that too. Morin returned quickly with tea. I'm surprised Gotham even has this kind of tea, he said. Want some? You're Asian, Bruce said. It was in your file. He didn't want to fall into Morin's rhythm. This was his attempt to regain initiative. Good, Morin nodded, leaning back completely. What else did you find? The contrast between them was obvious. Morin relaxed. Bruce stayed rigid. And Bruce didn't dare relax. The files are normal, Bruce said. All documents are valid. But everyone who could verify them is dead. I've only seen files like that on people with very specific jobs. Are you a spy? FBI? Or somewhere else? Is that all? Morin smiled, taking a sip of tea. Also, don't you think it's strange to wear a mask the whole time? No, Bruce said. His body tensed slightly. If my identity is exposed before things are clear, it won't be good for either of us. He was already starting to regret coming so rashly. He should have gone back first. Prepared more. Tisk caution is good, Morin said. But I already know who you are. Bruce stayed silent. He didn't believe him. He thought it was a bluff. I didn't take off my mask. I didn't reveal my accent. This is our first meeting. There's no way. Then Morin spoke again. I didn't know you had a habit of wearing strange outfits, Morin said slowly. To the point of wearing them in broad daylight, no, in the dead of night. Mr. Bruce Wayne. Gotham's billionaire playboy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bruce. He froze. 1 moment ago, he was sure Morin couldn't know. The next, his name was spoken casually. Like stating the weather. How did he know? A storm erupted in Bruce's mind. How did you know? He asked after 2 seconds of silence. My equipment? Or something else? There was no point pretending. If Morin could say his name so calmly, he already knew. All Bruce wanted now was the method. He hadn't even debuted yet. His equipment wasn't finished. He was still searching for teammates. And one of them had already seen through him. Ridiculous. Batman was supposed to be a symbol. Fear. Mystery. A presence criminals couldn't touch. That only worked if no one knew who he was. If his identity was exposed, the entire plan collapsed. A mortal man couldn't inspire fear. Only an untouchable symbol could. Your disguise is nearly flawless, Morin said, pouring more tea. As long as you keep the mask on, no one would recognize you. But for someone who knows what they're looking at, it's your outfit that gave you away. The high-end infantry Mech survival suit, Morin said, pointing. Double-layer bulletproof fibers. Reinforced joints. $300,000 per suit. Bruce's eyes widened. Even modified, I can recognize it, Morin continued. It's a bit bulky, but for people like us, that's not an issue. This model is exclusive to Wayne Enterprises' Applied Sciences division. It was discontinued due to cost. Some samples went to the military. Then to the FBI. So you're with the FBI? Bruce caught the hint. No, Morin smiled. I'm with the IRS. A senior field agent. We audited the FBI. And brought back some souvenirs. This suit was one of them. An IRS agent? Bruce looked genuinely confused. What are you doing here? Auditing taxes. Don't you know? Morin looked at him like he was stupid. Illegal income is taxable too. In a place like Gotham, do you think arms dealers and drug traffickers pay taxes? They're evading taxes. Morin spoke with righteous indignation. In America, only 2 things are certain. Death. And taxes. As an IRS agent, I absolutely cannot allow tax evasion. Bruce. It sounded absurd. And yet, disturbingly, it made sense. So after all of that, you're really just here to check their books? Chapter 132, Chapter 9, I'll show you how capital really works. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Alright. I understand, Bruce said after taking 2 deep breaths. He felt short of air and tore off the mask. He'd already been exposed. Wearing it no longer mattered. So, Bruce continued, you're an IRS agent auditing criminals for illegal income and tax evasion. And because you saw my equipment, you figured out who I am. Not quite, Morin said, waving his hand. I also made a few deductions of my own. This suit was discontinued long ago. The only place it still exists is Wayne Enterprises' Applied Sciences Division. Before coming here, I reviewed Gotham's background. Fox, who runs Applied Sciences, is principled and capable. But because he doesn't agree with Earl, the one trying to seize your shares, he was pushed there and sidelined. Officially he's still the division head. In reality, he's basically a warehouse manager. Someone like him would never let this equipment vanish without reporting it. But my intelligence showed no record of that. So the only person who could have made it disappear is you, Bruce Wayne, the legitimate heir of Wayne Enterprises. That's not all, Morin added calmly. Our intelligence department also investigated your past. Your connection to the League of Assassins isn't a secret to us. I originally planned to approach you later. I didn't expect you to come to me first. At first, I wasn't sure it was you, but with everything combined, you're the only one who fits. Your intelligence department is that good? Bruce asked, genuinely impressed. From Morin's explanation, Bruce caught the key point. The IRS Intelligence Department. Of course, Morin said, nodding without hesitation. FBI. CIA, NSA. All a step behind us. He even stepped on his colleagues from this world. Colleagues were competitors, after all. Aside from the completely fabricated intelligence department, everything else was true. And Bruce had no way to verify it. Morin wasn't worried at all. So you're planning to clean up Gotham? Bruce asked. If a top-tier federal agency had its sights on Gotham, Bruce felt he might not need to act at all. I am, Morin said again, bluffing smoothly. This is my final mission. Final mission? Bruce caught the unfamiliar phrase. That's right. I'm already a senior field agent. I meet the requirements for promotion. Once I complete this mission, I'll become an unprecedented top-tier field agent. This is the last step. What is the mission? Bruce asked. He had a bad feeling. To personally uncover all tax evasion across Gotham's power structures, Morin said. Primarily the major ones. Wayne Enterprises included. The headquarters won't provide any support beyond initial intelligence. In fact, even that's already stopped. So it's just you. Bruce felt a sharp drop in expectation. He'd thought a national-level force was moving in. Instead, it was one man. Alone. Without ongoing intelligence support. It wasn't that Bruce underestimated Morin. He knew Morin was stronger than himself. But hope rose high. And disappointment fell just as far. That's right, Morin said. I'm using the police identity to keep things legitimate. He looked at Bruce. What about you, Mr. Bruce? Don't you want to change Gotham? You knew that too. Bruce was shocked. He hadn't even begun acting yet. Then why do you have all that equipment? Morin chuckled. Cave diving. But honestly, he added, your idea is far too naive. Naive? Bruce frowned. I don't know why no one tried to stop you, Morin said bluntly. You have the capital to easily change Gotham. But instead, you choose this childish approach. You lack experience. Your perspective is too narrow. My father once tried to save everyone with his power, Bruce said. It didn't end well. That's because he used it the wrong way, Morin replied, shaking his head. When billions are divided among millions, each person gets very little. And your father couldn't even do that. Wayne Enterprises belonged to him, but it was never solely his. What are you saying? Bruce asked. There's only one way to solve Gotham, Morin said. Use overwhelming individual power to suppress hostile forces, while offering enough benefits to attract strong external powers. There's a Chinese saying, all hustle under heaven is for profit. If you truly want Gotham fixed, capital is the sharpest tool. Capital. Bruce repeated quietly. You're lucky, Morin continued. You have capable people clearing the path for you, letting you deploy capital freely. But you're also foolish. You don't know how to use it to its fullest. He sighed. Let me put it this way. What do you think of New York? Safe, Bruce answered after a pause. Given the conversation so far, he avoided words like prosperous. Despite being criticized, he wasn't angry. Because Morin made sense. He definitely didn't enjoy being insulted. Not perfectly safe, Morin said, but smugglers and drug dealers don't run rampant. Why? Because capital brought profit. Conglomerates moved in. And tell me, would those groups allow criminals to openly threaten their safety? No, Bruce said. Alfred had told him something similar before. Exactly, Morin smiled. At that point, Gotham's problems, even the roots, resolve themselves. You won't need costumes and games. Is Gotham difficult to fix? Morin's answer was simple. Let me teach you how to play the capital game. When profits are so massive that even the military wants a stake in Gotham, even the Joker won't dare act recklessly. Bruce fell silent. Reluctant as he was to admit it, following Morin's logic. It sounded feasible. Of course, it's not that simple, Morin said. Before that, Gotham's surface-level security still needs fixing. And that's why I'm telling you this, he added. I need your help in every sense. In return, I'll help you solve these problems. Didn't you say the final mission must be done alone? Bruce asked. Alone means no help from within my department, Morin replied. Anything else is fair game. You want Gotham changed. I want evidence of tax evasion. In that sense, we can work together. How? Bruce thought briefly. His interest was clearly stirred. So far, Morin's words were logical and convincing. That didn't mean Bruce fully trusted him. He would verify everything later. First, we assess gang power and decide priorities, Morin said, gesturing at Bruce's unfinished suit. Stick to your original plan for now. We need intelligence before acting. Oh, right. Give me your number. After exchanging contact information, Morin unceremoniously ushered him out. Bruce left in silence. He had more questions. Morin was already impatient. On the way out, Bruce wondered if buying Morin's rental house might be more effective. As the landlord, conversation might go smoother. The thinking of the wealthy truly was different. Master Wayne? Alfred asked. You seem unsettled. I am, Bruce replied, still deep in thought. Did the operation fail? It did, Bruce said. But it also brought good news. He explained Morin's information in detail. What do you think, Alfred? That intelligence is likely genuine, Alfred said after thinking. I once served in MI5. Mr. Morin is correct, the IRS operates above the FBI and CIA in some areas. I don't understand the ranks he mentioned, Alfred admitted. But his explanation of Gotham is intriguing. You think so too? Bruce nodded. I'm not well versed in capital operations, Alfred said. But I recommend speaking with Mr. Fox. Not Earl. Bruce asked. Master Wayne, Alfred said calmly, I dislike speaking ill of others. But Earl is not a good man. Making him chairman was a mistake. Mr. Fox is far more reliable. In every way. I understand, Bruce said. I'll see him tomorrow. And I'll get new equipment. Morin's terrifying strength had only made Bruce more eager to improve. Chapter 133, Chapter 10, turns out it was about money after all. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Bruce was always decisive. Early the next morning, he went to see Fox at Wayne Enterprises' Applied Sciences Division. Mr. Wayne. Fox smiled when he saw Bruce. How was your cave diving trip? Before this, when Bruce had taken suits and equipment from Fox, he'd used the excuse of an adventure trip involving cave diving and scuba diving. During that time, he'd also asked about the suit's bulletproof performance, which made Fox see through his intentions instantly. Fox hadn't said much. He'd simply handed everything over. After all, everything here belonged to Bruce. Even if Bruce took it without saying a word, Fox wouldn't object. Still, now that Bruce was back, a bit of teasing was only natural. The results were pretty good, Bruce said awkwardly. Can I ask you something? Of course, Fox replied, glancing around. As you can see, Mr. Wayne, I'm pretty idle. If it weren't for the paycheck, I probably wouldn't even show up. You can't do that, Bruce said. It's like this. If I wanted to completely change Gotham's situation, what would be the best way? Completely change it. Fox's eyes narrowed at once. Is that why you took all those weapons and suits? No, of course not. Bruce instinctively tried to hide it. Mr. Wayne, if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to, Fox interrupted. That way, if Mr. Earl asks, I won't have to lie. But don't treat me like an idiot. I'm not that easy to fool. All right. Bruce hesitated. Then he remembered Alfred's words about Fox's abilities. I do want to change Gotham. You took weapons and equipment. You want to change Gotham. You want to fight crime, Fox said, quickly connecting it to Bruce's past. By force. Yes. Bruce nodded. I want to become a symbol. Something that makes criminals afraid just by seeing it. Afraid to act. That sounds very difficult, Fox frowned. Not impossible, but very difficult. You'd have to sacrifice too much. Are you planning to do it alone? More or less, Bruce said, choosing not to mention the other method he'd acquired. He wanted to hear Fox's opinion on his original plan first. Are you sure you've thought this through? Fox asked. I don't know the details of your plan, but I know Gotham's criminals. If you try to solve everything by yourself, you'll sacrifice too much time, energy, risk. Especially since you're Gotham's richest man, and still young. If you're gone too often, people will notice. If you become a symbol, conflict is inevitable. You'll likely waste your life in an endless struggle and achieve nothing in the end. You think so too? Bruce murmured. Morin's single blow had woken him up. When Bruce returned to Wayne Manor last night, he finally noticed Alfred's disapproval. Before, Alfred had hidden it well. As a butler, he shouldn't interfere. But as someone who had watched Bruce grow up, Alfred didn't want him walking this path. He would rather see Bruce married, with children, even as a wasteful playboy. Wayne Enterprises wasn't short on money. After sensing Alfred's opposition, Bruce grew more hesitant. That was why he came to Fox. When a stranger, his closest butler, and a senior executive all opposed his plan, Bruce began doubting himself. 2. Fox's eyes flickered. Someone else told you this already? Alfred. You know Alfred? Bruce was surprised. Of course, Fox said. We're old friends. I worked with your father. As he spoke, Fox deliberately revealed his background. From the start, he'd wanted this opportunity. The best way to leave applied sciences and regain influence was to rely on the true owner of Wayne Enterprises. But first, he had to evaluate Bruce. If Bruce were just a clueless playboy easily manipulated by Earl, Fox wouldn't have said a word. But after evaluating him, Fox found Bruce not only intelligent, but far beyond expectations. So he revealed his credentials at the right moment. You worked with my father? Bruce asked again. Yes, Fox smiled. The citywide rail system was something your father and I designed together. The investment was huge, but it turned Wayne Enterprises into Gotham's center. The returns far exceeded the cost. But that's old history, Fox said, steering the conversation back. Tell me, Mr. Wayne. What are you really here to ask? I don't think you came to talk to a useless old man for no reason. No. Bruce shook his head. I do have something to ask. I'm listening. Someone else discovered my plan before, Bruce said. He said it was a childish game. His words were sharp, Fox said calmly. But his conclusion isn't that different from mine. We're both trying to stop you. I analyze pros and cons. He mocks you. Same goal. Yes. And I asked him what I should do instead, Bruce continued. He said I have the strongest capital, but I haven't used it properly. Bruce stopped and looked at Fox. Testing me? Fox said immediately. I wanted your advice, Bruce said. Then I wanted to compare it. I understand, Fox smiled. You're afraid I'll steal his idea. That's reasonable. Right now, only you know what he said. But in my opinion, he's right. Hey! Bruce gestured for him to continue. To solve illegal activity, you need stronger legal control, Fox said. And for that, criminals must receive the punishment they deserve. That's what Gotham lacks most. That's what I want to do, Bruce nodded. But one person isn't enough, Fox said. Your idea of a symbol of fear could work. But for you, there's a simpler, legal way. Use Wayne Enterprises. Expand its influence. Build a system of control. Or attract other conglomerates and turn Gotham into an economic hub. When Gotham becomes indispensable, when capital decides appointments, no one will dare act illegally. They'll fear losing power more than losing dirty money. And to get Wayne Enterprises to that level, we need to get Earl out of the way. Bruce said suddenly. I never said that, Fox smiled. But I think we should, Bruce said, meeting his gaze. You're capable. After hearing Fox, Bruce made up his mind. Morin might lie. Fox might lie. But Alfred never would. If all three said the same thing, and it made sense to Bruce himself, then why not try? I've been in this warehouse for a long time, Fox said, looking around. Working in an office again wouldn't be bad. You're here. Morin lay on the sofa, eyes closed, then opened them. A moment later, the window slid open. Bruce climbed in, looking depressed. Is it really that obvious? To me, it's like you're shouting, I'm here, Morin said. But don't worry. For normal people, your concealment is more than enough. So, have you decided? Morin asked. Who did you consult? Fox. I asked Fox. And Alfred, Bruce said, sitting down. Same answer. You can tell me the plan now. Not so fast, Morin said. There are things to deal with first. Besides, you already made the equipment. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? I don't think so, Bruce replied. 10,000 suits. That's nothing. I think it's a waste, Morin said, his mouth twitching. He was starting to understand how terrifying rich people were. Let's start with a gang, Morin continued. Falcone. Kill the leader. Maximum deterrence. I don't kill, Bruce frowned. They deserve it 100 times over, Morin said. But if you insist, fine. As for me, I'm a police officer. I have the legal right to kill them. Any objections? No. Bruce couldn't refute him. Relax. I'm not a serial killer, Morin waved his hand. If you want to arrest them, go ahead. But coordinate with me. Why? Bruce asked. You don't have enforcement authority, Morin explained. Your arrests are illegal. I'll handle the paperwork. Then why don't you just arrest them yourself? Bruce asked. Because it's not challenging, Morin said casually. Bruce immediately recalled Morin's earlier display. The thought returned. Can you teach me your techniques? You want to learn? Morin's eyes lit up. I'll teach you. But it'll cost you. That's fine, Bruce said. $10 million. That's more than enough, Morin said quickly. But I want payment another way. Another way? I'm a police officer, Morin said. Side jobs don't look good. So here's the plan. I help you catch criminals. I teach you along the way. Afterward, you donate the money as a reward for a brave officer. How about it? Bruce. Who just said it wasn't challenging? So in the end, it really was about the money. Chapter 134, Chapter 11, PSST Bruce Wayne has a cross-dressing fetish. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Bruce didn't understand why Morin insisted on taking such a roundabout approach. He didn't ask. For him, any problem that money could solve wasn't a problem at all. Money grew faster than he could spend it. Sounds good, Bruce said, nodding. Excellent, Morin replied. As a friendly reminder, your girlfriend District Attorney Rachel Dawes may be in some trouble soon. What? Bruce froze, not even bothering to correct the word girlfriend. She wants to prosecute one of Falcone's men. He was sent to Arkham and conveniently saved by Dr. Crane, Morin said calmly. According to my intel, Falcone may be targeting her. He added casually, that's old information, but it's a reasonable deduction. For someone like Rachel Dawes hard to bribe, there's really only one other solution. Bruce stood up and headed for the door. One more thing, Morin said. If you want to be with Miss Rachel Dawes, I might be able to give you some advice. Bruce stopped. You have expertise in that too. His tone was skeptical. I'll rely on myself. Morin didn't push it. Honestly, he thought Rachel was the best match for Batman. Similar personalities. Similar stubbornness. Sure, she'd had other boyfriends, but hadn't they already broken up? In the original story, Bruce deliberately played the role of a playboy. Money. Women. Noise. All to hide who he really was. It worked. Too well. Rachel believed it. Their relationship deteriorated. Bruce carried that pain quietly. Despite being surrounded by women, he loved Rachel the most. Her death later would devastate him. Everything that followed grew from that moment. But now, none of that had happened yet. The Joker was probably still hiding somewhere. Bruce hadn't even truly become Batman. Right now, he was still just a young man. At least, that's how Morin saw him. Reading Bruce was easy. Facial expressions. Tone. Reactions. Leading the conversation took almost no effort. Don't worry, Morin said. It's free advice. No harm in listening. Then there's no need to listen, Bruce replied immediately. Morin. Morin didn't force it. Maybe things would turn out differently this time. Maybe Bruce would succeed. though Morin thought the odds were low. The operation itself was dangerous. That alone made honesty with Rachel impossible. And if Bruce still used the playboy persona, then history would repeat itself. "I'll deal with it when the time comes," Morin muttered. He headed to the police station. "What are you doing here?" Gordon asked, surprised. It was Saturday. Morin had started work yesterday. Today was already his day off. Gordon, meanwhile, was at the station as usual, not because he was forced, but because he chose to be. "I'm here to tell you something," Morin said. "We have 3 people now." "Who?" "Bruce Wayne." "Hey!" Gordon stared at him. "I'm serious," Morin said. "He won't be public. He'll act in a different way." Morin leaned in and whispered. "Did you know he has a cross-dressing fetish?" Gordon. "Not only that, he wants to be a hero. Like Iron Man or Captain America," Morin continued seriously. "His parents were killed by thugs, so he wants to change Gotham." "What does that have to do with cross-dressing?" Gordon asked blankly. "Think about it," Morin said. "Heroes in comics all wear costumes." He nodded to himself. "Perfect match." "I see," Gordon said suddenly. "But don't say it in front of him," Morin added. "This is confidential." He winked. "He might come to you later. All in black. Bat-themed. Do you get what I'm saying? Even if he has strange fetishes, he'll be a huge help. Especially when you become commissioner." "When did I say I'd be commissioner?" Gordon asked. "When you are, everything becomes easier," Morin said casually. "Don't worry. We won't make you do anything illegal. We'll just push the thugs back where they belong so the police can function." "But, you could do that yourself," Gordon tried. "What, you want me to call my organization and tell them I'm staying here as commissioner?" Morin's tone was calm. Gordon had no answer. Morin didn't mention that the real reason was laziness. "I have another question," Gordon said. "Can he protect himself? Being a billionaire isn't the same as being a hero." "You don't need to worry," Morin said. "He has a superpower too." "Superpower?" "Money," Morin said. "With enough of it, you can do what Tony Stark does." He glanced at Gordon. "And the 2 haven't you noticed mine yet? Are there many people like you?" Gordon asked quietly. "Very few," Morin said, patting his shoulder. "If there were even one more, the country would have found them already. They wouldn't be living freely." Courthouse. Rachel organized documents on her desk. Yesterday's criminal. Sent to Arkham instead of prison. Treatment, she thought bitterly. She picked up another file. Hugh Haas. The man Morin had demanded. The trial would start in 2 days. Another one. She sighed. What's the point? Crane would diagnose him again. Exemption. Release. That was why she became district attorney. As a child, she hadn't understood. After Bruce's parents were killed, she saw his pain and made her decision. Criminals shouldn't escape consequences. Reality crushed that ideal quickly. The police were corrupt. Judges were bribed. Scapegoats were endless. Arkham was a loophole controlled by Dr. Crane. Every path was blocked. Even with her resolve, frustration crept in. If there was one comfort, Bruce was alive. She smiled faintly. They'd been close since childhood. After his parents died, he vanished. 7 years. Declared dead. But he came back. That mattered. A noise interrupted her thoughts. She looked up. Nothing. She shook her head and returned to her work. Duty was duty. The noise grew louder. Rachel frowned and stood. Someone was standing in front of her. Old friend, Bruce said with a smile. I haven't seen you since I got back. Meanwhile, Morin left the station in high spirits, telling Gordon about Bruce and embellishing it had been fun. He headed for Narrows Island. Gotham's customs were simple. Arkham was full of talent. He'd seen most of the city. Not Arkham. Yet. At the gate, Morin showed his badge. Soon, a man in glasses and a suit emerged. Gentle. Polite. Dr. Crane. Scarecrow. Officer Morin. Chapter 135, Chapter 12, Is your fear gas past the expiration date? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Of course, Crane couldn't stop Morin. Both Morin's identity and his strength meant that if he wanted to enter, no one could stop him. Crane didn't say much. He simply followed behind Morin, one hand in his pocket, touching a small device. A small bottle of fear gas. He'd grabbed it on the way out after hearing Morin was coming. If you're this stubborn, Crane thought, don't blame me for what happens next. The environment here isn't very good, Morin said as he walked into Arkham, calmly observing his surroundings. The walls were grey. The lights were dim. If not for the staff moving around, this place would have been perfect for a horror movie. The city government hasn't been very generous with Arkham's funding, Crane replied casually. Is that so? Morin continued walking. I heard Arkham houses quite a few inmates. If the funding's so poor, aren't they worried about inmates escaping? Or? Morin stopped and turned to look at Crane. Have the inmates here already disappeared a long time ago? What are you talking about? Crane smiled. That's impossible. Arkham's security is even stricter than Gotham's prisons. Talk is cheap, Morin said, pointing at the elevator nearby. Why don't you take me down and let me see for myself? Of course, Crane nodded. He pressed the elevator button. When the doors opened, he stepped inside, quickly took out a small key, inserted it into a hidden slot, and twisted it. The elevator locked. Without the key, no one could operate it. If Morin discovered something he shouldn't, Crane had no intention of letting him leave. What are you doing? Morin's voice startled him. Crane spun around. Morin was already inside the elevator. Silently. There hadn't been a single footstep. There's something wrong with this elevator, Crane said quickly. If you don't start it this way, it might malfunction and trap us. Oh, Morin replied. His look clearly said, keep lying. I'm curious how far you'll go. But if I remember correctly, Morin continued, this mechanism exists to prevent people without the key from using the elevator. Dr. Crane, are you trying to keep me here? You misunderstand, Crane said, pushing his glasses up with his left hand. His right hand stayed in his pocket, tightly gripping the bottle. Everything I said is true. If things went south, he'd throw the gas immediately. Even skin contact would have an effect slower, weaker than inhalation, but still effective. Crane knew this well. During the development of fear gas, he'd tested it on himself countless times and had built up resistance. He wasn't worried. Even so, he didn't move yet. Morin's reputation was too great. He'd walked in openly. Plenty of people knew he was at Arkham today. If Morin suddenly became mentally unstable, how would Crane explain that? The police would tear Arkham apart. Ra's al Ghul will arrive soon. The plan's about to begin. No mistakes. No accidents. Crane squeezed the bottle again and again, but never threw it. If it broke accidentally, the consequences would be disastrous. Thankfully, his grip wasn't that strong. The elevator stopped. The doors opened onto the ward for mentally ill inmates. Crane led Morin forward. The lighting was oppressive. The atmosphere heavy. It had no effect on Morin. He was someone who could use mind-controlling magic. The system provided magic didn't just give effects, it provided knowledge. Hypnosis, mind reading, psychological observation, analysis techniques. Strictly speaking, with Morin's current knowledge, the only thing separating him from a top-tier psychologist was certification. If he took the test, he'd pass easily. "This is the room," Crane said, stopping before a heavy iron door. "You can observe through the window." Morin looked inside. "Can I go in?" "I recommend against it," Crane replied. "The inmate suffers from mental illness. Close contact could worsen his condition irreversibly." "You don't need to worry," Morin said. "He's just an inmate." "That's not something a police officer should say," Crane frowned. "I'm just curious," Morin replied calmly. This man could speak normally in court and act independently. Now, a few days after entering Arxum, he's restrained, babbling, and incoherent. That looks exactly like an acute episode. "That is an episode," Crane said. "It proves my diagnosis was correct." "Yes," Morin nodded. "But I checked his file. No mental illness history for decades. Yet within 2 days, you diagnosed him and the symptoms manifested. That's fast." "It's likely guilt and stress from the crime triggered it," Crane explained. "In psychology, this is called—" "I'm not interested in psychological terminology," Morin interrupted. "Open the door." "All right," Crane said. He took out the key and unlocked it. Inside, the criminal was strapped into a reclining chair, wrapped in a straitjacket. He could barely move. Drool slid down his chin. He muttered endlessly, eyes empty. "Scarecrow?" Morin asked, turning to Crane. "What does that mean?" "For hallucinating patients, fear often manifests as an external tormentor," Crane explained. "It aligns with Jung's model. In this case, the tormentor is the scarecrow." "I see," Morin nodded. "So, do you have a scarecrow here?" "What? Of course not," Crane said quickly. "It's probably from childhood. A scarecrow he saw back then left a deep impression. The trauma didn't surface until now." "That's strange," Morin said, feigning confusion. "Every room we passed, every inmate was muttering scarecrow. All childhood scarecrow trauma. And it all coincidentally manifests here." "Anything's possible," Crane said. "They're from the same gang. Maybe the same hometown." "I don't buy it," Morin said. He slid his hand into his suit pocket and pulled out a syringe. "Your explanation is possible. But the probability is too low." Crane's smile stiffened. "So, what's that?" "There's another possibility," Morin continued. "A chemical drug. One that induces a mental state prone to hallucination. Pair it with a symbolic image, and fear does the rest. People in that state will naturally imagine something terrifying. They fall into it completely." Crane's body tensed. "I did my homework before coming," Morin said. "Doctorate in psychology. And chemistry. I have to say, Dr. Crane, you're very knowledgeable." Crane's smile froze. "So, you're drawing blood?" "Of course," Morin nodded. "A drug capable of this level of hallucination causes severe physiological damage. It lingers. At high doses, it can cause organ failure. Even death. He's been like this for less than 2 days. Testing his blood should give us some very interesting results." "I noticed your syringe doesn't look sterilized," Crane said hurriedly, stalling. He didn't even have time to question why Morin had pulled out an uncapped syringe. "You don't need to worry," Morin smiled. "I didn't take safety precautions. But the lives of drug-dealing criminals don't really matter." "Crane." Morin turned back toward the inmate. Crane finally made up his mind. He couldn't stall anymore. If Morin confirmed drug use, it would be disastrous for their master's plan. "Morin!" Crane yanked the bottle from his pocket and hurled it to the ground. The gas spread instantly. Morin turned. Crane held his breath, pulled a mask from somewhere on his body, and put it on. He became the Scarecrow. Are you afraid? Crane's demeanor changed instantly. He was certain Morin had inhaled the gas. Hallucinations would have already begun. Crane knew the drug well. Even whispered words would sound demonic. Morin would see a horrifying scarecrow crawling with insects. Death is waiting for you. Crane let the madness surge. His suppressed rage poured out. In his mind, Morin was trembling. The role reversal thrilled him. But after repeating himself several times, and seeing Morin's gaze shift from indifference to something resembling pity, Crane froze. No symptoms. Nothing. How could someone react this calmly? Unless... I'll admit, Morin said, your performance is quite comical. But I'm not laughing. This is the drug you're using. The hallucinogen. May I ask? Is it expired? Expired? Impossible. Scarecrow roared. Fear gas doesn't expire. Really? Morin deliberately inhaled. Exhaled. Shrugged. No effect. Did you bring a fake product? How is that possible? Scarecrow muttered, baffled. He'd seen Morin inhale it. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Could it really be expired? So Crane did something very constructive. He took off the mask and inhaled deeply. Morin. Chapter 136, Chapter 13, Do I Really Look Like Someone Who Enjoys Killing? Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Morin honestly hadn't expected Crane to do something like that. It immediately reminded him of a classic scene. This knife is highly poisonous. Touch it and you'll die. Lick. So people like that actually existed? Morin was genuinely astonished. But in his original plan, Crane was still useful. Could it be that once he puts on the mask, the madness buried in his daily personality fully activates? Morin speculated, causing a suppression and decline in his intelligence. He watched as Crane's eyes went unfocused, his pupils contracting violently. Morin became interested. A short while later, Morin left the room with a satisfied expression and closed the door behind him. That frightening little stunt had been unexpectedly enjoyable. Watching the drastic change in Crane before and after, and seeing how a few casual words could make him jump, Morin immediately understood Crane's obsession with this kind of behavior. Contrast was a wonderful thing. It brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. A common example was acting like a pig to eat a tiger. Compared to that, using drugs to induce hallucinations and then creating contrast felt slightly inferior. Morin tested it briefly. Then he lost interest. His power level made detours unnecessary. Overwhelming force was simpler and more efficient. Since Crane is out of the picture, the plan needs to change. Morin had attempted to use mind control magic on Crane in the room, but Crane's condition was far too severe. After taking a breath and entering a state of fear, Crane instinctively began breathing heavily to relieve the pressure. At that point, the air was saturated with fear toxin. An overdose meant death. Morin had no intention of saving him. Crane was a villain. A scumbag. If he died, it saved resources. Since he couldn't be controlled, he had lost his last remaining value. Morin took out his phone and made a call. What's wrong? Gordon answered. I ran into a little trouble, Morin said. Where are you right now? Oh God, don't tell me you trashed another place, Gordon sighed. I'm at the station. How can you slander me like that? Morin replied. Do I look like the type who goes around trashing other people's places? This time, I didn't start it. So you did trash it, Gordon felt like spitting blood. Why does it always feel like your job is demolition? Don't worry about that yet, Morin said. Come to Arxum on Narrows Island. I found something. Arxum. Gordon was startled. What's wrong there? The director here, Crane, is insane, Morin said. He's been helping thugs, forging psychiatric evaluations to keep them out of prison, and secretly conducting human experiments. He created a neurotoxin that amplifies fear to the extreme. For his own twisted enjoyment. Are you okay? I'm fine, Morin said, recalling how the toxin had been instantly neutralized the moment it entered his lungs, never integrating with his body before being expelled. But Crane isn't doing so well. Did you hit him? Gordon asked. Is he dead? Do I look like a violent person? Morin asked back. You don't look like one, Gordon said dryly. You are one. I didn't touch him, Morin said. He inhaled his own toxin. Then, in fear, kept breathing more and more. He's gone insane. He's about to die. Wait, Gordon said. You're saying Crane created the toxin himself, right? So how did he inhale it? Didn't he know how dangerous it was? Who knows, Morin said. Some people even lick poisoned knives. For a psychopath like him, isn't that normal? Fair point, Gordon said. Do I need to bring backup? Gordon had already decided Morin was involved. He just chose not to say it. If Morin didn't want to explain, there was no need to push. After all, blaming a scumbag for crimes was never a problem. And if that were the case, wouldn't the criminals Crane had saved end up as test subjects instead? Gordon's eyes lit up. Karma really was a bitch. The heavens spared no one. His mood improved significantly. There's something else, Morin said, turning toward the elevator. He remembered the key was on Crane. He didn't bother going back. He took the stairs instead. Which made him wonder. Why didn't Rachel take the stairs in the movie after discovering Crane's true nature? Ghost? I don't know. Probably stupid. In any case, elevators always had staircases. Otherwise, what would you do if it broke? Morin descended toward the bottom floor. What is it? Gordon asked. A major event that will affect all of Gotham, Morin said. Our plan is for you to become commissioner. This will help your promotion. So come alone. We need to discuss how to handle this for maximum benefit. Affect the whole city. Gordon stood up immediately. Yes. Morin reached the bottom floor. He scanned the area and headed toward the only room with faint noise. I'm certain that if what they're doing isn't stopped, the entire city will be endangered. What are they doing? Gordon asked, starting his car. We'll ask them. Morin kicked the door open. The explosion of sound froze everyone inside. The room was massive. Tall. More like a factory than a room. Clearly excavated and modified later. No proper factory would leave water transport pipes exposed like that. The distance between floor and ceiling was nearly 10 meters. The door Morin had kicked open was halfway up, requiring stairs to reach the main floor. Steel barrels were scattered everywhere. Several water pipes had been cut open. Before Morin arrived, liquid from the barrels was being poured into the flowing water. Now? Everyone stood frozen. The thugs stared blankly. Why wasn't Crane here? Who was this man? What are you doing? Gordon heard the noise through the phone and felt uneasy. That sound. A door being kicked in? Relax, Morin said, phone in one hand, the other in his pocket. He looked coldly at the frozen henchman. I'll be fine. Get him, a small-time boss shouted after snapping out of it. He's not one of us. Something's wrong. What the hell is happening? Gordon demanded. I'm clearing the site, Morin said. I'll call you later. I'm about to move. He hung up. Hello? Hello? Damn it. Gordon tossed the phone aside and floored the accelerator. He didn't call for backup. Not because he was heartless, but because Morin's recent displays had completely shattered his sense of scale. He wasn't worried about Morin at all. Breaking into a mob-controlled bar, knocking out multiple armed groups, without killing anyone. That kind of strength spoke for itself. Combined with the abilities Morin mentioned earlier, Gordon had zero concern for his safety. He was rushing because he was worried Morin might accidentally wipe out everyone with useful information. Back at Arxum, Morin walked calmly toward the thugs aiming submachine guns at him. What followed was inevitable. An unquestionable, one-sided victory. Less than 10 seconds. They never fired a single shot. What happened? Gordon asked urgently over the phone later. You didn't kill them all, did you? Why do you always assume I kill people? Morin complained. Do I really look like someone who enjoys killing? Of course not. I just knocked them all out. Chapter 137, Chapter 14, A Practical Demonstration of Money Power. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Wait. How long has it been? Gordon looked back. The Gotham City Police Department building was still in sight. You already handled all of them. He was completely confused. Did it really only take a few people to deal with something that could endanger the entire city? Of course, Morin said. You know what I can do. Hurry over here. I'm hanging up. I need to make another call. A true master of time management had to live up to the title. Even if the subject of that time management was a little questionable. Speaking of which, in this world, only one person really qualified. Catwoman. The image of her lying on the Batmobile surfaced in Morin's mind, and his eyes lit up. The third Batman movie timeline was still far off, but Catwoman had already debuted. She was just active in other cities. If Morin wanted to find her, he could. There were plenty of ways. Of course, he had no intention of doing that right now. Upgrading his profession took priority. Morin called Bruce. Bruce answered. His tone was noticeably cold. What is it? Let me guess, Morin said. The talk with Ms. Rachel didn't go well. He heard it immediately. And he was delighted. If there's nothing important, I'm hanging up, Bruce said darkly. He had just come from the courthouse where Rachel worked. With Bruce's wealth, driving a Lamborghini was as understated as it got. He couldn't help it. He liked being understated. So that was the car he used to see Rachel. Unfortunately, Bruce's definition of understated as someone with money power was very different from everyone else's. He'd been surrounded the moment he arrived. Young. Rich. Handsome. Fit. A perfect target. The entire courthouse noticed. Rachel didn't like it. I'm a good woman. I love my work. Even if you're rich, good-looking, and nice to me, I care about my career. I want to be a messenger of justice. Now you show up like this. How am I supposed to work? Bruce's Playboy image made her angry. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Rachel went outside with him, exchanged a few words, then returned with a cold expression. As for what was said, Bruce, you need to watch your safety. I'll arrange bodyguards. And you should stop pursuing Falcone's men. It's too dangerous. Rachel, why should I? Bruce explained that he'd learned about the danger through certain channels. Rachel explained her resolve. The law needed guardians. If she didn't act, no one would. The conversation collapsed. Rachel threw a few cold, sarcastic remarks at him and left. Bruce was hurt. At this point, he wasn't yet the Batman of the future. That Batman would only emerge after countless trials, personal losses, sacrifices, and decisions like refusing to kill the Joker. Of course there's something, Morin laughed. Do you think I'd call just to listen to your doomed romance? You knew I'd fail. Bruce frowned. Didn't I tell you I had a suggestion earlier? Morin replied. You rejected it. Said you could handle it. In truth, Morin had only guessed. This scene never happened in the original story. But based on personality and behavior, the outcome was obvious. Bruce would focus on safety. He wouldn't say much. Rachel was an idealist. She couldn't evaluate the situation. Conflict was inevitable. Reality had confirmed it. How did you know? Bruce pressed. I've been with more women than you've had meals, Morin said calmly. And I didn't rely only on money. I've got experience. If you want details, later. Right now, we've got serious business. Where are you? Bruce gave him the address. Oh. That place, Morin said. How long from there to Arkham Asylum on Narrows Island? You don't even know where I am. Bruce paused. About half an hour. How's that possible? Morin laughed it off. Isn't it just that street? Anyway, I didn't call for directions. This is about something that could endanger all of Gotham. If we resolve it, our momentum increases significantly. What is it? Bruce pushed his emotions aside immediately. Gotham came first. I'll explain when you get here, Morin said. Drive something understated. Otherwise your car might not survive, and that would affect the mission. Is a Lamborghini LP640 considered understated? Bruce asked. Do you misunderstand that word? Morin went silent. He'd once been someone with money power too. Just not in this world. So he could only accept it. The effect was zero. All right. I have a solution, Bruce said. He got out, walked to the car beside him, and knocked. Sir, the owner asked nervously. How much is your car worth? Bruce asked. Is $500,000 enough? That's more than enough, the man exclaimed. It was a used car worth a few thousand at best. Good. I'll buy it, Bruce said. Go to Wayne Enterprises' finance department to collect the money. But I don't have proof, the man froze. Do you have a phone? Yes. Take it out. Bruce took the phone, snapped a photo of them together, handed it back, and patted the man's shoulder. Use that. Thank you, Master Wayne. The man's eyes sparkled. You're welcome. Bruce parked the Lamborghini, got into the car that had just increased in value nearly 20-fold, and drove toward Narrows Island. That was smooth, Morin said. The call had never disconnected. Morin heard the entire transaction. What the hell? Someone was showing off right in front of him. Unacceptable. Morin suddenly felt his earlier insults toward Bruce hadn't been harsh enough. Someone like that needed suppression. That was just a normal transaction, Bruce said casually. Nothing special. Morin could imagine the expression. So, Bruce continued, tell me about the situation. The director of Arkham Asylum. Dr. Crane, Morin said. You know him? Yes. He covers for Falcone's people. Psychiatric evaluations to keep them out of prison. Correct. He's also a psychopath, Morin said. He's been running human experiments and created a fear toxin. The patients in Arkham are probably all insane by now. They'd have been better off in prison, Bruce said, chuckling, then paused. But how does this endanger Gotham? The toxin, Morin said, glancing at the iron barrels stacked on the floor. Crane has likely dumped the liquid form into Gotham's water supply. What? Bruce's hand shook. Relax, Morin said. Dosage matters. This toxin only works when inhaled. You get what I'm saying? Drinking it is fine. At this concentration, yes. The immune system handles it. Bruce exhaled. But Say everything at once. Bruce snapped. But here's the issue, Morin continued. At this concentration, if it vaporizes, inhalation causes fear. So as long as it doesn't vaporize, we're safe. Bruce scratched his head. How would that even happen in large amounts? That, Morin said calmly, is the real problem. Because it absolutely can. Chapter 138, Chapter 15, Gordon is frustrated. Again. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Do you remember what I told you before? Morin said. About how you studied with the League of Assassins. This matter is related to them. The League of Assassins is gone, Bruce frowned. I destroyed it myself. Bruce did have a no-killing rule, but it wasn't absolute. When his own life was on the line, he wasn't that rigid. He learned from them. Then he destroyed their base. There was nothing he could do about it. He was the protagonist. They were the villains. That was how it worked. In any case, it had nothing to do with Morin. Digging into it would only complicate things. Better to get to the point. No. You're wrong, Morin shook his head. You didn't destroy the League of Assassins. You only destroyed one of their strongholds. The League of Assassins is a massive organization. Their former name was also the League of Assassins. This League of Assassins was not that League of Assassins. In this world, they were extremists. Lunatics with an ideology even more radical than the so-called kill one to save 1,000. Their belief was simple. Kill millions to save the world. To fulfill their twisted vision, they had engineered countless disasters. The Black Death in Europe was one of them. Their goal was to eliminate what they called the filth of the world. A misanthropic organization. Highly trained. Extremely dangerous. For Morin, they weren't much of a problem. But in a world where the peak of power was still an ordinary human, with almost no supernatural forces, they were a catastrophic threat. If Bruce, Fox, and the others hadn't intervened later, Gotham would have been wiped off the map. Is this their directive? Bruce asked after Morin finished his explanation. What's their goal? Just destruction. They destroy anything they think can't be saved, Morin said. That includes entire cities. Honestly, they're not much smarter than you. They might even be dumber. I feel like you're insulting me, Bruce said as he stopped the car. We're here. Go in, Morin replied. With your status, no one will stop you. And yes, I am insulting you. Don't question it. Bruce. Why was he so direct? Couldn't he give him some face? I'm the one paying for all of this, right? Or not yet? Bruce's earlier thought about buying the apartment Morin was renting quietly resurfaced. As they were about to enter Arkham, another car pulled in. Bruce glanced over. Jim Gordon. Bruce had looked into Gordon before. He'd wanted to recruit him. Then Morin appeared, and Bruce shifted priorities. Gordon had slipped his mind. What's he doing here? Bruce paused briefly, then dismissed it. What Morin had told him mattered more. Sir, you can't go in, the Arkham guard said, blocking him. You need a pass. Do you know who I am? Bruce asked. Yes, sir. The guard wanted to say no. His mouth disagreed. Good. Bruce patted his shoulder. That car over there is yours. The door's unlocked. Keys are inside. Can I go in now? Gordon had just parked and walked over in time to hear everything. For someone experiencing money power up close for the first time, the impact was devastating. Even knowing Bruce was on their side, Gordon froze. Of course you can, the guard said dazedly. He didn't doubt Bruce for a second. Because he knew exactly who Bruce Wayne was. But that was precisely why he was stunned. What? He bought a car just to walk through the door? Do things like this still exist? Bruce nodded in satisfaction and walked inside. $500,000 to save time. A car he didn't plan to keep. I'm really good at managing money. Bruce thought so sincerely. Gordon, not being the direct beneficiary, recovered first and moved to follow. The guard instinctively stopped him. What, are you going to charge a cop too? Gordon's expression darkened. No, no. The guard snapped out of it and hurriedly stepped aside. The police weren't someone he could offend. Bottom floor. Gordon entered and heard Bruce on the phone. What? Someone else? Who? Ah. I see him. Bruce stopped mid-sentence as Gordon pushed the door open. At the same time, Morin's voice on the phone casually mentioned Gordon's name. Mr. Bruce. Gordon looked at him. He remembered what Morin had said earlier. Cross-dresser. Then he connected it to Bruce casually giving away a car. Instant understanding. And pity. Such a young, wealthy man, what a shame. But also, with that much money, who cared about a weird hobby? Bruce froze. He was certain this was their first meeting. Then why was Gordon looking at him like that? Yes, Bruce decided to ignore it. Commissioner Gordon, I've been following your work, and I never expected. Shouldn't we see him first? Gordon interrupted. Arxham was an asylum, but it still had staff. Patients didn't care for themselves. Okay. They found the stairs and headed down. Morin had already warned them the elevator was broken. Staff stared along the way. Neither Bruce nor Gordon paid attention. They were both focused on what Morin had told them. You're here. At the bottom-level factory, Morin leaned on the railing, boredly playing Snake. It's that. My God. Gordon stared at the hundreds of iron barrels. Are they all that toxin? No need to worry, Morin said. It looks like a lot, but once dispersed, it's insignificant. It only reacts when inhaled. But with the League of Assassins involved, they're definitely planning something big. The League of Assassins. Gordon frowned. What's that? A terrorist organization, Morin waved it off. Not your concern. This is between Bruce and me. All right. Gordon wanted to say more, but stopped. If someone of Morin's status said so, it must be true. Knowing more wouldn't help. How do we handle this? Bruce asked. You provide the money, Morin said. I provide the effort. He glanced at Gordon. He provides the people. What do you mean, provide the people? Gordon was instantly frustrated. Why did that sound so wrong? I have a wife and kids, all right? That means you take the credit and become police commissioner, Morin clarified. Bruce funds the antidote research. It gets distributed citywide. He gains reputation for himself and Wayne Enterprises. It increases influence. Part of the plan. I understand, Gordon nodded. So I'm the one who takes the credit. That's not bad at all. Gordon wasn't ungrateful. He knew he'd owe favors afterward. Their goals didn't conflict. Helping each other was natural. As for my effort, Morin continued, I deal with the League of Assassins. Perfect division of labor. You, alone? Bruce asked. Of course not, Morin said. You're helping too. My mistake. I forgot to mention it earlier. But you wanted to learn my skills, didn't you? This is the perfect opportunity. How much you learn depends on you. You said before you couldn't teach me, Gordon said, frustrated for the third time. He'd wanted to learn badly. Now Morin was saying he could teach Bruce? Is this what difference between people looks like? That's not the same thing, Morin said calmly. What I can't teach you, I can't teach Bruce either. As for what I plan to teach Bruce. Morin looked Gordon up and down. How old are you? 40s. 41 is 40s. 49 is 40s, Morin waved it off. But either way, your body won't cut it. He pointed at Bruce. His body can reach the human limit. He just lacks time and experience. The human limit? Bruce frowned. What's that standard? See that wall? Yes. Thud. Morin slammed his elbow into it. The wall caved in. Is that the human limit? Bruce swallowed instinctively. No, Morin said. That surpasses it. Bruce, straight face, then why mention it? Wait, Bruce reacted. You've already surpassed it. Obviously, Morin said, genuinely confused. Didn't you already guess? How? Bruce pressed. Everyone has a different fate, Morin said, voice lowering. Some people are just born with that talent. Don't be discouraged. When God closes a door, He opens a window. Your original plan was creative. That's your strength. Don't abandon the core for the incidental. You mean the batsuit? Bruce frowned. So I really can't learn that, hey? Exactly, Morin nodded. You have money. Technology exists to break limits. 100 years ago, who imagined humans reaching space? I'll push your body to its limit. The rest of your potential lies in the suit. I understand, Bruce said quietly. Shouldn't we handle this first? Gordon snapped. For the 5th time. One has talent. One has money. And me? Just waiting to take credit? That's great. No. That's shameless. I have to interrupt. Wayne Enterprises can buy Arxum, right? Morin asked. Of course, Bruce nodded. But Earl would. Then replace him, Morin said flatly. It's your company. I also heard he's trying to dilute your shares. Buy this place. Seal it. Take samples. Develop an antidote. When the League moves, we start. Won't that endanger people? Gordon asked carefully. We're doing this for them, Morin interrupted. For all of Gotham. We have advanced knowledge. If we warn everyone, we lose initiative. They retreat. We lose our chance. 0 casualties would be ideal. But if someone dies, then they were unlucky. There were things Morin didn't say. And didn't need to. Without a price, who cherishes the result? Is it enough for Bruce alone to cherish it? What Morin needed was for Gotham to understand what had been avoided. Without an example, who would believe it? As for deciding life and death in an instant, weakness was the original sin. If you're strong, you aren't controlled. If you're weak, even if you are, you might never know. And even if you do, there's nothing you can do. In the end, everything comes down to strength. That was the only constant truth. Chapter 139, Chapter 16, What if Batman Knew Magic? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Buying Arxum wasn't complicated. In theory, Arxum was a public facility and couldn't be bought or sold. In practice, there were very few problems in this world that money couldn't solve. This wasn't one of them. With Bruce's money powers, the matter was resolved easily. One phone call was enough. Bruce informed them that Arxum was now his. As for Gordon, Morin had him leave early. His role was simple: come, see that everything Morin said was true, then wait to take the credit later and sell his face to the public. Gordon wanted to argue that he wasn't that kind of person. But in the end, he couldn't lie to himself. It seemed his skin still wasn't thick enough. These are samples of the fear toxin, Morin said. He poured the liquid into a small bottle and handed it to Bruce. You need to find someone to develop an antidote. Don't be too conspicuous. He paused. You know who to look for, right? The person that comes to mind, Bruce said, taking the bottle, Fox. He should be capable, Morin nodded. Hurry. Even if he succeeds, mass production will take time. He continued calmly. We don't know when the League of Assassins will act. Crane has gone silent. They'll either abandon this opportunity or accelerate. I think it'll be the latter. Why? Bruce asked. Because one of them has a very deep connection with you, Morin said with a smile. Bruce was about to ask who. His phone rang. I'll head out, Morin said, waving. As for who it is, I'll keep the suspense. You'll meet him soon enough. He left. Bruce sighed and answered the call. He didn't have any way to make Morin stay. I really should remember to buy that house, he thought. This is Bruce Wayne, he said, glancing at the unknown number. It was his private line. Only people with connections had it. Master Wayne, this is Earl, the CEO of Wayne Enterprises said. Oh. It's you, Bruce replied, eyes narrowing slightly. What's the matter? Earl spoke at length. The gist was simple. Wayne Enterprises had grown large enough that going public was inevitable. Only an IPO would allow further expansion. And, Earl added with a laugh, I heard you just spent a massive sum buying Arkham Asylum. At this rate, if the company doesn't go public, it might not last much longer. Bruce's expression darkened. How dare you? Are you questioning my money? His thoughts moved quickly. Earl looked down on him. Thought he was a shallow playboy. And now he wanted to pressure him with finances. Ridiculous. Going public meant selling shares. Dilution of equity. Bruce didn't care. He had already planned to buy back shares through trusts, charities, and foundations. Money wasn't the issue. And now, with Alfred's assessment of Earl and Morin's plan in hand, everything aligned. Govern Gotham. Develop Wayne Enterprises. A win-win. Going public wasn't just acceptable anymore, it was necessary. If the plan succeeded, Wayne Enterprises' value would skyrocket. Bruce even planned to go public earlier than expected. The difference from before? Earl would be removed first. Fox would take his place. Then they'd go public. I understand, Bruce said calmly. I know what to do. That's excellent, Earl said, satisfied, and hung up. He assumed Bruce meant support for the IPO. He had no idea Bruce had just decided to cut him out completely. Fox, Bruce said into the phone. Where are you? Wayne Enterprises. Applied Sciences Division. This is a neurotoxin, Fox explained, holding up data. It's also protein-based. When ingested, stomach acid neutralizes it. Completely harmless. But when inhaled, it reacts with lung cells and affects the nervous system. That induces fear, as you described. He continued. To create an antidote, I'll need to isolate the receptor compound and the protein catalyst. Sorry, Bruce interrupted. Can you say that in a way I understand? Fox paused. I'm saying it's extremely difficult. And I'll need test subjects. Why didn't you start with that? Because that sounds unprofessional, Fox replied. And you wouldn't trust me. It's an art. Bruce nodded. There are plenty of test subjects. Don't look at me like that, I didn't create them. He gestured to the toxin. This was Dr. Crane's work. He used Arkham patients for experiments. I see, Fox said, then froze. Crane, he also helped gangsters frequently. So they got what they deserved, Bruce said lightly. He became serious. That's not the main issue. This toxin could threaten all of Gotham. I need the antidote fast. And mass-produced. As much as possible. Threaten the entire city. Yes. Bruce explained everything. Crane wasn't the mastermind. A large quantity of fear toxin had been poured into Gotham's water system. A terrorist organization planned to vaporize it. Once airborne, the city would inhale it. Mass insanity. A weapon capable of vaporizing an entire city's water. Fox muttered. There aren't many. He froze. Then rushed to a terminal. If I remember correctly, Fox said rapidly, Wayne Enterprises developed one. He typed. 48B1 Me. Microwave emitter. Designed to vaporize enemy water supplies. There were rumors it could disperse waterborne chemicals. He didn't need to confirm much. The data was already in his head. Moments later. Found it, Fox said, showing Bruce. It's being shipped to Gotham. Arrival date, today. Bruce went silent. We don't expose this, he said finally. Pretend we know nothing. Focus on the antidote. But that could cause casualties. Fox protested. If we expose it now, we're exposed, Bruce said firmly. They'll change tactics. We won't be able to defend against what we don't know. A permanent solution minimizes casualties. Fox hesitated. Then nodded. You're right. He wasn't a saint. He understood trade-offs. And, Bruce added calmly, if such a weapon goes missing. I'm curious how Earl will respond. Fox looked at him. You've changed. I'm learning someone else's way of thinking, Bruce said, tapping his temple. Without crossing my own line. He's better at this than I am. Fox smiled faintly. I'm curious now. You'll meet him. What did you say? Earl stood abruptly, face pale. Are you certain? Yes, the assistant said. The Coast Guard found one of our ships. Severely damaged. All crew missing. Presumed dead. A prototype weapon was on board. Earl's voice was tight. And? It's missing. Fuck. Earl slammed his desk. Find it. No matter what. Yes. Wait, Earl snapped. Quietly. This weapon was never missing. Understood. Morin wasn't idle. 10 million was 10 million. Plus salary. Plus bonuses. Enough to upgrade his police profession. Teaching wasn't about talking. It required practice. Especially combat. Targets were easy to find. Gotham was still, friendly. For example, Falcone. Falcone had been uneasy lately. Crane vanished. Arkham was bought. Narrows Island stalled. But Falcone had other businesses. Drugs. All over Gotham. Unfortunately for him. Bruce and Morin were watching. Over the next few days. Falcone's operations were devastated. Day 1. Stealth. Day 2. Backstabbing. Day 3. Magic. Wait, Bruce said. Magic. Yes. A ball of light appeared in Morin's hand. He let Bruce inspect it. Touch it. No tricks. I've taught you everything else, Morin said. You've mastered it. All that's missing is time. Bruce's body control was exceptional. The League of Assassins had given him a solid base. Compared to Morin's system techniques, that foundation was merely adequate. The system's techniques were peak. Absolute peak. Morin hadn't seen anyone better. As for why magic? Morin didn't have much else to teach. It was a sudden idea. In a previous world, he'd studied magic basics. He'd even deduced a spell. Then hit a wall. Mastery required understanding. His deduction was incomplete. So why not teach Bruce? If Bruce learned magic, maybe Morin would gain inspiration. After all, Bruce had protagonist aura. And if Batman knew magic, that would be interesting. Morin's plan was solid. Chapter 140, Chapter 17, Money Solves Everything. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. As for magic, If he really wanted to explain it, the amount of knowledge Morin could teach Bruce about magic was enormous. However, learning magic required prerequisites. You had to be able to sense magic. And there had to be mana in the natural world. Otherwise, if you couldn't recover mana, then what were you learning air? Fortunately, Morin had already confirmed this. The method was simple. He himself could clearly sense the mana floating in the air, and after casting spells, he would naturally absorb mana from the surrounding environment to replenish himself. Once that was confirmed, the next step was obvious. Let Bruce try to sense mana. If he could, then he had the aptitude. As for the teaching method, since Bruce was a man, Morin obviously couldn't teach him by holding his hand. So, what is this? Bruce stared at the USB drive Morin handed him. His eyelids twitched. A bad feeling rose up. This contains the basic theory of magic and the method for sensing mana for the first time, Morin said calmly. I summarized everything myself. Take it back and read it first. If you don't understand something, ask me. After you finish learning it, we'll start doing practice problems. As he spoke, Morin tossed a broken keyboard into the trash. Morin's body wasn't just strong. It was fast. Including his hands. Although the foundational knowledge of magic required a massive amount of text to explain clearly, with Morin's typing speed, the only thing he had to worry about was whether the keyboard could keep up. Is this really all of it? Bruce asked, plugging the USB drive into his computer. Looking at the folder inside, a headache immediately formed. This was too much. He couldn't even imagine how long it would take to read everything. This is a necessary part of learning, Morin said seriously. Magic is not a game. If you want to learn it, you have to pay a price. Okay, Bruce replied weakly. Before the misery could leave his face, Morin's next sentence made his eyes widen. Good. After you finish reading and understanding everything, we'll start doing practice problems. Practice problems. Bruce froze. Of course. Pure theory is useless without application. Shouldn't practice mean actually doing it? Are you confident you won't make a mistake from the start? Morin asked calmly. Drawing mana incorrectly from inside your body is extremely dangerous. One sentence. Bruce was rendered speechless. Did you learn it this way too? Bruce hesitated, then asked. Of course, Morin replied without the slightest hesitation. It took me 1 month. And I organized all the materials during that time. That's why I can give you this now. That part wasn't exactly true. The difference was that Morin hadn't started with traditional learning. He started with the system. Then, Bruce changed the subject, unsure whether to believe him. If I learn all of this, can I reach your level? Are you asking? Morin looked at him. The stealth and techniques you taught me are already stronger than what I learned in the League of Assassins, Bruce said. But they're still nowhere near what you showed. There's a huge gap. Is that because of this? If we're being precise, Morin nodded, then yes. If you truly master what I've given you, you'll gain power you can't even imagine. Then what's your intention? Bruce asked directly. This isn't worth just 10 million. Originally, Bruce had thought that Morin's guidance alone was worth the price. But once magic entered the picture, something felt off. It was too profitable. Almost unfair. Either Morin had an ulterior motive. But Bruce thought it over carefully and couldn't find one. So he asked outright. At first, I only planned to teach you stealth and assassination techniques, Morin said. Those are worth about 10 million. I'm teaching you magic now because I had a sudden idea. Of course, he added casually, if you're willing to increase the reward, I'd be even happier. Bruce. So you still want money? If it was money, then it was easy. Bruce had never been short on that. Especially when it could clearly bring him tangible benefits. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll increase the reward. If I learn magic. Wayne Enterprises is about to go public. How about 10% of the original shares? The kind that can't be diluted. That's a very generous offer, Morin said, his eyes lighting up. I accept. Just make sure you pay me the same way as the 10 million. 10% of Wayne Enterprises. Wayne Enterprises. If that were converted into experience points, I might get my first profession above advanced. Then, Bruce suddenly said, is there an easier way? Since he was paying more, better treatment was only fair. Of course, Morin said cheerfully, already seeing money fly in. The USB contains the basics. I won't take it back. And I'll personally teach you magic techniques. What did it matter if he was a man? As long as the money was enough, it didn't matter if they weren't human. Well, that wasn't what he meant. Morin felt that sacrificing a little dignity for power was completely acceptable. Just like this. Bruce sat down, feeling something was off. Yes. Just like that, Morin nodded. Isn't this a little too casual? Bruce asked. Earlier, after the deal was made, Bruce had planned to leave. Morin stopped him, saying there was no better time than now and that teaching would start immediately. Even Bruce, who was used to solving problems with money, was speechless. Money really was powerful. He should have just paid more from the beginning. He'd thought someone like Morin wouldn't care about money. Turns out, aside from his roundabout way of asking and his strange payment methods, he was no different from anyone else. It was just that this teaching method. Just sit there, Morin said. I'll transmit mana through your back. I'll guide it so you can feel that power. This is the fastest way to sense mana. If you have the aptitude, you'll succeed. Bruce didn't need to take off his clothes. He simply sat with his back to Morin. No wonder it felt informal. From the outside, it really did look rushed. But Morin didn't care. As long as it worked. Even with grand ceremonies or rituals, the method would be the same. Under Morin's guidance, mana slowly flowed into Bruce's body. Bruce remembered Morin's instructions and focused seriously on that unfamiliar energy. Earl sat in his office, expression grim. Yesterday, his assistant had reported a possible discovery. An extra container had appeared in Falcone's shipment. Very likely, it contained the missing Wayne Enterprises weapon. But after going to investigate, the assistant never came back. Earl already knew what that meant. In Gotham, people disappeared all the time. But this time, it was different. This was the assistant of Wayne Enterprises CEO. A blatant provocation. The problem was, Earl couldn't respond. He'd ordered the assistant to conceal the missing weapon, and the assistant had done it well. Because of that, Earl couldn't expose the incident now. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He might even be punished. Before the IPO. Before his plan to swallow Wayne Enterprises officially began. Right now, Earl was just a CEO. If Bruce wanted, he could replace him instantly. In Earl's eyes, he'd only barely managed to deceive Bruce. After the company went public, his real plan could begin. How could he let a missing weapon ruin everything? So he had people handle the assistant's disappearance. The report stated the assistant was dismissed for poor work attitude. Filed. Closed. Earl pretended to know nothing. After that, he went straight to applied sciences. When he arrived, only Fox was there. Just as expected. This was Earl's arrangement. He had transferred Fox here first. Then transferred everyone else out. Power was decentralized. Fox became a manager in name only. With no authority. Unable to oppose him. Chapter 141, Chapter 18, The All-Purpose Follow Your Heart. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. What are you doing? Seeing Fox busy with the equipment, Earl frowned and spoke. Mr. Earl, Fox replied, glancing up briefly before lowering his head back to the microscope. You actually had time to come here? That's rare. I came to have you do something, Earl said, his brow furrowing. Pull up the information on 48B1Me. I want all backups, cloud files, and related data. Send them to me. Not a copy. Fox paused, looked up again, and smiled. That sounds strange. It doesn't sound like you want to review the data. It sounds like you want to erase it. Let me think, Fox continued casually. A microwave weapon that vaporizes water and disperses water-based chemicals. Did you lose it? Do you know why I transferred you here, Fox? Earl stared at him for a moment, then removed his glasses and began wiping them with a handkerchief. You're too smart. So smart that I have to be wary of you. Are you trying to get me to say it's an honor? Fox replied. No. Making you wary instead of desperate is an insult. Hat. Sharp tongue, Earl said. He finished wiping his glasses, put them back on, and tossed the handkerchief onto the floor. I'm merging the Applied Sciences division with another department. You're fired. You used company resources during work hours to research projects unrelated to Wayne Enterprises. Understood. Are you talking about this? Fox asked, picking up a bottle of green liquid beside him. I don't recall Wayne Enterprises developing something like that, Earl said with a cold smile. So I don't think I need to explain what you were doing. This wasn't developed by Wayne Enterprises, Fox said calmly. It was commissioned by the owner of Wayne Enterprises. I never gave you an order like that. Earl froze mid-sentence. Fox's smile sharpened. A Fox, living up to his name. So you already see yourself as the owner of Wayne Enterprises. Another voice spoke from behind Earl. Earl swallowed. His stiff body turned slowly. The person he least wanted to see stood there. Bruce Wayne. I really didn't expect this, Mr. Earl, Bruce said, shaking his head slightly. It seems it's time for you to hand over your position. After that, there was little left to say. Earl tried to argue. It was pointless. Claiming ownership of Wayne Enterprises in front of Bruce was already enough to seal his fate. Adding the matter of the stolen microwave weapon only made things worse. Earl was fired. No surprises. Afterward, Morin arrived just in case and hypnotized him, ensuring the League of Assassins wouldn't notice anything amiss. Fox's promotion shocked nearly all the company's directors. The official announcement stated that Earl had voluntarily stepped down due to age and declining mental condition, and had personally recommended Fox as his successor. What nonsense! Anyone who believed that explanation was out of their mind. Old? Fox was clearly older than Earl. And no one sitting on Wayne Enterprises' board was stupid. Every one of them was sharp. Earl must have crossed a line. The excuse was just to save face. As for why they didn't choose another director. After seeing Fox and Bruce chatting amicably together, and then watching Fox immediately present a complete IPO plan, they all understood. So that's how it was. Bruce's playboy image had been an act. He had pretended to accept Earl's authority while secretly approaching Fox, the man Earl had suppressed and sidelined. Fox must have agreed to countless conditions. In exchange, Bruce backed him. Fox took the position. Bruce took control. Fox was a puppet. Bruce Wayne was the real master. Terrifying. The director's gazes changed instantly. Gone was the polite disdain reserved for a useless rich kid. What remained was genuine respect. And deep fear. Bruce could fire any of them. And he had demonstrated ruthless precision by removing Earl the moment he moved. This was a warning. They all understood that much. So when Bruce asked if anyone had objections to the IPO plan, everyone agreed without hesitation. Bruce was confused. Were these people always this cooperative? Weren't they supposed to be on Ul's side? His confusion lasted until the next morning, when he saw the newspaper. There were plenty of smart people out there. Overnight, public opinion flipped. Bruce Wayne was no longer the playboy who only knows how to spend money. He was now a billionaire with a deeply calculating mind. A man who had fooled all of Gotham. The true controller of Wayne Enterprises. Bruce. I didn't do any of that. If there really was a mastermind. Bruce turned his head. Did you foresee this? He asked Morin, who was calmly sipping tea nearby. Is that a bad thing? Morin replied. Look. You're on the front page today. It's been a while since someone overshadowed the Batman headlines. Even if it's still you, in a way. While training Bruce, Morin had dragged him around wrecking various places. Batman's name had already spread. Falcone was still furious. It didn't matter. It's not bad, Bruce said slowly. It's just, this isn't who I really am. Are you planning to correct the media? Morin looked at him strangely. Fine. I'll tell them you go out every night in a black suit causing trouble. I'll let them know Batman is actually Bruce Wayne. If I do that, you won't just be on the front page. You'll own the entire paper. That won't be necessary, Bruce said quickly. He knew better than to argue. So he changed the subject. By the way, I think I felt what you mentioned before. I can use it now. Really? Morin said. Show me. Okay. Bruce wouldn't joke about this. He followed the sensation he remembered, moving the energy within his body. The light around him dimmed slightly. That's interesting, Morin murmured. Is this an innate skill? At the same time, Morin was genuinely impressed. As expected of the protagonist. As expected of one of DC's top characters. Ridiculous. I made it up. And you actually pulled it off? Is protagonist luck really that absurd? I'm not sure, Bruce said. I just followed what you said. I used the mana naturally. And then this happened. He lost focus while talking. The effect faded. If I'm not mistaken, Morin said, placing a hand on Bruce's shoulder and sending mana into him, it doesn't just devour light. There's emotional manipulation too. Come on. Try again. The so-called innate skill had been something Morin mentioned casually during training. A complete whim. Morin taught Bruce magic partly out of curiosity, what would Batman with magic look like? And partly to exploit Bruce's protagonist aura to expand his own magical foundations. The results were an unexpected bonus. Morin hadn't even planned to charge money. Bruce just paid too much. To be honest, Morin was still wondering whether that money counted as experience points. He could only hope. As for this innate skill, it came from Morin's random fabrication. The content was simple. The all-purpose follow your heart. According to incomplete statistics, across movies, TV shows, and comics, this phrase had an activation rate of over 80% for protagonists. Say it to a protagonist-level character, and there was a high chance they'd enter a powered-up or enlightened state. Then turn the tables. Morin genuinely hadn't expected Bruce to succeed. Now, by having Bruce cast it with mana, Morin wanted to understand how Bruce's version differed. And learn it himself. With Morin's intellect, memorizing spells was trivial. There was no such thing as spreading himself too thin. Learning everything was only natural. With Morin's support, Bruce cast the spell again. This time, backed by Morin's immense mana, the effect was nearly 10 times stronger. Morin restrained himself. Bruce's body couldn't handle more. A sphere of dark light spread from Bruce, forming a domain. Within it, light was devoured. And a subtle mental attack pulsed beneath the surface. Light absorption. Fear-based emotion. Morin confirmed the effects and began analyzing the structure. As expected, there were differences, not errors. Incomplete theory now being filled in. This is a huge gain. Morin memorized the changes and nodded, satisfied. Chapter 142, Chapter 19, The Night Wayne Manor became the stage. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Oh, right. Tomorrow's my birthday, Bruce said. I'm holding a party at Wayne Manor. Will you come? Are you inviting me? Morin nodded. Of course. Ahem. Well also, Bruce cleared his throat, about Rachel. Didn't you say you had a way? You still failed. Morin looked at him and smiled. Seems a billionaire's dating skills aren't that impressive. Rachel is different, Bruce said, shaking his head. She's unique. Tisk beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Morin said. Fine. I'm a good person. He didn't drag it out and told Bruce how to fix things. The idea was simple. Tell Rachel what he was really doing. That won't work, Bruce said, frowning. What I'm involved in is dangerous. Morin shut him down with one sentence. I'm an outsider, but I've seen Rachel's personality through information, Morin said. Don't pretend you don't know her, Bruce. She's an idealist who loves justice. If you don't tell her the truth, you'll never even be speaking the same language. But what I'm doing involves power, Bruce said carefully. She respects the law. And what I'm about to do. Rules are made by people, Morin said, waving his hand. And what's made by people can be changed by people. Did law exist at the beginning? Or was it created by those with power and influence? We're doing the same thing. And at least we're fighting criminals. Morin almost said if she can't accept that, she's too much of a Mary Sue. But he remembered how deeply Bruce cared about Rachel. He swallowed it. Then tell her a partial truth. A partial truth. Bruce froze. 9 parts truth. 1 part lie, Morin said as he stood. What that 1 part is you already know. I'll see you tomorrow. Of course he would be there. If Morin remembered correctly, that would be the night Ra's al Ghul appeared at Wayne Manor. Bruce understood Morin wasn't going to elaborate. He had enough. He nodded and left to find Rachel. Halfway there, something felt off. After thinking for a long time, he realized it. I got kicked out again. I was going to buy the house Morin was renting and become his landlord so he couldn't send me off anymore. Day 2. To maintain a low profile, Morin rode with Gordon straight to Wayne Manor. The plot had already changed significantly. Now, Gordon knew Batman was Bruce Wayne. Rachel was never kidnapped. Crane had been eliminated early, and Falcone was collapsing. He had no energy to target her. Scarecrow was dealt with in advance, and an antidote to the fear toxin had been developed, mass-produced, and distributed across Gotham. With Wayne Enterprises' resources, producing the antidote was trivial. Cost didn't matter. Efficiency did. Under the guise of subway inspections, antidote dispersal devices had been installed along every underground line. The League of Assassins planned to spread the fear toxin across the city. A stationary microwave weapon wouldn't work. So they put it on a train. Evaporate the underground water as it moved. They wanted to turn Gotham's lifeline carefully rebuilt by Wayne Enterprises into a death sentence. Morin's countermeasure was simple. He didn't stop the weapon. He needed it activated. Only when Gotham saw the enemy's destructive power would Morin and his allies become heroes. No one appreciates salvation they never felt the need for. Morin never forced agreement. He presented the plan to Bruce and Gordon. They all agreed. People like Rachel were rare. The decision passed unanimously. There's not much time left for that organization, Gordon said as he drove. In 1 day, the water cycle will fully replace the toxin. Are you sure they'll act? Whether they do or not doesn't matter, Morin said. This is their best chance. They just don't know I exist. If they don't show up, we lose nothing. Our plan doesn't depend on this. Gordon thought it through. Morin was right. With Wayne Enterprises operating at full capacity and Morin and Bruce clearing Gotham's gangs both openly and quietly, control was inevitable. Time was the only requirement. The only risk was the League going into hiding. But that didn't worry Morin. With his strength, there was nothing to fear. Why wouldn't I be confident? He chuckled. Soon, they arrived at Wayne Manor. There was no tired cliché of servants or guests looking down on Morin. Anyone allowed inside had already been vetted. Alfred was more than a butler. He handled things a butler normally never would. And Morin's presence spoke for itself. Tall. Handsome. Near perfect proportions. A custom suit only experts could recognize as top tier. Lazy. Relaxed. Unrestrained. He became the center of attention instantly. Did you suddenly change into a different person? Gordon whispered, stunned. Before, Morin was handsome on par with Bruce. Now, he felt completely different. I'm casual most days, Morin said, taking a glass of wine. Today's formal. I'm giving Bruce face. Gordon. This is giving face? You're stealing the spotlight. Do you even know how good-looking you are? Mr. Morin, Alfred greeted him warmly. I've heard Master Wayne mention you often. He didn't badmouth me, did he? Morin asked. Of course not, Alfred smiled. Where is he? He went to pick up Miss Rachel. He should be back soon. As if on cue, a Lamborghini rolled onto the manor lawn. Bruce Wayne stepped out. The guest of honor. He walked around and helped Rachel out. She cooperated easily. Looks like it worked, Morin murmured. I'm very glad, Alfred said, like a proud father. He knew Bruce well. Other women were distractions. Rachel Dawes was different. That was the one he truly loved. Alfred was happy. By the way, Alfred, Morin suddenly asked, do you like magic? Magic? Alfred paused. To me, it's a performance, visual tricks and psychology. I wouldn't say I love it, but I don't dislike it. It felt like the safest answer. Morin nodded. And said nothing more. Alfred was left confused. Why ask, and then stop? Before he could think further, Bruce and Rachel entered. Their eyes were drawn to Morin almost immediately. Bruce brightened and walked over. This is Mr. Morin and Mr. Gordon, Bruce said. The ones I told you about. Rachel Dawes, she said with a smile, nodding politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 143, Chapter 20, Catwoman? Catwoman. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. I'm guessing you're Miss Rachel, Morin said, raising his glass. The one Bruce can't stop thinking about. Looks like he succeeded. Rachel blushed and glanced at Bruce. We were never apart, Bruce said with a laugh, pulling her close. All right. Morin raised an eyebrow and decisively opted out of their public display of affection. Happy birthday. Thank you. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Gordon, Alfred persuaded Bruce to go mingle. The guests couldn't compare to the Wayne family. They were all a bit much. But they'd come for his birthday. Ignoring them would be rude. So what do we do now? Gordon looked around, clearly uncomfortable. He was just a police officer. This kind of place wasn't familiar territory. You've got two options, Morin said. First, flirt with women. Though given your position, I recommend restraint, Officer Gordon. I know that without you telling me, Gordon muttered. Second option. Morin pointed toward the food. Eat and drink. That's not bad, Gordon nodded. What about you? Morin sighed, disappointed. Do you know how many people were staring at me just now? Even Gordon, who already knew Morin's real face, had been stunned earlier. So of course I'm going to flirt, Morin said, patting Gordon on the shoulder before heading off. Then his gaze stopped. Someone interesting. Or more precisely, a black swan-like cat. Sir. A maid holding a tray of wine was stopped by Morin. She looked at him, confused. I didn't expect to see you here, Morin said, studying her face. What are you doing here? Sir, have you mistaken me for someone else? The maid stiffened. She noticed the surrounding gazes shifting toward her. A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. If there's someone in this world named Selena Kyle, Morin leaned in and whispered. Then he turned and walked away. The maid no, Catwoman watched him closely. After a brief pause, she glanced at the curious onlookers, kept her polite smile, handed her tray to a waiter, and headed toward the back of Wayne Manor. Her hand was clenched. Morin watched without following. Why was Catwoman here now? If this was a butterfly effect caused by earlier changes, then what was her goal? The League of Assassins plan hadn't changed. A quickscan had already revealed more than 10 disguised members in the hall. This wasn't the time to expose them. But Catwoman's presence needed an explanation. As Morin pondered, he took a few steps forward. The women who had been watching him suddenly couldn't find him anymore. The maid exited the hall into a secluded corner. She removed the white patterned fabric of her disguise, revealing a simple black dress. Plain, but perfectly fitted to her tall figure. Then she loosened her hair. In an instant, the maid vanished. Catwoman appeared. That man knew my identity. Selena frowned. During her previous heists, she'd always worn her suit. She was certain she'd never exposed her real face. Strictly speaking, this was her first time acting as herself. And she'd been recognized. It felt like seeing a ghost. And this is... Selena opened her palm. A small syringe rested there, filled with bright blue liquid that shimmered in the moonlight. That strange man had slipped it into her hand. She hadn't been able to refuse. Now she hesitated. Leave, and abandon the payment. Stay, and risk exposure. The organization was offering diamonds. A lot of them. That's an antidote, a voice said. It counters a neurochemical agent that induces fear and confusion. Selena jolted and immediately took a defensive stance. Morin stood behind her, having appeared without warning. An antidote. She looked between him and the syringe. After a moment, her eyes softened. Her voice turned smooth. Care to explain more? Had. Morin smiled faintly. Catwoman suits you, Ms. Selena. Affectionate, but always distant. Your disguise is excellent. Just not against me. This was not what Selena expected. When he stopped her earlier, she thought he was just another man attracted to her looks. She had reason to be confident. But when he called her name, she froze. When he reappeared and mentioned an antidote, she assumed interest. Just, informed interest. So she played along. Seduction was familiar territory. But now she realized she'd misjudged him. Morin could act. And he had every right to. I don't even know your name, Selena said, no longer underestimating him. Morin, he replied. Why are you here? How do you know my name? She countered. I know more than you think. I'm here for a part-time job, Selena said plainly. A lie. Had. Morin chuckled. Are we keeping this up? Then I'll leave. She raised an eyebrow, stepped back, and turned. Then. Leave. Morin stood in front of her. Go where? Her eyes widened. Impossible. She had just turned around. How did you do that? Selina was fully alert now. I don't like fighting women, Morin said lightly. Especially ones I like. So, what do you think of my suggestion? If you like me, shouldn't you respect my wishes and let me go? That's not happening. I'm not stupid. Then I'll get angry. And then I won't talk to you. That's fine. I can force you to. It was a bluff. Morin had principles. But with Catwoman, being too soft wouldn't work. A little dishonesty was acceptable. You're shameless. Selina felt real fear now. Good-looking. Powerful. Shameless. That combination was terrifying. A lot of women say that, Morin replied. You're just the first before we've even started. What do you want so you'll let me go? Selina asked. She understood one thing clearly. Leaving safely tonight would be luck. Tell me why you're here, Morin said. I'm interested. I heard it was Bruce Wayne's birthday. So I came to steal jewelry. That sounds true, Morin said. But incomplete. That's all, Selina replied flatly. You think you can fool a psychologist? Morin tapped his temple. Your expressions don't match. You told part of the truth. And hid the rest. I answered half, Selina said after a pause, a sly smile forming. One question each. Fair. Interesting. Morin nodded. Go ahead. Why did you give me this? She raised the syringe. I'm not poisoned. Not yet, Morin said. This involves a terrorist organization planning to release a toxin over Gotham. Stop. Selina cut him off. Her expression changed. I don't want to hear this. But you already did. You told me. You asked. She was speechless. Can't I pretend I don't know? Selina said, playing pitiful. It didn't work. If she could really turn into a cat, Morin might have let her go. On second thought. That would have just given him a better excuse not to. Chapter 144, Chapter 21, You think what you think is what I think? Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. What do you think? Morin countered. How about this, you don't have to say anything. Let me guess. If I guess correctly, you'll let me go. Selina's eyes lit up. I'll invite you to be my dance partner for the night. Are you serious? Selina was speechless. What if you guess wrong? Then I'll keep guessing until I'm right. Selina. And this is... When Bruce saw Morin again, there was a woman beside him. Selina, Morin said. My dance partner. Selina forced a smile and nodded. She didn't want to be his dance partner. She just didn't have a choice. It was either get arrested and sent to jail, or be his dance partner and walk free for now. That was when Selina finally realized something. He was a cop. Damn it. He was a cop. As a diamond and jewelry thief, Selina had a natural fear of the police. She was used to outsmarting them. Morin shattered that illusion. He was a police officer, and he knew her name. Knowing her name meant knowing her identity. And everything she'd ever done. She didn't want prison. So even though the terms were completely unfair, she accepted them. When you're cornered, you listen. So she became Morin's dance partner. Hello, Bruce said. I'm Bruce Wayne. This is Rachel Dawes. Morin had never mentioned a partner. Now he had one. Bruce didn't believe Morin would pick someone at random. Which meant she was special. Or suspicious. Or maybe. Is she from the same place as him? Bruce's thoughts raced. Then someone cut in. Bruce, you must meet this gentleman, a socialite said eagerly. Bruce already felt tired. Another introduction. Another pitch. Another attempt at investment. Most people here weren't true socialites. They were hopefuls. To Bruce, it was pocket change. To them, it was everything. Because of his status, he couldn't refuse outright. Even if he did, they'd just come back later. That was wealth. No, really, the socialite insisted. His name was, let me see. Ra's al Ghul. The pronunciation was awkward. Bruce stiffened. He glanced at Morin. Morin gave a subtle nod. So this was it. Bruce followed the socialite. The main character had arrived. As for countermeasures, Bruce trusted himself. And Morin was here. When Ra's al Ghul was mentioned, Morin said casually, not moving, your heart rate increased. Breathing too. He looked at Selena. Her smile had frozen. So he's the one who hired you? No, Selena shook her head. I only know who he really is. And what stands behind him? The gas attack, Morin said. That's their work, isn't it? Yes. Congratulations, Morin said. You guessed correctly. No reward, though. He started walking, gently pulling Selena along. Want me to tell you what to do later? I don't want to talk, Selena said stiffly. Good, Morin replied. Then don't. Just watch. You're not Ra's al Ghul, Bruce said, frowning at the man before him. I killed Ra's al Ghul. Or, a voice said from behind him, the one you killed was a decoy. Bruce froze. He turned. The voice. Too familiar. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Morin? How? Why are you looking at me like that? Morin asked. They stared at each other. Then Morin pointed past him. I was just giving you a heads up. Bruce. You almost gave me a heart attack. Bruce exhaled and looked properly this time. The face was familiar. Henri Ducard. His former master. The true leader of the League of Assassins. The Ra's al Ghul he killed had only been a stand-in. Ducard, meanwhile, felt something rare. Frustration. He had planned a dramatic reveal. One sentence. Shock. Control. Instead, someone else had said it first. And then pointed him out. The timing was ruined. Surprised? Ducard asked calmly. Calm was easy for him. In other words, Morin added, you didn't see this coming. Ducard's expression stiffened for a fraction of a second. I checked your file, Ducard said coldly, looking at Morin. You're just a police officer with some martial training. Leave, he said. Don't interfere. I'm not interfering, Morin said, shrugging. You're right. Continue. I'm just watching. Selena clung to his arm, forcing her face to stay neutral. If she weren't afraid of drawing attention, she'd already be gone. This was too much. So you're Ra's al Ghul, Bruce said, turning back. He'd already adapted to Morin's interruptions. I saved you. That was your mistake, Ducard said evenly. Compassion. You shouldn't have. But you did. And now I'm here. What do you want? To destroy Gotham. Why? For thousands of years, the League has erased corruption. We destroyed Rome. Brought plagues. Burned London. Now, Gotham. Gotham isn't beyond saving. I see no hope here. I do, Bruce said. Morin. Alfred. Fox. We are that hope. Naive, Ducard said. You think punishing small gangs is enough to? Chapter 145, Chapter 22, It only sounds good when you hit something. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. You have no chance of planting a bomb. Alfred spoke with an unusually grim expression, his anger barely restrained. Letting you in was my mistake. But I'm certain you had no opportunity to do anything inside Wayne Manor. Our people didn't, Duckard replied calmly, his gaze shifting to Selena beside Morin. But a maid who's been here for days had plenty of chances. Like her. He told me it was a listening device, Selena said quietly, looking at Morin as everyone's eyes turned to her. It was a listening device, Duckard said evenly. With a self-destruct function. That was our last contingency. If you don't let us go, we'll all die together. Morin. Bruce looked at him. No problem, Morin said casually. He met Duckard's eyes. You know, you should have prepared more backup plans. I wasn't planning to do this, but now. Before he finished, a cold glint passed through Morin's eyes. Duckard's pupils trembled. His will was strong. He resisted for a brief moment. But he was still human. The struggle vanished. I see, Morin said, turning toward the window, gazing into the darkness outside. Hello there. Feel like playing hide-and-seek with me? Then you'd better run fast. Far away, a League of Assassins member lay prone, watching Wayne Manor through binoculars while listening through the device. He knew what was happening inside. But it wasn't the point of no return yet. So he didn't press the detonator. Then Morin's voice came through the earpiece. At the same time, through the binoculars, Morin seemed to look straight at him. A chill ran down his spine. Danger. Pure danger. His instincts screamed. But logic intervened. Impossible. No one has eyesight like that. No one could locate me from that distance. No one could neutralize me instantly from hundreds of meters away. It's a bluff. His rational mind crushed the warning. His breathing steadied. Then, Morin vanished from his sight. Where did he go? A voice sounded behind him. Were you looking for me? The man's entire body tensed. I told you to run earlier, Morin said, leaning against a tree, his tone eerie. Guess you didn't believe me. Now I've found you. Had. To ensure the effect and to test it, Morin activated Righteous Heart, Righteous Eye, Righteous Aura and combined them with the Fear Aura he'd just learned from Bruce. Everything stacked. Maximum output. The forest was silent. Morin. Why isn't he saying anything? Morin wasn't worried about the detonator. With his abilities, he could disarm it before the man reacted. But this silence. His eyes narrowed. He's not following the script? Is he some kind of master? Morin stepped closer and poked the man. Then turned him over. No reaction. No breathing. No pulse. A corpse. Fresh. Morin. He was scared to death? Morin rarely used mind control. If people knew about it, even close allies would become wary. After all, how could anyone be sure their feelings toward him weren't the result of hypnosis? So Morin only used it when absolutely necessary. Duckard qualified. Before dealing with the detonator, Morin had already deactivated the spell. He didn't want Bruce or the others to notice anything. That would complicate future plans. Bruce was cooperative right now. That was good enough. Everything else could wait until Morin got his 10%. In Duckard's memory, nothing had happened. Morin had simply disappeared. Which was still a problem but a manageable one. Duckard continued shouting, threatening Bruce to let them go or the bomb would be detonated. The socialites wanted to flee, but fear froze them in place. Then Morin returned. He tossed a detonator toward Bruce. Bruce, startled, shoved Rachel aside, and caught it. Only then did he exhale. Fuck, Bruce muttered. Couldn't you just hand it to me? You caught it, Morin shrugged. He looked at the stunned Duckard. Recognize it? We work in the dark to serve the light, Duckard said solemnly. The expected reaction didn't come. Shock. Disbelief. Confusion. Then despair. Assassin's Creed. Morin frowned. Do you think you're worthy? You know. Ducard stared at him. Who are you? If you're an assassin, you should understand what we do. I'm not an assassin, Morin replied calmly. But I know you've already strayed from the assassin's path. Otherwise, you'd be the Assassin Brotherhood. Not some knockoff league of assassins. As for who I am, where others follow blindly, remember all is permitted. Morin had long suspected that something like the creed existed here. The purpose matched. Only the methods differed. True assassins targeted leaders, not civilians. Those who slaughtered indiscriminately were something else entirely. When Ducard spoke the creed, Morin was sure of it. If that existed, then the Templars probably did too. Morin casually recited a Templar maxim. Giving enemies misinformation was a habit. Alive or not. Your Ducard's eyes widened. Bang! Morin punched him. Ducard collapsed, his head striking the marble floor with a sharp crack. Does it sound good? Morin asked Selena. Good. Selena hesitated. It sounds good when you hit your head, Morin nodded in satisfaction. Come on. Let's take a walk. Bruce, I'll leave the rest to you. He glanced once at the trembling socialites, then walked out with Selena. If not for Bruce's promise, Morin would have demanded compensation. But now, with 10% of Wayne Enterprises, he didn't care about small change. So Morin, ever practical, used the excuse of a stroll to take Selena around Wayne Manor. Every listening device was removed. Flirting included. Everything proceeded exactly as planned. In Gotham, when the League of Assassins lost contact with Ducard, they initiated the toxic gas train plan. The microwave weapon was mounted on a train. It evaporated the remaining fear toxin in the underground water system. The gas spread. Citizens panicked. Chaos erupted. Before any deaths occurred, preset devices activated. The antidote was released. The fear toxin was neutralized. The train stopped automatically. Gordon, leading a fully armed police force, arrested all League members and shut down the weapon. As for the police commissioner, he was at home, counting Falcone's money. The plan concluded successfully. Then came the payday. The next day, mysterious organization attempts to spread chemical gas in Gotham City. With the help of Batman, Officer Morin, Officer Gordon, Bruce Wayne of Wayne Enterprises, and Wayne Enterprises' new CEO, Mr. Fox, Gotham City has been saved. Newspapers, television, radio. Every outlet covered it. Batman discovered the plot and contacted Officer Morin and me, Gordon said during the press conference. We coordinated and reached out to Mr. Bruce Wayne. Without his support, we wouldn't have prepared enough antidote in time. Do you know Batman's true identity? No. All I know is that he wants Gotham to be better. And I hereby announce that Batman will be hired as a special police officer. He now has the authority to enforce the law. Do you have the authority to make that decision? Yes. I am the acting commissioner. The former commissioner was arrested for bribery. Any comment? I'll never do that. Thoughts on Mr. Bruce Wayne? He's one of the few wealthy individuals I've met with a genuine sense of justice. I don't know why people call him a playboy. If you're rich, handsome, and kind, enjoying life seems reasonable. Did he bribe you? Yes. The entire city received a gift. Without him, Gotham would have been destroyed. Thoughts on Wayne Enterprises' expansion? I hope more organizations grow and contribute to Gotham's future. And Officer Morin? Oh, him. He's righteous. Extremely capable. He stepped up without hesitation. Officer Gordon, a female reporter interrupted, winking. Do you have Officer Moran's contact information? I'd love an exclusive interview. Gordon. Exclusive interview my ass. What do you think? Moran chuckled, watching the broadcast with Bruce. All reporters were arranged, Bruce sighed. Questions approved in advance. Except that last one. If anything went wrong, that'd be a miracle. By the way, why didn't she ask for my contact info? Probably because I'm more handsome, Moran yawned. I meant the plan. How do you think it went? Perfect, Bruce said without hesitation. My identity is completely concealed. Batman's now legitimate law enforcement. That's fatal for the gangs. Gordon's commissioner. Wayne Enterprises' path is clear. And your reputation's restored, Moran added. You're with Rachel now. She's a judge. No more ruining your image. Thank you, Bruce said sincerely. Don't mention it, Moran waved. Just remember the money. You know how. Of course, Bruce nodded. A salary bonus for Officer Moran's contribution. Exactly, Moran snapped his fingers. Your dance partner? Bruce asked suddenly. Her. Moran chuckled. Probably long gone. I'll catch her later. Moran had let Selena go. Forcing things wasn't his style. But after some time, catching thieves was a police officer's job. After coming to this world, Moran hadn't relaxed once. It was time for his long-awaited world tour. Of course, questions remained. Could Gotham truly be cured? Would the Joker and Riddler still appear? Would the Court of Owls intervene? He intended to find out. She wasn't from your organization? Bruce asked. Of course not, Moran shook his head. She's just a jewel thief. That day, she took a side job installing bugs. She also planned to steal valuables. Interesting, Bruce nodded. Don't get too interested, Moran said flatly. Keep an eye on your girlfriend. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Joker and Two-Face still hadn't appeared. Chapter 146, Chapter 23, The Game That Never Missed. Find 50+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Moran was only responsible for making the plans. Execution didn't require him to be present. With his mind, business was effortless. Wayne Enterprises already had massive capital, and Fox was genuinely capable. With politics, the police, and public opinion all leaning their way, becoming a monopoly was only a matter of time. When you hold absolute advantage, losing isn't an option. As for Gotham's gangs, once Batman became a special police officer, they entered a new ice age. They couldn't develop at all. Batman, after learning magic, didn't just gain a massive boost in combat strength. He left fear behind. A deep, lingering kind. Whenever gang members even thought about doing something illegal, the image of the bat signal lighting up the night sky surfaced in their minds. And their motivation collapsed on the spot. As for the courts, the newly appointed Rachel was fair and decisive. She cracked down on illegal cases and overturned wrongful convictions. Enemies were made. Plenty of them. But with Bruce's protection and tips from grateful citizens, she was never truly in danger. As for the police, Commissioner Gordon cleaned house. Bribes were gone. Anyone who tried was fired, prosecuted, and sent to prison. As for Gotham's citizens, at first, they didn't believe it. Then came one example. Then 10. Then dozens. They had no choice but to believe. Gotham City. This so-called innocent city. For the first time, it showed signs of prosperity. And it shocked everyone. Including Duckhard. Locked inside Arkham, Bruce's former mentor received unusually good treatment. A private room. Decent food. A television. Newspapers. Aside from restricted movement, he lacked nothing. Watching Gotham change, Duckhard began to doubt himself. Was I wrong? No one answered him. At the same time, Morin stared at his police career panel. His expression wasn't just a smile. It was outright elation. Bruce had kept his word. Morin received 10% of Wayne Enterprises shares as a salary bonus for Officer Morin's outstanding contribution to saving Gotham City. A perfectly legitimate reward. The reason was obvious. Morin's police career had reached its peak. Police, Master level. Title bonus. Master Righteous Heart. Master Righteous Eye. Master Righteous Aura. The title doesn't even have an experience bar anymore, Morin thought. So Master is the cap. And these effects? They're absurd. Morin hadn't been idle. He used Gotham's gang members as test subjects. Repeated trials. Controlled variables. Eliminated outliers. Random sampling. In the end, he confirmed the effects of his three abilities. Righteous Heart made those with a sense of justice naturally like and trust him. Righteous Eye allowed him to see a person's sins. At Master level, even the cause of the sinful mist became visible. Righteous Aura appeared to counter negative effects. For example, when Bruce released his Fear Aura, Morin could activate Righteous Aura and completely dispel it. 3 Master level skills granted enormous bonuses. And in exchange, Morin had fulfilled Bruce's lifelong dream. In the original story, Bruce endured countless setbacks and still failed to fully cleanse Gotham. This Bruce wasn't exactly the same. Whether the changes were good or bad, who could say? Morin had only offered a choice. An opportunity. He let Bruce decide before sealing the deal. As for the outcome, looking at Bruce, now engaged to Rachel. At Alfred, already dreaming of grandchildren. At Rachel, a fair and unyielding judge. At Gordon, commissioner of a clean police force. At Fox, CEO of Wayne Enterprises. And finally, at Gotham's citizens, smiling openly in the streets. Morin felt it was good. For him. And for everyone else. Standing at Gotham's highest point, Morin activated his Righteous Eye and looked down. The city wasn't perfect. But compared to the hell it once was, this was something new. Something alive. He didn't plan to erase the remaining sinful mist. Righteous Eye judged sin with extreme subtlety. Like Ghost Rider's gaze. Even the smallest things qualified. No one was perfect. And where there is light, darkness follows. Didn't Gordon and Bruce exist even in the original Gotham? Morin quietly deactivated Righteous Eye. The world cleared. Bright sunlight filled his vision. Sometimes, Morin said softly, seeing too clearly isn't a good thing. What are you doing up here? Bruce climbed up using a grappling gun, already in his Batman suit. Though bats were nocturnal, Bruce wasn't bitten by one. He didn't share that habit. After becoming an official police officer, he could now appear publicly as Batman even in daylight. The black suit vanished at night. In the day, it stood out. Bruce was already considering a white Batman suit. White bats existed. So why not? Was an albino bat still a bat? I'm looking at a city getting better, Morin said with a smile. Want to take a picture? A picture? Bruce frowned. Yeah. Took one with Alfred and Fox yesterday, Morin nodded. You're the last one. Why take pictures? I'm leaving, Morin said. I won't be back for a long time. Is your mission over? Bruce asked instinctively. You didn't actually think I was from the IRS, did you? Morin looked surprised. No, Bruce said flatly. I knew you were lying from the start. He didn't ask where Morin was really from. If Morin wanted to say it, he would. If not, he wouldn't. Everything Morin did had benefited Gotham. That was enough. Really? Morin smirked. Feels like you believed me and are just saving face. You're overthinking it. Heh. Fine. Come on, picture time. Morin pulled out a professional camera. Do I take off the mask? Bruce asked. No. Why would I take a photo with you? Morin said seriously. I'm taking a picture with Batman. Bruce. Why does that feel insulting? Morin took several shots, adjusting angles and poses, making them look like close friends. They were mementos. And backups. Who knew? Maybe he'd meet another Batman in another world someday. These could be useful. Eventually, Morin also took a few photos with Bruce unmasked. Well, Morin said, waving, until we meet again. Where are you going? Bruce asked. Want to use my private jet? Morin thought for a moment. That's not a bad idea. I'm going to travel the world. With who? Bruce asked. If I had to say. Probably a wild, untamed black cat. Hey. A little over a month later. How do you do this? Selina, forced into a bikini, stared at Morin in disbelief. He lounged beside her, sunbathing. How do you always catch me? You're a thief, Morin chuckled. I'm a cop. Seems natural. Fine. Don't tell me. Selina snapped. She grabbed sunscreen and rubbed it on him aggressively. Like poisoning an enemy. Morin remained relaxed. For the past month, they'd been playing a game. Global capture. Selina ran. Morin caught her. Every time she lost, she had to honor her promise from Gotham. Travel with him for 3 days. She ran 10 times. He caught her 10 times. Morin wasn't clingy. He'd planned to stop after 1 round. You couldn't force chemistry. Then he realized. Selina was enjoying it. From her perspective, it made sense. Handsome. Rich. Strong. Free food. Free lodging. Free bed. Ahem. She wasn't losing anything. Once Morin noticed, he played along. Selina never admitted it. Morin never called her out. Respect went both ways. But after enough rest, it was time to end it. The next morning, Selina got up, ready to escape. This time, Morin grabbed her wrist. The game's over. She froze. He transferred an enormous sum into her account. So much it couldn't be counted on 2 hands. This isn't charity, Morin said. I'm leaving. The money would just sit there anyway. Tisk. Selina stood, sunlight outlining her flawless curves like polished porcelain. I don't care about money. That's why I explained, Morin said, admiring her. You like the thrill. Stealing. Getting caught. You don't care about the payoff. You knew. Selina was startled. I'm not stupid, Morin laughed. It wasn't hard to figure out. People like you scare me sometimes, Selina said, leaning in close. I feel like I have no privacy. So tell me. What's your real goal? See? Morin smiled. You can figure it out too. I might even guess what you'll do next, Selina tilted her head. Go on. She traced his face lightly. After tasting a delicacy like you, everything else is just garbage. That's very generous of you. The next battle was so intense that describing it would take millions of words. To spare readers their points, it has been skipped. After the ellipsis. When Morin opened his eyes again, he was back in system space. Looks like I still can't do that, he muttered, scratching his head. In the past, his relationships were one-night stands. Selina was different. The game had changed things. Not love. But something had shifted. At the very least. She wasn't just a one-night stand anymore. A 10-night stand? Whatever. Morin knew one thing for certain. He couldn't accept Selena being with anyone else. Chapter 147, Chapter 1, Choosing the Jaeger designer path. If it was love, he couldn't say for sure. But it wasn't a complete lack of feeling either. So Morin handled it the only way he could and left it to time. He could always choose when to return later. I won't think about it for now. I'll deal with it when I come back. Morin pushed the tangled thoughts aside and focused on his personal panel. The first master-level profession he had unlocked granted him 3 master-level skills and 2 opportunities to travel to other worlds. 1 for advancing to advanced. 1 for advancing to master. With a single thought, Morin used one of those chances. The scenery appeared again. No matter how many times he saw it, it was always breathtaking. The stars in the sky looked as if a giant hand were stirring them. Then one star fell straight toward him. Starlight swallowed Morin whole. World selected, Pacific Rim. Please select a new profession. Please select a traversal location. Please select a time node. It seems I can choose the time node now. Morin nodded, rubbing his hands together as he turned his attention to the profession selection. Jaeger mechanic, Jaeger designer, or Jaeger pilot. His gaze stopped on the second option. Thinking of the massive monsters in Pacific Rim, the decision came instantly. Jaeger designer. Pacific Rim was a world where an alien civilization opened a portal on Earth and sent colossal monsters through it, attempting to destroy the planet and terraform it into a suitable colony. Humanity responded by uniting and building gigantic Jaegers to fight back. Morin chose Jaeger designer instead of Jaeger mechanic or Jaeger pilot for several reasons. First was the skill distribution. After acquiring many professions and their related skills, Morin had already noticed a pattern in how the system assigned abilities. A Jaeger mechanic would likely receive extensive knowledge of Jaeger structures, functions, and operating principles, perhaps even some piloting-related skills, similar to an auto mechanic. That would overlap heavily with the Jaeger pilot profession. As for Jaeger pilot, there was nothing to analyze. Piloting skills would be guaranteed, and there might even be bonuses like solo operation capability. Second was value. After careful analysis, Morin chose the Mecha designer route because design inevitably involved blueprints. If he could fully grasp the blueprints and the underlying technology, then recreate a giant mecha in another world, that would be an unstoppable force. Piloting wasn't a concern. Ordinary people needed 2 or more pilots to endure the intense mental synchronization strain, but Morin was different. With his intelligence exceeding 3,000, that level of mental load was trivial. My travel location will be any Asian country recruiting mecha designers, Morin said. And the time node will be 1 year before the main plot begins. He wasn't sure how long constructing a mecha would take. But when the power of the entire world was mobilized, the result would be terrifying. 1 year should be enough. As soon as Morin finished speaking, the stars ahead of him flared and engulfed his vision. When his senses returned, he was standing on a city street. First things first. I need to buy a phone. Morin glanced around. No one was paying him any attention. He stopped a passerby to ask for directions to the nearest mall. As he walked, he checked the new panel he had just obtained. Mecha Designer, Beginner, 0/10. Title Bonus. Intelligence 10, you need plenty of brain power to develop and apply mecha knowledge. Beginner Mecha Repair Technology. People always ask computer science majors if they can fix computers. I don't know if they can, but I'm sure a mecha designer can fix a mecha. Beginner Mecha Theory Knowledge. To build a mecha by yourself, in addition to the necessary resources, you need enough knowledge. Including but not limited to physics, mathematics, chemistry, programming, and so on. Here, have this compressed file. Go get certified yourself. Beginner Mecha Blueprint Draw. This function was developed by a black and white creature living in Antarctica. It left a message, "Young man, Wanna top up your Q coins? Ahem, wanna pay to win? Morin. The mecha repair technology and theory knowledge weren't an issue. Although the volume of information was vast enough to drown an ordinary person over several lifetimes, Morin absorbed it effortlessly. What truly caught him off guard was the last item. Beginner Mecha Blueprint Draw. From the description alone, it was obvious. A heartless penguin. No, a straight-up pay-to-win channel. As long as you paid, you could draw mecha blueprints. Fortunately, it wasn't like a certain other company where you paid a fortune and still got nothing. At least here, payment guaranteed results. Morin let out a sigh of relief. Then he tried activating the blueprint draw. Warning, Mecha Designer experience is insufficient. Unable to complete draw. Please earn experience points and try again. The warning echoed in his mind. Morin. Alright. Definitely a penguin product. Can't I use experience from other professions? Morin asked internally. The daredevil system remained as heartless as ever and offered no response. He was already used to it. Morin entered the mall, bought the latest phone, and used the ID card stored in his system space to obtain a SIM card. After inserting it and connecting to the internet, he headed back the way he came. Since China was his starting location, the system had thoughtfully provided him with 100,000 RMB in cash. What a pity I can't use this to pay to win directly. Morin searched online for the nearest place recruiting mecha designers. While checking his system space, he noticed something missing. There were no mecha designer certificates. Combined with the explanation attached to beginner mecha theory knowledge, the reason became obvious. The importance of this profession was on an entirely different level. This was about the survival of all humanity. Mecha designers, especially. Finding people capable of mental synchronization was difficult, but with Earth's population, it was still possible. But a mecha designer? That was a treasure among treasures. Knowledge couldn't be rushed, at least not with this world's level of technology. Anyone capable of designing mechas was a top-tier talent, and their information would be archived at the national level. The mecha project wasn't new. By the time the main plot began, multiple generations of mechas already existed. Every qualified designer had long since been scouted and gathered. The number of people holding mecha designer certificates was extremely small. If another one suddenly appeared, even if the system made the certificate impossible to verify as fake, who would believe it? It would be like someone with a bank balance of 1,000 suddenly having an extra 100 million. It would shine too brightly. So the system gave Morin the knowledge and forced him to get certified himself. Less suspicion that way. Morin checked his ID. It belonged to someone from a remote mountainous area, with all documentation perfectly valid. As for where his knowledge came from, there were always self-taught geniuses in this world. A 20-something mastering physics, chemistry, biology, computer science, and more? Unusual, but not impossible. That explanation should, probably, maybe, work. With that thought, Morin looked up at the sign in front of him. Pan-Pacific Defense Corps, PPDC, Tianjin Branch. He walked inside. Even though it was only a branch office, it was crowded. Morin waited in line before finally reaching the front desk. While waiting, he quietly listened to the surrounding conversations. Aside from a few people seeking compensation for Kaiju-related property damage, the rest were there for one reason. Mecha pilots. "Hello, how may I help you?" the receptionist asked. "I want to join the PPDC," Morin replied. "Are you applying to become a mecha pilot or something else?" she asked out of habit. "If it's a mecha pilot, we'll arrange a full physical examination. After passing, you'll be sent to the training base, and once training is complete." Since the appearance of the Jaegers, the mecha pilot profession had exploded in popularity. First, the dream itself. What man didn't want to pilot a towering, powerful, steel giant? Second, the benefits. In this era, mecha pilots were global celebrities. Every battle drew the eyes of billions. Victory brought worldwide cheers. Death brought worldwide mourning. They were heroes acknowledged by the entire planet. Of course, these heroes faced life and death daily, carried immense responsibility, and fought on the front lines until they fell. But who didn't harbor a hero complex? Especially the young. That was why most applicants came for the pilot position. Naturally, only a tiny fraction were accepted. Physical and mental strength were just the baseline. Finding two people who could synchronize mentally and endure the neural strain was extraordinarily rare. There was a shortage of mechas. And an even greater shortage of pilots. That was why, upon seeing Morin's face, the receptionist automatically assumed he was here to apply as a pilot. Even though Morin's actual age was already in his 30s or 40s, his physical attribute made him look no different from when he first transmigrated. Early 20s. Even bone age testing would show the same result. His aging had slowed. As for whether a medical exam would detect abnormalities, Morin had tested that long ago. Once blood or tissue left his body, it immediately returned to a normal state. No signs of slowed cell division. No accelerated healing. He didn't understand the principle behind it. It likely involved things beyond his current access. But that was fine. Knowing the result was enough. He would learn the rest eventually. No, Morin said, shaking his head. I don't want to be a mecha pilot. I want to be a mecha designer. Okay, you can go to what? The receptionist replied automatically, then froze. What did you just say? I said, Morin repeated calmly. I want to sign up to be a mecha designer. Silence. No laughter. No ridicule. That kind of stupidity only existed in cheap novels. At most, people would think it privately or whisper behind his back. No one wanted to offend someone like that openly. Still, every gaze locked onto Morin. Mecha designer. The term itself carried weight. Even rarer and more valuable than a mecha pilot. A mecha designer was someone capable of independently completing a Jaeger's core systems. Neural interfaces. Life support. Power cores. A person like that should not look like a young man in his 20s. Strange looks gathered, but no one spoke. The silence spread outward, rippling through the hall. Like a classroom suddenly going quiet without a teacher present. Everyone was confused. Morin ignored it all. He simply watched the receptionist. And waited for her answer. Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 148, Chapter 2, Warm water with goji berries, and a perfect score. Okay, please wait a moment. May I have your ID card? I'll print out an application form for you. The front desk worker was highly professional. Even if she didn't think Morin had the ability, she didn't show it. She explained everything politely, took the ID card Morin handed over, verified it, printed the form, and passed it to him. Then she uploaded Morin's identity information and his chosen profession into the system. She added a few extra instructions. The mecha designer assessment is very complicated and requires passing multiple tests. After you fill out the application form, a dedicated staff member will come to take you to the tests. Thank you, Morin said, nodding. He took the form and stepped aside to fill it out. The form asked for identity information and knowledge he had mastered. Morin had already reviewed all of his identity documents for this world on the way here. With his memory, everything was already memorized. He wrote quickly and finished soon. The only place he paused was the section labeled Knowledge Mastered. After hesitating briefly, Morin began to write without holding back. Materials engineering, computer engineering, communications engineering, mechanical design, nuclear physics, fluid mechanics, neurosensory science, dynamics, environmental adaptation, hydraulics. He organized and categorized the massive amount of knowledge in his mind, writing down the major subjects one after another. Even then, he was running out of space. At the same time, in an office inside the branch, a man who had just taken a sip of warm water with goji berries suddenly heard a ding-dong. That sound felt familiar. He looked around and quickly found the source. An electronic device on his desk was flashing with a red light. The man paused, then remembered what that sound meant. He instinctively exhaled. Tea splashed everywhere. He jumped up and grabbed tissues, hurriedly wiping the desk. Someone actually showed up? Could this be a false alarm? After fumbling around, he grabbed a tablet and rushed out. There was no choice. He was the only person in the department responsible for mecha designers. If he didn't go, no one would. When the department was first established, it had complete procedures and plenty of staff. After all, there were always masters who kept a low profile. Certificates and experience usually meant skill, but lacking them didn't necessarily mean incompetence. The government had already gathered everyone who might help with mecha design based on available information, but who knew if someone had been missed, or if someone who once refused had changed their mind. A dedicated department was necessary. But as the years passed after the first kaiju appeared, fewer people came to try their luck as mecha designers. Most people understood their own limits. The department gradually became idle. The government couldn't afford idle staff, especially during wartime. A shortage of manpower was inevitable. One by one, the staff were reassigned. In the end, only one person remained. His name was Songshu. Reception, assessments, filing forms, contacting people, everything fell on him. It sounded busy. But as long as no one came, it was the easiest job imaginable. That was why his reaction had been slow. He had worked there for 2 years. At first, he had ambition. He wanted to make a difference. Now, he was just someone who drank warm water with goji berries and waited for his paycheck. In nearly 2 years, only one person had come for an assessment, and that had been due to a system error that sent the person to the wrong department. Songshu rushed to the main hall. Only then did he take out his tablet and check the applicant's information. So young. Seeing Morin's age, Songshu cursed inwardly. He felt a bit disappointed. After all this time, someone finally showed up, and he was this young. This wasn't about being a mecha pilot. This wasn't about physical condition. This was about knowledge. He thought so, but work was work. Songshu glanced toward the area where people were filling out forms and immediately spotted Morin. Not because his eyesight was good. Because Morin stood out. Songshu walked over and looked at the form. When Morin finished, Songshu's mouth opened into an unconscious O. He stared at Morin, clearly surprised. This kid really dared to write all of that. Objectively speaking, it even looked convincing. Probably researched it and memorized the terms. Songshu scanned the long list and muttered to himself. I'm here to take you to the assessment. Do you want to change anything? This needs to be filled out truthfully. He glanced around, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. I'm not trying to be rude, but this is a bit much. If you pass the first test, you'll be tested on everything you wrote. Normally failing isn't a problem, but if you wrote too much, you could be fined for obstructing official duties and wasting resources. When Songshu saw Morin's age, he already had a guess. After seeing the form, he was even more certain. Who would believe someone in their early 20s knew all this? It's fine. I'm confident. Thanks for the reminder, Morin said with a smile. Songshu didn't say more. He just shook his head. Then follow me. That was enough. They were strangers. The reminder was only courtesy, helped by Morin's looks. People were always more tolerant of beautiful things. Soon, under Song Shu's lead, Morin entered a room. Simple. A desk. A computer. This is the first test, Song Shu explained. 50 questions. 1 hour. 60 points to pass. You can submit early. The system grades automatically. Any questions? No, Morin said, shaking his head. Good luck, Song Shu said out of habit, then left and closed the door. Why write so much? Song Shu muttered outside. Even if he somehow passes the first test, whatever. Not my problem. He's just handsome. Too bad he didn't choose to be a mecha pilot. At least luck might help there. Mecha designers rely on real skill. Crude, but not wrong. Aside from a pilot's physical condition, everything else involved a fair amount of luck. Song Shu figured the test would take time. He returned to his office, entered Morin's application into the system, pulled up the test room's surveillance feed, and took another sip of warm water with goji berries. He closed his eyes, smacked his lips, and sighed. Warm water with goji berries. Delicious. Life would be perfect if not for the kaiju. Meanwhile, Morin looked at the questions on the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then he started. For him, this was no different from 1 + 1 = 2. No thinking required. The only time spent was moving the mouse and clicking. Back in the office, Song Shu had just finished a sip and was about to enjoy another when the familiar ding-dong rang again. What now? No one for 2 years, and twice in 1 day. He frowned. Then he realized the sound wasn't from the device. It was from his computer. Song Shu's eyes widened. The warm water in his hand lost all appeal. The notification was clear. Morin had completed all 50 questions. Score, perfect. In this world, there will always be some geniuses. The self-taught kind. Morin sat across from him and spoke seriously, delivering words he had prepared earlier. Whether they believed him or not was their problem. Song Shu. Buddy, I'm not trying to be rude, Song Shu said, scratching his head. You really taught yourself all of this? Morin nodded. Is there a problem? Where did you learn it? Song Shu asked again. Online, Morin replied, looking at him like it was obvious. What can't you find on the internet now? But... Song Shu stared at the tablet in his hand. You're a bit too much of a genius. Self-taught, everything? Are you really that outrageous? All right, Song Shu said at last. Congratulations on passing the first test. I'll submit your results to headquarters. They'll arrange the next test. He had no other choice. Whether Morin was truly capable had nothing to do with him. Still, answering 50 questions in 5 minutes with a perfect score was suspicious. Wait. They won't think I leaked the questions, will they? Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 149, Chapter 3, this really looks like a protagonist setup. Should I go home and wait? Morin asked. You can just go home and wait, Song Shu said. Headquarters will design different tests for everyone who passes the first test, based on your experience and the knowledge you filled out. That's why I advised you not to write so much, but since it's already been submitted, there's nothing we can do. Then, as if realizing something, he subconsciously tried to comfort him. But don't panic. It's enough if you're an expert in just 1 or 2 of those things. That's a thing? Morin asked. Yeah. There's no one that's good at so many things. Song Shu waved his hand. People who've mastered even one field to the level where they can contribute to mecha development and design are already very, very rare. He leaned back and continued, getting more animated. Honestly, the mecha designers we have now are all fake. Or rather, people who've mastered only one or two fields can already be called mecha designers. The conditions announced to the public were exaggerated. Even the mechas that already exist were built by all the top mecha designers in the world working together, sharing technology and resources. That's how they managed to build so many mechas. We said all that stuff just to motivate people and give them encouragement. Song Shu kept talking, information spilling out non-stop. Halfway through, he froze. He slapped a hand over his mouth. I see, Morin said, nodding thoughtfully. No, that's not it. Song Shu shook his head frantically. I was just talking nonsense. You didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything, Morin nodded again. Then I'll be leaving now. Don't tell anyone about this. Song Shu pleaded. I signed a non-disclosure agreement, but I let it slip. For Song Shu, a lazy bum who'd been sitting in his office for 2 years doing almost nothing, he'd almost forgotten what proper job procedures even were. It had taken him forever just to figure out how to transmit the data earlier. Expecting him to remember a non-disclosure agreement at all times was asking too much. The fact that he reacted at the last moment was already impressive. Don't worry, Morin said. I'll be a mecha designer soon too, so we'll be on the same side. I'll find out about this stuff eventually, and I'll probably have to sign a non-disclosure agreement then as well, right? It's not a big deal. Morin had a good impression of Song Shu. If he put himself in Song Shu's position, a young man in his early 20s claiming proficiency in that many fields would obviously sound like a joke. Who would believe it? Unless they were cheating. Without knowing that Morin was, in fact, cheating, Song Shu still maintained a professional attitude, did his job, and even offered advice. Even if it didn't help much, Morin felt that showed a good heart. How about I treat you to a meal? Song Shu asked, still uneasy. He completely ignored the part about Morin becoming a mecha designer. Yeah, right. Morin. I know it's normal for him not to believe me. But it's still a little annoying. I'll show him eventually. Even if he didn't look down on me, I'll still prove myself. Alright then, Morin thought. He didn't have anything to do later anyway, and Song Shu seemed like a decent guy. He nodded. Where to? Wait, isn't it still working hours? It's fine, Song Shu waved his hand. I'll just take some time off. I'm the only one in the department, and there's usually nothing to do anyway. Morin didn't object. He had no intention of spreading what Song Shu said earlier, but Song Shu didn't believe him regardless. Since that was the case, he might as well let Song Shu treat him to a meal and ease his mind. Morin felt he was a very nice person. PPDC China Division Headquarters. A data file from the PPDC Tianjin branch system was transmitted to headquarters. After being archived, it was automatically forwarded to the corresponding review department. A staff member opened it and glanced at the contents. Holy cow! A perfect score of 100. It's not unheard of to get a perfect score on a physical test. What's so surprising? It's not a physical test. It's the first mecha designer test. Let me check the time, 5 minutes? Is this a joke? He passed the mecha designer first test with a perfect score in 5 minutes? Are you sure you're not seeing things? Come look for yourself. Seeing is believing. Holy cow, it's real. Could the system be wrong? I don't know. How could a simple grading system mess up? If I remember right, the question bank for the first test is confidential, and questions aren't repeated. Yet. That means he answered everything correctly in 5 minutes? 5 minutes isn't even enough to read the questions. You guys are making me curious. Let me check his identity. Holy cow, he's 21. He's a genius. Holy cow, seriously? That's insane. The office filled with a barrage of colorful remarks. I don't even know what to say. If it's real, he's a legend for having skills this absurd. If it's fake, he's still a legend for having the guts to pull something like this. Could it be that he doesn't know there are more rigorous tests after the first one? Even if he doesn't, the staff member would, right? Then what do we do? Follow procedure and send it to the Mecha design team to create the next test, or? Of course we send it. But it looks fake as hell. Are you stupid? Someone snapped. What does it have to do with us whether it's fake or not? We're only responsible for checking the identity info. As long as that's valid, it's not our problem. Even if the score's fake, that's on the branch office or the system. If we hold it back and something goes wrong, then it becomes our responsibility. Holy cow, you've got a point. Of course. That's how you work. Learn from me. Don't take responsibility when you don't have to. You're a legend. I'll treat you to some massages tonight. Ahem, let's talk about that later. By the way, I heard kaiju bone powder can enhance a man's performance. Is that true? Why are you asking that? Are you? I'm just asking for a friend. Let's say it's for your friend. Why would he need that? Get lost. Why would I need that? I said it's for a friend. This friend is you, isn't it? The discussion drifted further and further off topic. Meanwhile, Morin's test score and identity information were approved and sent to the Mecha designer department. At the same time, Songshu, having successfully taken time off, brought Morin to a barbecue restaurant. He ordered a table full of food, and the two of them ate while chatting. Seeing that Morin was willing to eat with him, Songshu finally relaxed. As the saying goes, those who eat your food speak softly, and those who take your gifts go easy on the hands. As they ate, they talked. Songshu was curious about Morin. About his background. About his abilities. Buddy, Songshu said after finishing a skewer and lowering his voice, tell me. How did you do it? Do what? The test, Songshu said, taking a sip of beer. His face was already a little red. Even if it was just the first test, the questions were randomly drawn from a confidential bank. No repeats. 5 minutes isn't even enough to read them. That's because I'm exceptionally gifted, Morin replied. I know. You're a genius, Songshu said, taking another sip. Ha, speaking of which, I was almost a genius once. Almost. Morin looked interested. Looks like he has a story. Yet. Songshu clearly had a low tolerance for alcohol. After just 2 or 3 cans, he was already tipsy and started talking about his past. Through his narration, Morin gradually pieced things together. Songshu was 25. A good age. He should have been out exploring the world. There was a reason he was stuck in the Mecha designer department of the PPDC Tianjin branch, living an easy life. 3 years ago, when he was 22, he'd been naive and worn his heart on his sleeve. He trusted people easily and liked helping others. That time, he trusted the wrong person. As a result, he lost his chance to become a Mecha pilot. And even now, that habit hadn't changed. Back then, we were a rare trio that could achieve mental synchronization, Songshu said. But there were no mechas designed for 3 pilots. We only had 2-person and single-person mechas. And single-person mechas had already been disabled. For headquarters, that was considered a good thing. If one pilot had an issue, the other could take over, and they wouldn't lose a pair. But we all knew mechas were designed for 2 pilots. A 3-person rotation system was impossible. Combat experience, coordination, there were too many issues. In short, one of the 3 would always be a spare unless something unexpected happened. And there were only 2 kinds of unexpected. One was illness. But Mecha pilots had the best protection and daily checkups, so getting sick was basically impossible. The other was death. But if a mecha pilot died, it would be during a kaiju battle. In that situation, how could only one person die? That meant the spare would almost certainly never get a chance. What happened after that? Song Shu laughed weakly. Let's not talk about it. In the end, I was the only one left. Did you ever hate them? Morin asked. I did. Not anymore, Song Shu muttered, his words slurring. They're dead. Both of them. The mecha they were piloting, Horizon Brave, was destroyed. So later I started thinking, he said, eyes reddening as he forced a smile, maybe they deliberately made me lose my qualifications to protect me. Thinking that way makes it feel a little better. So you were happy being a lazy bum? Morin asked quietly. The chance of 3 unrelated people meeting the physical requirements and achieving mental synchronization is basically a miracle, Song Shu shook his head. Even the doctor who tested us said it was unbelievable. How could a 4th person appear? I don't have siblings. I'm an orphan. This trope sounds kind of familiar, Morin thought. A huge setback. Hidden ability. Orphan. A classic protagonist setup. All that was missing was an old man. You say that, Morin said, but it doesn't look like you've given up. You're still exercising. Still taking care of your body. You're keeping yourself in top shape. Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 150, Chapter 4, A Promise, Once Spoken. How did you know? Song Shu was startled. I saw workout equipment in your office. It wasn't covered in dust. You use it often. And your face looks healthy. You speak with energy. You're not weak, Morin said. Yet you're still drinking warm water with goji berries. That's a bit early for someone like you to be so focused on health. But if you're taking care of your body, then it makes sense. He smiled lightly. If you were really a lazy bum, why would you exercise and watch your diet instead of eating greasy food and drinking beer all day? You probably don't even drink much. Yet. I get drunk easily. Some kind of physical issue, I think, Song Shu nodded. Then it makes even less sense, Morin said. With your experience, drowning yourself in alcohol would be normal. You could have even turned bitter. But you've kept a healthy, positive lifestyle. Morin looked at him. If you told me you didn't have a goal, I wouldn't believe it. You're right. Song Shu knew there was no point hiding it. He admitted it calmly. There was no harm anyway. But you're still missing an opportunity, Morin said. Not just one, Song Shu replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Many opportunities that are almost impossible to achieve. The hardest part is finding a qualified mecha pilot who can achieve mental synchronization with me. And then, mid-sentence, even with alcohol in his system, Song Shu realized what he was saying and stopped. What's wrong? Morin asked. The rest is just speculation. It involves confidential information. It's not appropriate to talk about, Song Shu said, shaking his head. That kaiju appearances are becoming more frequent, Morin whispered, leaning in. That mecha attrition is too high. That repair and manufacturing speed can't keep up. Morin's heart skipped a beat. This was a test. If Song Shu passed, Morin wouldn't mind giving this man he liked a bit of luck and becoming his benefactor. How do you know? Song Shu's eyes widened as he stared at Morin. I chose to become a mecha designer after analyzing a lot of information, Morin said calmly. When the nest collapses, no egg survives. You're incredible. Song Shu swallowed and gave a quiet thumbs up. Even I needed internal data to reach that conclusion. Want to talk details? It's basically what you said. I think I just broke another NDA. Song Shu sighed. Whatever. With your ability, you'll probably be one of us anyway. This won't stay hidden much longer. Without realizing it, his attitude shifted. From thinking Morin had no chance, to believing he almost certainly would make it. People with real confidence were different. Morin's words and knowledge made Song Shu feel, more and more, that this man would succeed. The gap between kaiju appearances keeps shrinking, Song Shu said in a low voice. The first was in San Francisco. The second appeared in Manila 6 months later. 5 months after that, Cabo San Lucas. And now, it's nearly one every 3 months. They've gone from Category I to Category 2. There may be Category 3 and 4 in the future. Mecha combat power needs improvement, but there's a limit. When you compare manufacturing and repair speed to appearance frequency. He stopped. Morin understood. Nothing more needed to be said. As they continued eating skewers, several young men who looked like thugs walked into the barbecue shop. Their clothes had kaiju prints. They ordered beer and food, then started bragging loudly. What's so scary about kaiju? Just moving piles of meat and bones. We've got mechas. Steel and titanium. If we can't beat them, it's embarrassing. If Brother Morin went, those kaiju wouldn't dare act up. Keep it down, another said. It's not my fault no one can mentally sync with me. Does Brother Morin even need synchronization? He could pilot solo, right? Song Shu unconsciously squeezed the beer can. His gaze shifted toward them. What's wrong? Morin asked with a smile. Angry. A little. Song Shu took a deep breath and drank again, suppressing it. The more ignorant someone is, the louder they bark, Morin said casually. If you get angry too, you're just lowering yourself to their level. Haha. Song Shu laughed. You're right. Hey, you two, a thug shouted, slamming a bottle on the table. What are you whispering about? Full. Morin asked. Yet. Song Shu stood up. Let's go. What's the rush? Morin gestured toward the thugs. Perfect timing for exercise. Go teach them a lesson. Hey. Song Shu froze. How can a future mecha pilot let people like this insult the profession and those who died protecting Earth? Morin said. I'm not a mecha pilot yet, Song Shu said reflexively. Then have you forgotten what I'll be? Morin asked helplessly. Song Shu fell silent. I'll be a mecha designer, Morin continued. Designing one specifically for you isn't difficult. Ha ha ha. Two lunatics dreaming, the thugs mocked. Are you serious? Song Shu glanced at them, then looked at Morin. I don't fight often. So you have fought before, Morin said. Go on. Show me what you've got left. Enough to make me give you a mecha. A promise. Once made, it can't be broken. You arrogant bastards, the thugs snapped. Bottles were raised. You'd better not resist, Song Shu said seriously. Otherwise, it'll hurt. The thugs stared. Do you think we're idiots? The one called Brother Morin roared and charged. A moment later, Song Shu stood unharmed. The thugs lay on the ground, faces swollen and bruised. I told you not to resist, Song Shu said innocently. You still rushed me. I really didn't mean to hit that hard. Morin nodded in satisfaction. By normal standards, Song Shu's combat ability was near top tier. He even had muscle memory. Control was the next step. He hadn't reached it yet. But this was enough. At least he wouldn't be completely overwhelmed by a kaiju inside a mecha. Morin hadn't been joking about building him one. Song Shu was a decent match. He just lacked opportunity. Morin didn't mind being his benefactor. What he wanted even more was to pilot a mecha himself. That could wait. At his current mecha designer level, he probably couldn't draw anything impressive anyway. I need money. Fast. I'm really curious what that draw skill will give me. What now? Song Shu asked. Call the police, Morin said righteously. Hey! Song Shu froze again. You hit them and still want to wait for police? They insulted soldiers, Morin said. That alone is enough for jail. And you're a mecha pilot in training. They started it. Self-defense. Justifiable action. Protecting dignity. Any one of those puts them at a disadvantage. You're not wrong, Song Shu whispered. But people are recording. Cameras were everywhere. The fight. Morin's words. All of it. As long as we're in the right, there's nothing to fear, Morin said, disappointed as he lectured him. We're doing the right thing. You're already shrinking because of a camera. What will you do when you're in a mecha, with the entire world watching? You wouldn't even be able to move. Find 30 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 151, Chapter 5, The Perfect Score Nobody Believed. Okay, okay. Song Shu could only nod as Morin lectured him. Call the police and explain the situation, Morin said. He picked up a skewer and held it horizontally in his mouth, the sharp end on the left. He bit down on the meat at the far right and pulled, cleanly stripping the skewer. You know what to say, right? I know, I know. Song Shu nodded. He wasn't stupid. He was just, less experienced than Morin. Wait. Why was Morin so experienced? Did he do this kind of thing a lot before? Song Shu suddenly realized this was a serious problem. PPDC China Division Headquarters. Mecha Designer Conference Room. He doesn't look the part. But is it even possible to get a perfect score in 5 minutes? That's ridiculous. He wouldn't even have time to read the questions. We all contributed to the question bank. They're random and single use. If he cheated, where would he even get them from? Did he bribe all of us? The key issue is his age. He's only 21. I'm not looking down on him, but, when we were 21, weren't we still in college? A group of people whose combined net worth could easily buy a small country, though none of them would make that trade, were arguing. Their argument revolved around Morin's test score and his background. Here was the issue. For those who passed the first test, the second stage questions were generated based on the Knowledge Mastered section of the application form. Even with clear warnings, some people still filled that section out randomly. That was inevitable. But the first test filtered out almost all of them. Less than 1 in 10,000 applicants passed. Anyone who passed had real knowledge, education, and brains. No one with common sense would list knowledge they didn't possess. Writing it down meant being tested on it. Failing would be humiliating. Most applicants were conservative. To be safe, they listed only what they were absolutely confident in. And yet Morin had done the opposite. He not only achieved a perfect score on the first test, he had listed all knowledge related to mecha construction. Since the profession was established, this was the first case of its kind. According to protocol, his information was forwarded to all mecha designers. They were stunned. Every one of them was a top-tier expert in their field. Otherwise, they wouldn't be responsible for humanity's only effective countermeasure during a global crisis. And now a 21-year-old all-rounder had appeared. Self-taught. No college education. The daily lives of mecha designers were monotonous. Their entertainment consisted of comparing designs' functions, cost, combat performance, contribution to future generations. New blood almost never appeared. So Morin's file was like a rock dropped into still water. Ripples spread. They began asking each other about him. They even convened a meeting. What they didn't know was that this wasn't a rock. It was a meteor. And that settles it, someone said. Is anyone stuck at a technical bottleneck? Why don't you turn it into test questions for this genius? I'll do it. I've got nothing urgent. I'll contribute a few. The question bank hasn't been updated in ages. I'll add some. Count me in. They were all curious. Logic said what Morin did was impossible. Reason said no one would fake something this blatant. Knowledge couldn't be forged. It was like advanced mathematics. You either knew it or you didn't. Academic fraud? In front of world-class mecha designers? That was suicide. And if he really had connections, why choose this department? Why come to the one place that demanded pure skill instead of somewhere more profitable? Two completely opposite conclusions. Both reasonable. That contradiction fueled their curiosity. So they collectively compiled a new set of questions covering everything Morin had claimed to master. At the same moment, the man at the center of the discussion was standing outside a barbecue restaurant, lecturing Songshu. You really should stop using violence so easily, Morin said with a sigh. Isn't there anything that can't be solved through communication? Look at you. You still have the skills from your mecha pilot days. So why do this? Sure, they insulted mecha pilots. Sure, they talked trash. But fighting is still wrong. Even if they started it, we could have used less force when defending ourselves. Songshu nodded repeatedly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the police officer beside them. The officer wore a stiff smile. Police officer. Don't think I don't know you're doing this together. And don't think I don't know this speech is for my benefit. Ahem. The officer cleared his throat. Regardless, you still need to come to the station to make a statement. Shall we? A young man with glasses stepped forward. I can be a witness. I have video. Me too. I started recording when they argued. I'm still recording. Are you stupid? Why would you say that out loud? Once one person spoke up, more followed. They were no longer bystanders. They were participants. Participants defending what they believed was right. Just statements are enough. Thank you. We don't need witnesses, just send the videos. And hey, make sure I look good on camera. The officer was surprisingly relaxed. He answered questions and didn't stop anyone from recording. We'll handle this impartially. An official statement will be released later. You can follow it online. Morin stayed silent. He observed the crowd and felt something unfamiliar. Since transmigrating, he had often used the public deliberately. In Fast and Furious, he controlled Rio's traffic system to manipulate crowds and vehicles. In Assassin's Creed, he planned to weaponize public anger against oppression until things went off the rails. Now you see me. Batman. Again and again. This time was different. This was the first time he hadn't planned anything. The public acted on its own. He felt touched. And at the same time, another thought surfaced. I really am a person of justice. The bane of evil. No doubt about it. Even so, procedures were procedures. Morin and Songshu got into the police car. The unconscious thugs were taken away as well. The statement process was simple. Time. Location. Name. Gender. Address. Workplace. Then a detailed Q&A recounting the incident. Review. Signature. Don't ask why he was so familiar with the process. The outcome was never in doubt. Morin and Songshu were released. The thugs were detained for disturbing public order. Songshu knew where to strike. Chin and cheeks only. Enough to knock them out without lasting injury. You're free to go, the officer said. Just be careful next time. Try not to use violence. Okay, okay. Thank you, Morin and Song Shu replied. They turned to leave. Wait, the officer called. Yes. Song Shu asked. I heard one of you is a mecha designer, and the other's a mecha pilot. With official matters done, the officer's expression turned openly curious. Can we take a photo together? Actually, I'm not yet. Song Shu scratched his head. He will be soon, Morin said. In this world, Morin had crafted a persona. A genius. But not a flawless one. Too perfect was dangerous. He wanted to be seen as peerlessly talented and openly arrogant. Blunt. Condescending. Human. If a genius knew everything and handled people flawlessly, suspicion would follow. As for being disliked, talented people were always forgiven more easily. That's even better. The officer laughed. Then we definitely need a photo. Xiao Qi, didn't you just get a Polaroid? Right here. Xiao Qi said, bringing it over. Brother Hao, how should we pose? All three of us, Officer Hao said. Make us look good. Yes, sir. Photos with police required care. One civilian and two officers could look like an arrest photo. The Polaroid printed. Morin took it, glanced at it, and signed his name. Keep it safe, he said, handing it to Song Shu to sign as well. Then he gave it to Officer Hao. This autographed photo will be worth a lot someday. Ha ha ha. I'll hold you to that. After they left, Officer Hao stared at the photo and scratched his head. Arrogant, but maybe he's got the skills. Not a bad guy. Xiao Qi, he added, send me the digital copy. I'll post a short report later. Got it. By the way, Brother Hao, who were they? Celebrities. Celebrities. He hesitated. Then what? I can't really explain it. But maybe, just maybe, they're people celebrities can't compare to. What are you looking at? On the way back, Song Shu kept checking his phone. Morin noticed his expression. What's wrong? An article by a commentator, Song Shu said. Remember what I told you about mecha production not keeping up with kaiju appearances? Of course. There've been a lot of similar takes lately. He handed the phone over. There aren't that many idiots in the world. Morin read the article. Hat. He let out a cold laugh. It's a fight over the kaiju threat and the mecha program created. But the pie is limited. Some want a bigger slice. You're saying, they're doing this intentionally? Song Shu's eyes widened. There are always idiots who can't tell what matters, Morin said calmly. Or who value money and power more than their own lives. That's why I had to step in. Otherwise, look at the decisions they're pushing. Walls. Retreat. Even with heavy losses, mechas can fight back. But walls and nukes? In the long run, can the environment survive? Humanity would be forced underground. And even if a wall really couldn't be broken. Morin paused. Don't kaiju fly. Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 152, Chapter 6, What a Real Genius Looks Like. The headquarters sent over the test questions. Song Shu sounded unusually excited. Isn't that a good thing? Morin asked. They sent more than 50 sets. Morin. 50-something sets. Morin asked again inside the office. To be precise, 54, Song Shu said. It's everything you wrote on the form. I don't know why, but they actually sent a full set for each one. It's obvious, Morin waved his hand. They want to test me. Take me there. The sooner the better. I don't feel like waiting. That's 54 sets of questions, Song Shu said, watching Morin's expression. He wondered if Morin hadn't heard him clearly. Each set is from a different field. And the questions were written by top experts. Are you sure you don't want to? Do you know what kind of questions they prepared? Morin interrupted. No, Song Shu scratched his head. Even you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement before taking them. Although he was the only person in charge of the mecha designer department at the Tianjin branch, he wasn't a real manager. Even if he were, he still wouldn't be qualified to view those questions. Then there's nothing to prepare, Morin spread his hands. If no one knows what's coming, what preparation would even mean? Besides, he added calmly, do you think I need to prepare? He. Song Shu could only laugh awkwardly and scratch his head. If he said Morin needed preparation, it would sound like he doubted him. If he said he didn't, it would sound arrogant. Morin might be allowed to be arrogant. Song Shu definitely wasn't. All right, Song Shu said. Follow me. He led Morin into a more advanced room. There was no computer like before. Instead, there was a wider table in the center. A holographic projector. Morin hadn't seen one in person before, but he recognized it instantly. Yes, Song Shu nodded. One of the three major technologies developed after the kaiju appeared. Morin already knew what those three were. The first was holographic simulation technology, built on supercomputers that broke through processing limits. It captured manual movements, recognized voice commands, and performed real-time data simulations. It skipped traditional programming and data input entirely. This same technology was used in mecha control systems. The second was Pons bridge technology, also known as neural handshake technology, based on neurobiology. It solved the life-threatening issue of neural overload on a single pilot by allowing 2 or even 3 pilots to share control of one mecha. At present, only China's Crimson Typhoon used 3 pilots. The rest used 2. Yes. Crimson Typhoon. The mecha that was destroyed in just a few rounds in the movie. In truth, it was extremely powerful. Its design emphasized long-range combat, similar to an ADC role, and its combat record was impressive. Unfortunately, the filmmakers ran out of money. So its long-range weapons were removed with the excuse that they had been damaged in a previous battle and hadn't been repaired. An ADC forced into close combat had only one outcome. Not long before that, Dr. Newton Geisler from the PPDC headquarters Kaiju Research Division had performed a neural handshake with a kaiju brain. A neural handshake linked 2 consciousnesses, allowing shared memories and thoughts. Mecha pilots required a 100% synchronization. Even a slight mismatch would prevent proper coordination between left and right brain activity during combat. Any mistake could be fatal. Dr. Newton couldn't achieve perfect synchronization, but even the weak connection gave him crucial information. He learned the kaiju were cloned weapons. Their creators were called precursors. They had visited Earth during the Jurassic period, but the environment hadn't been suitable. Now, due to pollution, it was. So they sent kaiju to exterminate humans and further pollute the planet. At the same time, the precursors, having stronger mental strength, also obtained information. They learned the mechas were not silicon-based life forms, but machines controlled by humans. Destroying the cockpit would neutralize a mecha. They learned the weaknesses and cockpit locations of every model. Before this, due to inertia in thinking, the precursors had believed humans and mechas were separate species, with mechas acting as guardians. So they had always torn defeated mechas apart completely. Once they understood the cockpit was the fatal weakness, they immediately deployed 2 specialized kaiju. One could fly and spit corrosive acid. The other possessed immense strength and could generate electromagnetic pulses to destroy control systems. Those 2 kaiju directly led to the destruction of Crimson Typhoon and Cherno Alpha, and severely damaged Striker Eureka. If not for the protagonists piloting Gypsy Danger and achieving the unprecedented feat of fighting 2 kaiju at once, the nuclear bomb would never have been delivered through the wormhole. In a strict sense, Crimson Typhoon and Cherno Alpha died because of Dr. Newton. But without his actions, humanity wouldn't have learned the truth about the kaiju, nor how to send a nuclear weapon through the wormhole's energy field. Good or bad? No one could say. He'd gotten sidetracked. The third technology was the helicopter. Yes. The helicopter. 6 helicopters could lift a mecha weighing thousands of tons and make it fly. On average, each helicopter provided no less than 400 tons of lifting force. When factoring in cable angles and inverse trigonometric calculations, the effective force was even higher. Thank goodness I don't have to draw force diagrams anymore. Physics is terrifying. This was the technology Morin found most frightening. So this is what I'll be tested on? Morin asked. Yes, Song Shu nodded. Not just written questions. There are hands-on tasks and deeper evaluations. This machine is required. Are you sure you're ready? Morin smiled. Just go make a cup of goji berry water. I'll be done before it cools. Song Shu was convinced. Over the past 2 days, Morin's understanding of kaiju and various technologies had been far beyond normal. He didn't seem like someone who acted without confidence. He didn't seem like a liar either. If Morin was this sure, maybe he really could do it. Even if Song Shu couldn't imagine how. Geniuses are always beyond imagination. He muttered. Of course, he would never admit he was already dreaming about the custom mecha Morin had promised him. A custom-made mecha. If Morin truly became a mecha designer. If he really was a peerless genius. If he designed a custom unit for him. And if he found a pilot capable of perfect neural synchronization. Then his dream might come alive again. With that thought, Song Shu skillfully prepared a cup of goji berry water and waited patiently. This time, he didn't check the surveillance feed. The clearance level of those questions exceeded his authority. Inside the room, Morin signed the non-disclosure agreement and began. His movements were smooth and fluent. Some questions had been playfully made difficult by veteran mecha designers. Morin answered them without hesitation. They were bottlenecks for others. For him, they were effortless. In the system's logic, a mecha designer was someone capable of building a mecha alone. That was why the so-called beginner mecha theory knowledge included everything required to build one. With Morin's intelligence exceeding human limits by more than 30 times, all of it was already mastered. He solved one difficult problem after another. He even left improvement proposals behind. Morin had no intention of hiding his genius. He intended to establish it firmly. Only by doing so could he obtain the maximum resources in the shortest time and gain authority to build mechas. The nation had the resources. What it required was value. To obtain something, one had to give something first. Half an hour later, Morin walked out. All answers had been encrypted automatically and transmitted. Those 54 sets could only be evaluated by their creators. Well? Song Shu asked nervously, holding the still warm cup. Pack your bags, Morin said with a smile, patting his shoulder. You're getting transferred to headquarters. I'm taking you with me. At the same time, Morin's answers crashed into the PPDC China Division headquarters like a meteor. Dome database. Time, classified. Location, classified. Content, 21-year-old Morin, for the first time, showed every mecha designer in the PPDC China Division what a true genius really is. Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 153, Chapter 7, did I just see that right? Ding dong. The notification sound pulled Su Sheng out of his daze. Normally, he kept all notifications turned off during research. But lately, his work had hit a complete wall. He didn't know what to do next, yet he couldn't simply stop showing up either. So he left the sound on and sat there, spacing out. For a scientist, inspiration was everything. But inspiration was like an artist's muse. It didn't arrive just because you wanted it to. Most of the time, it was pure chance. Even with notifications enabled, there weren't many messages. Or rather, not many valuable ones. As a top-tier mecha designer, someone at the level of a national treasure, Su Sheng's work was rarely disturbed. The only message that had truly caught his attention recently was the file from 2 days ago. That so-called genius. Even now, thinking back on it, Su Sheng could only describe the person that way. Assuming the information was real. Speaking of which, the test I designed should be in that genius's hands by now. Su Sheng frowned slightly. Why did I even put in a problem I couldn't solve myself? Good thing I added some easier ones too. What if he couldn't solve a single question? Wouldn't that just crush his confidence? He should be able to solve the simpler ones, if he really has talent. And if he can't even do that, I'll see how he performs on the others. If he's a fraud. Su Sheng paused. Well, then he's in for a surprise. I think I submitted over 50 questions in total. And everyone else added at least one problem they couldn't solve themselves, just like I did. It'll probably take him over a month to finish them all. Wait. I only set the time limit for 1 day. His thoughts drifted. Then his gaze returned to the screen. The notification icon, the small speaker, was flashing. Su Sheng clicked it. A system message popped up. Dear Academician Su Sheng, your test has been completed. Please grade it as soon as possible. Su Sheng froze. Completed? He had just been wondering how long it would take. And it was already done? How much time had passed? Su Sheng instinctively glanced at the clock in the bottom right corner of the screen. For a moment, he wondered if he'd been spacing out for over a month. But the date and time were perfectly normal. May 11, 2019. 2:30 and 30 seconds p.m. What's going on? It took Su Sheng a while to process this. After thinking it through, he finally found a reason that barely made sense. If that person had finished the first 50 questions in 5 minutes, then maybe finishing his questions in less than a day wasn't that crazy. What he didn't understand was whether others had already received notifications. Could the tests be submitted one by one? Shouldn't everything be submitted together? With lingering confusion, Su Sheng opened the attachment. A holographic projection appeared beside him. The questions he designed required holographic modeling. They weren't simple multiple-choice problems. That was exactly why he believed Morin would need at least a full day. And that wasn't even counting the personal problem. From the start, that problem had been added purely for fun. Every mecha designer had done the same. For people at their level, there was no need to deliberately sabotage someone. They were already the best in their respective fields. Then Su Sheng stopped breathing. He had created 5 questions. The first 4 were marked green. Perfect completion. And in the upper right corner, total time used. Less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That was the time it took to. No. That was the time it took for a reader to finish a chapter. Did you even read the questions? Su Sheng screamed internally. Then his eyes snapped to the final question. White light. Answered. Awaiting grading. Gulp. In the dead silent office, the sound of Su Sheng swallowing echoed clearly. His hand hovered in midair, trembling slightly. He had a guess. A terrifying one. But it felt impossible. So impossible it threatened to shatter his understanding of reality. In the end, he clicked it. The holographic projection shifted. A model appeared. It was familiar. And unfamiliar. Familiar, because it had tormented Su Sheng for an entire month. Yes. Until just a second ago, this model had still been haunting him. The only reason it now felt unfamiliar was simple. It was complete. Have you ever struggled with a math problem for ages, only to suddenly understand everything the moment you see the answer? That was what Su Sheng felt. It wasn't that he couldn't understand the model. If that were the case, he wouldn't even be able to comprehend it now. But if it had been easy, would it really have taken him a full month? Alongside that sudden clarity came shock. Pure shock. He never imagined that the problem he had added casually, half-jokingly, half-experimentally, would be solved like this. So casually. Solved by a 21-year-old. A young man who wasn't even a mecha designer yet. Solved in under 2 minutes. No. Less than that. There were other questions too. How could someone like this exist? Show me the answering video, Su Sheng said. His thoughts were in chaos, but the words still came out. His own voice startled him. It was hoarse. Barely recognizable. Playing the answering video, the system replied. The holographic projection switched. Morin's entire process played out. Su Sheng forced himself to stay calm and watched. Morin moved without hesitation. Identifying errors. Making corrections. He completed the first 4 questions in about 30 seconds. It was like he hadn't even read them. F***ck. Su Sheng paused the video. After a long silence, that single word escaped him. It was the only reaction he had left. These problems had never appeared anywhere before. Su Sheng was certain of that. Even he would need several hours. Possibly a full day. And Morin? 30 seconds. Even copying answers wouldn't be that fast. You'd still have to read the questions and match them. It took Su Sheng a long time to calm himself. When he resumed the video, his thoughts shifted. Surely, he thought, he has to read the last question. He can't just start answering it. He spent a minute and a half on it. He must have spent at least 1 second reading. The video continued. Su Sheng watched as Morin's long fingers moved without hesitation. No pause. No doubt. He went straight into the model. Adding. Deleting. Modifying. After a minute and a half, the completed model appeared. Exactly the same. Then he stopped. The entire process felt like a lecture delivered across hundreds, even thousands of miles. Su Sheng was the student. Morin was the teacher. The video ended. Su Sheng stood there, staring at the frozen image. For a moment, it looked like he wanted to crack open Morin's skull to see if a supercomputer was hidden inside. After a long while, Su Sheng slowly crouched. Hands behind him. Legs straightened. He sank onto the floor. His eyes were empty. At the same time, across countless offices, other mecha designers experienced different emotions. Excitement. Doubt. Jealousy. Admiration. Fondness. Anger. But in the end, every single one of them said the same thing. F***ck. Wei Ji. Wei Ji. The shout snapped Zhao Wei out of his focus. He looked up in surprise. He recognized both the voice and the nickname. That was exactly why he was shocked. He hadn't heard that person call him Wei Ji in a very, very long time. Every time Zhao Wei told him to use it, he'd refuse. A position demands respect. I wouldn't dare overstep. Eventually, Zhao Wei gave up. But today? What could make him that excited? Wei Ji. The secretary rushed in, face flushed. What happened? Zhao Wei gestured for him to close the door first. He knew his secretary well. Very few things could shake him like this. And when they did, it was always serious. The last time Zhao Wei heard that tone was when he'd been critically injured. Even when the monsters first appeared, his secretary had reported it calmly, to the point Zhao Wei hadn't believed him. It's big, the secretary said, closing the door. Very big. That person passed. Which oh? You mean Morin? Zhao Wei replied automatically. So he passed. I thought wait. He paused. How many did he get right? Just passing wasn't enough to cause this reaction. You should brace yourself, the secretary said. Don't be dramatic, Zhao Wei said. It's not like he got everything right, did he? That was over 50 questions from all the mecha designers. You told me some were problems even they couldn't solve. There's no way Morin solved them all. As he spoke, unease crept in. The secretary just stared at him. Silent. Zhao Wei's heart sank. He really got everything right? Zhao Wei asked. The secretary nodded. Including the unsolved problems. The secretary nodded again. Wait, Zhao Wei said, suddenly dizzy. They only just finished creating the questions. What time is it now? He fumbled for his phone, breathing shallow. No need, the secretary said quietly. It's May 11th, 2019. It's been less than a day. Zhao Wei went silent. That's why I told you to brace yourself, the secretary sighed. There's more. Hold on, Zhao Wei said suddenly. He rushed aside, poured a glass of water, spilling some with his shaking hands. He didn't care. He downed it in one go. Then took deep breaths. Still not enough. He dropped to the floor and did push UPS. The secretary watched without comment. He understood. He'd needed time too. All right, Zhao Wei said after dozens of push UPS. He stood, breathing hard. How long did it take him? Are you really ready? The secretary asked. Are you trying to kill me? Zhao Wei cursed, gripping the desk. My hands on it. Even if you tell me. Half an hour. What? Zhao Wei's mouth opened. Nothing came out. It took several seconds for his brain to catch up. Half an hour, the secretary repeated. Zhao Wei sagged. His straight posture collapsed. He squatted down slowly and sat against the desk. The secretary joined him. Holy sh*t, Zhao Wei said after a long silence. All the mecha designers said the same thing, the secretary laughed. If anyone didn't, Zhao Wei said, I'd drag them to take the tests themselves. See if they can finish all the questions including the personal ones in half an hour. And get 100%, the secretary added. Silence returned. Egg Wang, Zhao Wei said quietly, do geniuses really exist? I don't know, the secretary replied. But it seems we've just met one. Yeah, Zhao Wei said. With monsters around, it makes sense heaven would send us one. Did we send someone to pick him up? Yes. Highest level security. Good. What about resistance? It's fine. Best treatment, full cooperation. When you meet him, you'll have a direct line to talk. MMM. Holy sh*t. Holy sh*t. They looked at each other. And smiled. The future suddenly felt a little brighter. Find 30 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 154, Chapter 8, Names that sound familiar. I still can't believe it, Song Shu said, shaking his head. I thought you'd need more time. And instead, 50-something tests in half an hour. The number of questions wasn't that high, Morin said calmly. Some had 1 or 2. The most had fewer than 10. And they weren't difficult. Pretty simple. Simple. Song Shu rolled his eyes. He was already used to Morin's way of talking. You're lying. They were simple for me, Morin replied. So that promise you made, Song Shu pressed, about bringing me with you. Was that serious? What if you really passed? There's no what if, Morin said, pointing out the window. It's certain. What? Song Shu turned, confused. He looked outside. Nothing. They're here, Morin said, raising an eyebrow. They're impatient. Have you ever sat in a classroom during a scorching summer afternoon, cicadas screaming outside, half asleep while the teacher droned on? Or been at work, listening to your boss praise the blessings of 996 while piling more tasks on your desk? Did you ever imagine a sharply dressed elite with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly barging in, speaking fluent English into a satellite phone, saying, "Sorry to interrupt, but if this gentleman doesn't come with us, Japan will sink into the sea?" Thinking about it, maybe it wouldn't be so bad if he didn't go. Morin was in a similar situation. Except instead of one elite, there were several armed helicopters. He wasn't who he used to be. He didn't need that kind of exaggerated entrance. But as the saying went, a man is a boy until the day he dies. What's wrong with being a little dramatic once in a while? When Morin saw armed helicopters descend and fully equipped soldiers rappel down, he still felt a trace of pride. I'm a big deal. Anyone who gets this treatment, whether being invited or arrested, counts as one. Beside him, Song Shu stared, eyes wide and mouth open. It took him a long time to recover. They're here for you. Song Shu swallowed. Helicopters? What did you do? Did you cheat on the test? I told you to be subtle, Ao. Think before you talk, Morin said, flicking his head. Do I look like someone who breaks the law? I like exploiting loopholes. No, I mean, I like being law-abiding. He hadn't used much force. Otherwise, Song Shu wouldn't just be rubbing his head with watery eyes. You definitely meant loopholes, didn't you? Outside, the helicopters drew everyone's attention. The PPDC China Division's Tianjin branch had a helipad, but it was rarely used. Most people had never seen a helicopter here, much less armed ones with soldiers rappelling down. Phones came out immediately. A major general disembarked and shook hands with Shen Kuomin, head of the Tianjin branch. Any instructions? Shen Kuomin asked after the exchange. He knew nothing. Only that this was confidential. I can't say, the major general replied. You'll know soon. I'm here to pick someone up. Pick someone up? Someone very important? Shen Kuomin was stunned. Someone like that, in his branch? They moved toward the Mecha Designer Liaison Department. With every step, Shen Kuomin grew more uneasy. There was only one person left there. A reserve Mecha pilot, sidelined due to medical issues. Important enough for this? Even if his health recovered, this was excessive. Helicopters, for one person? Shen Kuomin muttered internally as they walked. They're coming for you, Song Shu said quietly. At first, he was shocked. Then it felt natural. A genius who finished all those tests in half an hour, possibly perfectly, of course they'd rush over. He was already imagining his future mecha. A knock snapped him back. Song Shu opened the door to see Shen Kuomin and the major general, flanked by armed soldiers. His heart tightened. He stepped aside. Director. Commander, he saluted. The major general returned the salute and walked in, his eyes locking onto Morin. This is faster and bigger than I expected, Morin said. No airs. No posture. Even if this wasn't the same China he knew, the name still carried weight for him. That was why he'd come here first. As for his old jobs, he had no choice. He couldn't exactly collect taxes as an IRS agent in China. For someone with your ability, the major general said, smiling and extending his hand, we don't skimp on treatment. I'm Ye Fan. Major General, PPDC China Division Armed Forces. Morin nearly choked. He kept his composure, but still glanced at Song Shu. See? If you'd had a protagonist name like that earlier, I would have figured it out faster. You don't happen to know someone named Lin Yi, do you? Morin asked casually. Hey! Ye Fan froze. Lin Yi is a friend. Southeast Military Region. Do you know him? So he really exists. Ye Fan. Lin Yi. Thank goodness this wasn't an urban fantasy novel. Otherwise, the monsters would have been wiped out already. Morin just smiled. No, I just remembered something. I'm Morin. I see. Ye Fan nodded, storing the information away, then moved on. Blah blah blah. That's the situation. We'll escort you to the military airport, then proceed to headquarters, Ye Fan said. Maximum security. Best treatment. Any requests, just say so. That sounds a little odd, Morin said lightly. Since you mentioned requests, can I bring someone? Who? Him. Song Shu. Song Shu straightened instinctively. He used to be a reserve mecha pilot, Morin continued. His body's recovered. He kept training. With some adjustment, he should qualify. Ye Fan's expression sharpened. A qualified mecha pilot was extremely rare. Even if Song Shu failed later, Ye Fan couldn't refuse. He had just promised. And Morin's reasoning was airtight. One extra person wasn't an issue. If that's the case, it's our oversight, Ye Fan said after a pause. Your request is reasonable. He can come. He turned to Shen Kuomen. The transfer documents will follow. Yes, of course, Shen Kuomen replied, still confused. All he knew was this. The higher UPS weren't here for Song Shu. They were here for Morin. And Morin wanted to take Song Shu with him. So who exactly was Morin? Why was he here? And what had he done? Also, Song Shu was the only one handling all mecha designer liaison work. If he left, what then? Form a whole new department? Shen Kuomen's mind raced. But he didn't dare stop them. Someone Ye Fan treated with this much respect. Offending him would only bring trouble. Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 155, Chapter 9, A Treasure Unearthed. New book. Food Wars, not about food. Sitting in the helicopter, Song Shu still found everything a little unreal. He was just leaving. Leaving for headquarters, where he would be tested and trained to become a mecha pilot. He had never doubted that he would pass. He could do it years ago. Now, it would be even easier. He was confident in his progress. What he had lacked was never ability. It was opportunity and hesitation. The opportunity had been his medical report. The old report stated permanent neurological damage. From that moment, he had completely given up on becoming a mecha pilot. Unless the PPDC Mecha Pilot Department agreed to conduct another neurological examination. But those examinations were extremely expensive and only performed when someone was about to be inducted. With Song Shu's connections, there was no hope. He couldn't even apply. Of course, if he made a scene, he might have forced an opportunity. But he hadn't. Because he was hesitant. That hesitation came from his nature. The betrayal by his best friend had hit him too hard. He was unwilling to undergo drift compatibility with anyone else, especially when that best friend had already become a martyr. The man was dead. If Song Shu shared memories with someone else and those memories spread, wouldn't that be wrong? Wouldn't it tarnish his reputation? But then Morin appeared. With the reputation of a peerless genius. With sharp, precise words, he pulled out the secret buried in Song Shu's heart during their first barbecue meeting. After that came what Morin called ideological education. Or, more accurately, persuasion. Morin had persuaded spies, tycoons, IRS directors, mob bosses. Even Batman. Convincing someone as pure and kind as Song Shu? That was effortless. From that moment on, Song Shu's resolve to become a mecha pilot reignited. He just hadn't expected that a few sentences later, he'd already be on a helicopter, heading straight for the PPDC China Division headquarters. How influential did someone have to be to make this happen? Thinking back on Morin's actions, Song Shu's doubts faded on their own. If someone like that didn't receive this level of attention, then everyone in charge would have to be blind. Speaking of those in charge, why had Director Shen's gaze felt so strange when he left? Song Shu sank into thought again. Morin, meanwhile, rested with his eyes closed. He was reviewing his next steps. The plan was already laid out, but checking for flaws was a habit. The helicopter was too loud. Conversation would require shouting, so Morin gave up on chatting with Yefan, the man with the protagonist's name. Before long, the helicopter landed at a military base. Yefan led them to a transport plane. The noise dropped significantly. Yefan spoke first. "Mr. Morin." "Just call me Morin," Morin interrupted. "All right. Morin, are you 21 this year?" Yefan asked, curiosity evident. "Yes," Morin replied, nodding calmly while suppressing the twitch at the corner of his mouth. In reality, he might be older than Yefan. Yefan was extremely interested in him. As a major general sent to pick someone up, Yefan had received confidential briefings from Qin Guang, Zhao Wei's secretary, including everything Morin had done. At first, Yefan didn't believe it. But he knew Qin Guang well. The man never joked about matters like this. So Yefan came anyway. His rational mind screamed, "Impossible." The facts replied, "It's real." "You couldn't even write this in a novel," Yefan said with a sigh during their conversation. Only then did he truly understand the saying. Reality was stranger than fiction. "Has he arrived?" "Almost. He's already on the plane." "Why did you let him take a plane? What if something happens?" "Planes are the safest form of transportation." "Safest?" "They also have the highest casualty rate if something goes wrong." "Are you trying to start a fight?" "Everything I say turns into an argument. Am I wrong?" In a conference room, a group of casually dressed men and women were arguing fiercely. Most had grey hair and beards. Some were in their 70s or 80s, leaning on canes. Yet they argued with frightening vigor. Around them, soldiers stood stiff and alert. Not to protect themselves, but to intervene if a physical fight broke out. These were national treasures. No matter who got hurt, the soldiers would be the ones in trouble. Medics waited nearby with emergency kits. An ambulance was already on standby. Heart attacks were not an unlikely scenario. Outside the conference room, Zhao Wei looked like he was on the verge of collapse. "Why did you let them come?" he asked Qin Guang. "What could I do?" Qin Guang said helplessly. "Who could stop them? They wanted to wait on the tarmac. I tried everything: wind, health, rheumatism. Nothing worked. So how did you finally convince them?" "I talked about Confucius. The spring and autumn period." "Rambling nonsense." "Then I said waiting outside might intimidate Morin and make him think they were trying to pressure him. That finally worked. He's not even here yet, and they're already treating him like a treasure. Aren't you the same?" Qin Guang shot back. "How many fighter jets did you have escort him?" "That's different," Zhao Wei said seriously. Qin Guang. He decided not to argue. Looking at the national treasures inside, Qin Guang sighed. "They're really pure." "I was prepared for opposition," Zhao Wei said, scratching his head. "Even intense reactions. I had contingency plans. All wasted. Isn't that good?" It is. Do you even understand probability analysis? What's wrong with probability? As long as it's not zero, it's possible. But when it's small enough, it's practically impossible. But still possible. You. Enough, a mecha designer interjected. We have aliens. An undersea wormhole. And a 21-year-old who's an expert in over 50 fields and solves problems we can't crack in half an hour. If even this is real, do we really need to argue about probability? Humph. Humph. The room quieted. Yes. So many impossible things had already happened. Why argue further? The soldiers immediately served tea and water. No need. I'll get it myself. I'm still young. You? Young. Fang Zheng, are you picking a fight? Come on. You think I'm afraid? Back then, my dragon and tiger fist ow. The medics rushed in as the expert clutched his back. The moment Morin stepped off the plane, he noticed someone approaching. A glance at the insignia told him enough. A general. His chest was covered in medals. Morin didn't recognize them. But he didn't need to. The respect was obvious. The man extended his hand. Welcome. I'm Commander-in-Chief Zhao Wei. Hello, Commander Zhao, Morin said, shaking his hand. I'm Morin. What talent? What knowledge? Zhao Wei looked him over, joy written plainly on his face. Thank you for contributing to our country. Don't worry, tell me what you need. I'll make sure you get it. Qin Guang's expression darkened. That sounded dangerously close to a mob recruitment speech. That would be great, Morin replied seriously. I'll do my best. He accepted the conditions without hesitation. Why refuse? Money was experience points. Haha. I like straightforward young people. Zhao Wei laughed. Come, let's have a drink. Ahem, Qin Guang coughed pointedly. There are others waiting to meet him. My memory. Zhao Wei paused. The mecha designers. Of course, Morin nodded. But there's one more thing. Morin briefly explained Song Shu's situation. Zhao Wei decided immediately and instructed Qin Guang to send Song Shu to the mecha pilot department for examinations and testing. Then the three entered the conference room together. After brief pleasantries, the mecha designers surrounded Morin. Not physically. Academically. Questions. Discussions. For scientists, this was the purest form of communication. Zhao Wei and Qin Guang's expressions shifted. Smile. Blank. Stiff. Completely lost. They were speaking Chinese. So why couldn't they understand a word? When the discussion showed no sign of stopping, the two exchanged a glance and quietly slipped out. Well? Zhao Wei asked. He's arrogant, Qin Guang said after thinking. But at his age, with that level of knowledge, it's normal. If he were also smooth and socially flawless, I'd question the meaning of life. Exactly, Zhao Wei said. He's a real scientist. Look at him, he fits right in with them. So, did we find a treasure? We did. Figure out what he wants. Give it to him. This is our chance. Find 30+ advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 156, Chapter 10, Drawing from the Diamond Pool. New book. Food Wars, not about food. Inside the conference room, Morin's exchange with the mecha designers finally came to an end. Calling it an exchange was generous. It was closer to one-sided guidance. That had been Morin's plan from the start. If he wanted influence, he had to show strength. Even if that strength felt a little unbelievable. Whenever someone asked how he understood so much, Morin's answer never changed. It's simple. I just looked once and understood. This isn't difficult, is it? The difficulty is about the same. I found the information online. Oh, I taught myself hacking and broke into some databases. Yes, I taught myself everything. In short, self-taught. A genius who taught himself multiple fields and reached expert level by the age of 21. That wasn't strange, right? Nothing wrong with that. Morin's calm, matter-of-fact tone made the academicians start doubting themselves. Is this really normal? Normal my ass. They recalled their own learning process. Years of struggle. Guidance from masters. Decades of accumulation. They were already in their 40s, 60s, even 70s, and this was their level. Morin? Self-taught. 21. And more knowledgeable than them. That conclusion was reached after the exchange. The mecha designers were completely convinced. No matter what they asked, Morin answered without hesitation. Meanwhile, the ones asking questions often got stuck instead. Morin would calmly point out that their questions were unclear or logically ambiguous. After several rounds, anxiety started to creep in. Was there really no question that could stump him? They weren't shameless. They couldn't ask questions that exceeded the limits of current science. That would just be throwing a tantrum like an old fool. They were colleagues. Public embarrassment served no purpose. Everyone wanted to save face. Everyone was here to build stronger mechas and push research forward. They were impressed. They were envious. Some even felt a trace of jealousy. But they didn't hate him. When the gap became too large, only admiration remained. The person ahead of you had reached a level you couldn't even comprehend. Even the jealousy was washed away by Morin's open and generous answers. In truth, Morin had planned to hold some things back. He intended to release certain technologies gradually, on his own schedule. That way, he could get more bonuses. Defeating monsters mattered. But making money and earning experience points mattered more. Fortunately, none of the questions touched on those technologies. So he kept them hidden without saying a word. When the one-sided defeat finally brought the discussion to an end, Zhao Wei and Qin Guang quietly slipped back into the room. As if they hadn't left earlier due to not understanding a single thing. Qin Guang cleared his throat. Academicians, today's welcome session will end here. I need to take Comrade Morin to arrange his office and laboratory, so. Secretary Qin, can't you have someone else handle that? An academician interrupted. We still have theories we want to discuss with Comrade Morin. Qin Guang paused, then changed tactics. It's like this. Comrade Morin traveled a long way to get here. He needs rest to recover his energy. We also need to arrange a full physical examination, just in case. Before he could finish, he was interrupted again. Then we'll have to trouble you. Take good care of Comrade Morin. Isn't it obvious he's exhausted from the journey? Why are you rushing? Can't this wait until tomorrow? One academician even scolded the one who spoke first. Morin. He had expected enthusiasm. Experiencing it firsthand still made him think they were, kind of cute. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He said nothing and followed Qin Guang, who gestured for him to leave. His high IQ, low EQ persona couldn't break. If it did, it would affect his plans later. Before the physical, we need to discuss your salary and benefits, Qin Guang said as they walked. We've drafted a proposal. It's only a draft. Everything is negotiable. I understand, Morin nodded. Just tell us what you want, Zhao Wei said with a smile. As long as it's legal and within my authority, I'll get it for you. Qin Guang's expression darkened. He was walking ahead, so neither Zhao Wei nor Morin could see it. He had just carefully emphasized negotiable. Zhao Wei ruined it with one sentence. This was desperation. Too much desperation. Qin Guang felt frustrated, but helpless. He knew why Zhao Wei was rushing. People were coveting Zhao Wei's position. They wanted to cancel the Mecha program and replace it with the so-called High Wall project. Profit. The High Wall project? More like the Give Up Completely project. A group of people who had forgotten their roots. Give up land. Give up resistance. Give up the future. Give it all to aliens. The more they gave up, the less chance there was to fight back. If that was the case, they might as well fight to the end. At least then, they would have tried. This is our benefits proposal, Qin Guang said, handing Morin the contract. Please review it carefully. Ask me if you have questions. All right. Morin opened it and read. Zhao Wei glanced at Qin Guang. Qin Guang shot him a look that clearly said, "Don't interfere." One glance was enough. They were comrades. Brothers forged in life and death. Truthfully, although Qin Guang always called Zhao Wei Ji, his strategic thinking and operational ability had always been superior. A superior listening to his secretary wasn't unusual. Morin finished reading quickly and set the contract down. "I've read it. I need to revise a few clauses." "Go ahead," Qin Guang said, fully focused. "Before that, I have a question." "Go on. Is it possible for me to independently design and build a mecha?" Qin Guang. Independently. Qin Guang emphasized the word. "Yes," Morin nodded seriously. "I want to complete all designs by myself." Qin Guang almost said impossible. A mecha involved countless disciplines. China's existing mechas were the result of every designer working together, plus international collaboration. One person doing everything? Unprecedented. Then he remembered who stood in front of him. Morin. The man who solved every unsolved question and scored full marks in half an hour. "Maybe. I can grant you design authority," Qin Guang said after thinking. "But the design must be approved by more than half of the mecha designers before construction. That's non-negotiable." Zhao Wei remained silent. This authority had been delegated to Qin Guang long ago. Today, Zhao Wei was essentially a mascot. And not a very handsome one. "Of course," Morin nodded. "There's one more thing. I need an advance of 100 million RMB, transferred to my personal account." 100 million. Qin Guang restrained the urge to refuse. "May I ask what you need it for?" "I just want to experience having 100 million, Morin said calmly. "They say wealth brings satisfaction. I want to feel that." "That's it." Qin Guang stared at him. Under Morin's steady gaze, he couldn't help doubting himself. He thought Morin wanted to spend extravagantly. "Just satisfaction?" "Yes," Morin nodded. Geniuses had quirks. Morin couldn't suppress his urge to draw cards. If he was drawing, it would be from the big pool. Why draw from beginner pools? A bronze pool capped at bronze rewards. A diamond pool capped at diamond rewards. Which would you choose? For unlucky people, maybe only the guarantee mattered. He was also curious about what upgrading his mecha designer skills would unlock. "By the way," Morin added, "I'll first complete a mecha design as proof. Transfer the money only after it's deemed feasible." That made sense. 100 million was no small amount. Qin Guang agreed immediately. What else was there to say? If Morin could design a full mecha alone, 100 million was nothing. Even $1 billion wouldn't be enough. The contract revision was simple. They printed it. Morin signed and fingerprinted it. Zhao Wei stamped it. 2 copies were made. The contract took effect. Then came the physical examination. Non-negotiable. In their eyes, Morin was priceless. They wouldn't be at ease otherwise. And then... "Holy shit, where did you find this guy?" the doctor burst out, rushing to Qin Guang with the report. What's wrong? Qin Guang's heart sank. There's a problem. A huge problem. Qin Guang nearly collapsed. Then. I've never seen such a perfect body. Hey! Can you speak normally? Qin Guang rolled his eyes. If he's healthy, just say so. This isn't just healthy, the doctor said excitedly. His body is at the human limit. No, he is the human limit. What do you mean? Muscles, hormones, cell activity, brain activity, everything is at the theoretical maximum. A perfect human. The doctor concluded. He's a born mecha pilot. Theoretically, he could pilot a mecha alone without side effects. I thought Song Shu was the best pilot candidate I'd seen in years, the doctor said emotionally. I didn't expect this. This one is a miracle. He'll be the most outstanding mecha pilot ever. I'll stake my reputation on it. Qin Guang stood frozen. Mecha pilot? Wasn't the person he brought for a physical a genius mecha designer? How did he suddenly turn into a genius mecha pilot? Find 30 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 157, Chapter 11, A Fish or a Bear's Paw. I want them both. New book. Food Wars, not about food. The doctor in charge of the physical examination was still talking. With his physical condition, he only needs a bit of training to pilot a mecha. But that would be a waste. I suggest a full training and testing program. We could even custom build a unit for him and try the old single pilot design. If he can master that, it would truly. Stop. Qin Guang, finally snapping back to his senses, looked toward the locker room where Morin was changing. Don't tell anyone about this. Especially him. Why? The doctor asked, confused. His mind immediately ran wild with Theory's troubled family background, offending someone powerful, or some hidden reason preventing him from becoming a pilot. He was an old bookworm, after all. It's not what you're thinking, Qin Guang said, seeing the look on his face. He glanced around, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. He's a mecha designer. And not just any designer, the best, most talented one we've got. Think about it. Which matters more? A top-tier mecha designer, or a mecha pilot? Even if he has the potential to be an ace pilot, we can't take that risk. That's impossible. He's only 21. The doctor froze mid-sentence. Wait. Could it be him? His eyes widened. Recently, he had been assigned to conduct physical exams for mecha designers. At first, he found it strange that so many of them were in poor condition. He even entertained wild ideas: biological weapons, targeted strikes. But the results were simple. Exhaustion. 1 or 2 cases made sense. Mecha designers often forgot to eat or sleep when absorbed in their work. But so many at once? It felt off. When he asked, several designers gave him the same answer. He assumed it was a unified excuse tied to confidentiality agreements and didn't pry further. Better not to know what you shouldn't. Now, it all clicked. So someone like that really exists? The doctor asked quietly. Don't spread this, Qin Guang warned. If he finds out, he might decide to become a pilot. Then we'll be stuck. I understand, the doctor nodded, then sighed. It still feels like such a waste. You can't have both, Qin Guang said, shaking his head. You give up one to get the other. That's true. The doctor handed over the report. I need to cool down. Anyone would. Everyone knew the right choice. But shouldn't an adult's first instinct be? I want both. Sigh. Qin Guang looked down at the physical report. He didn't understand a single line of it. Every character, number, and letter made sense on its own. Put together, it was nonsense. The report's good, a voice asked nearby. Yes. Unbelievably good. Wait, what are you doing here? Qin Guang answered instinctively, then realized who it was. Morin. He nearly jumped out of his skin. The moment it sank in, he wanted to slap himself. He had just warned the doctor not to say anything. And now he'd said it himself. Oh no! Qin Guang desperately searched for a way to make Morin forget what he'd just heard. So, was it an unimaginable result? Morin asked, smiling. Qin Guang studied him for a moment, then relaxed. Of course he'd know his own body. Yes, Qin Guang said slowly. According to the doctor, your body is at the human limit. Near perfect. Everything is coordinated. He paused, carefully avoiding certain words. How did you train like this? Morin replied calmly, it's simple. 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. Keep it up for a while. Qin Guang. Why did that sound so familiar? That sounds familiar, Qin Guang said, frowning. It's the training regimen from One Punch Man, Morin said seriously. Qin Guang. Was he really saying this with a straight face? Couldn't he at least try harder to lie? Anyway, Morin continued, expression unchanged, I didn't reach Saitama's level, but my body became much healthier. My physical condition improved a lot. And then, you got this. Qin Guang raised the report. Since Morin already knew, there was no point hiding it. More or less, Morin said, taking the report and scanning the data. He let out a quiet breath. The numbers matched. He could read them easily. In his spare time, he liked learning new things. With that kind of brain capacity, why waste it? In other worlds, he had already run full physicals on himself. He'd expected situations like this. So he tested what kind of data machines would show. Then he adjusted it. Muscle control. Hormones. Neural activity. He could control all of it. The constitution skill didn't just strengthen his body, it gave him precise control over it. He stopped only after stabilizing himself at the perfect human limit. Then he memorized that state. Perfectly. In other words, the report in Qin Guang's hand reflected Morin's body. An estate Morin had actively chosen. He wanted to display his extraordinary abilities without ending up on an operating table. He wasn't afraid of military force. But cooperation made things smoother. Even so, he didn't take chances. That was why he came to check the report himself. As for blood samples, hair, and the like, they reverted to normal once separated. He didn't know why. Some kind of protective mechanism, probably. He made a mental note. Hee. Qin Guang laughed awkwardly. He didn't believe a word of it. He'd be an idiot if he did. My residence. Office. Laboratory, Morin said, handing back the report and smoothly changing the topic. Now wasn't the time to mention piloting. When the time came, he would pilot the mecha he designed himself. Whether officially allowed or not. I'll take you there, Qin Guang said, leading him away. Everything was already prepared. Morin's mecha designer certification would be issued the next day. Residence. Office. Laboratory. All top tier. Morin didn't care much. He'd lived too many lives. He could enjoy luxury hotels. Or spend loose change on a bowl of sweet tofu pudding at a street stall. Team sweet tofu pudding forever. Dumplings must be savory. By the time everything was settled, night had fallen. Morin used the excuse of needing rest to send away the excited designers crowding his door. Finally. Peace. He understood their excitement. That didn't mean he had to answer questions endlessly. He wasn't here to teach. A little guidance was fine. Too much, and nothing would get done. Questions never ended. Meanwhile, in Zhao Wei's office. What did you say? Zhao Wei stared at Qin Guang. You're sure it's not someone else's report? Absolutely, Qin Guang said. I watched every test. The doctor handed it to me personally. This is his. So you're telling me, Zhao Wei said slowly, that a genius mecha designer is also a genius mecha pilot? Someone who might even withstand solo neural strain. He looked incredulous. That sounds like a mythological hero. What came before already felt like a myth, Qin Guang muttered. This is just another layer. But, thinking about it, Zhao Wei said, suddenly thoughtful, it does make sense. He's young. He's mastered impossible amounts of knowledge. That means his comprehension is on a completely different level. Right. Then his brain must be different. Extremely active. Strong neural output. Zhao Wei nodded as his own theory solidified. So that's why the doctor mentioned solo piloting, Qin Guang said. Exactly. And his physical condition? Qin Guang asked. I'm not sure, Zhao Wei admitted. Did you ask how he trained? I did. Qin Guang sighed. 100 push UPS. 100 sit UPS. 100 squats. 10 kilometer run. That's it. Zhao Wei rubbed his chin. It sounds simple. Could it really be that effective? I think he was joking. It's from an anime, Qin Guang said. Or maybe not. Zhao Wei frowned. What? Qin Guang froze, then understood. You want to try it? It's just exercise. It won't hurt, Zhao Wei said. Have a few people test it. What if it works? That would be something, Qin Guang admitted. What if it really worked? The next day, Morin went straight into the laboratory. He activated the holographic projector and supercomputer. And began. A mecha was no small project. 40 to 50 meters tall. Neural synchronization with the pilot. Withstanding thousands of tons of impact. Maintaining stability in close combat. Those were just the basics. Beyond that, life support, shock absorption, radiation shielding, heat management, oxygen. Operating systems, responsiveness, durability, control stability. Materials, tensile strength, compression resistance, shear, torsion. And far more. To design one alone was impossible. Unless you were a true genius. Morin's hands never stopped. He recreated the mecha already complete in his mind. This wasn't copied from the system. It was his own. And it wasn't ordinary. It would surpass every mecha in the Pacific Rim world. That world's technology was still immature. Flawed. Morin's mecha knowledge was only entry level. But complete. In the evening, the lab doors opened. Qin Guang, who had been waiting anxiously, finally relaxed. You don't need to rush, he said. Mecha design takes time. Even for one person. Even with your condition, working all day isn't healthy. I'm done, Morin interrupted. So there's no need to Qin Guang stopped mid-sentence. I've completed the design, Morin said. It took time because the holographic projector's modeling and computing programs were inefficient. I modified them. I hope that's not an issue. Of course, not, Qin Guang replied instinctively. Then he froze. You're really finished? Find 30 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Every 250 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones.